here we go. We should be live, I think. Hello, everybody. Man, Streamlabs has been fighting me today. Oh, it's been an absolute pain in the butt. But I think that we are good to go. So that's good, right?
I've already lined up a crew to retrieve it.
Transmission says it's on Hurston.
Destination set.
Looks like we're going to meet up with Constantine Hurston.
Looks legit.
Hey, Dev. Hey, Kermit. Hey, Tryon.
That's
How you guys doing?
I agree.
Why would he want us to retrieve?
How does the
something from
stream audio
Crusade?
sound, by the
Not
way?
much out there other than farmers and aid stations.
Could have been a humanitarian effort.
Only if he's developing bombs that fertilize crops.
Stream audio okay? Good, 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 good. Good, thank you. Just watching while cleaning your cameras. Audio good? Excellent. That makes me very happy to hear. So for the for those of you who did not see the picture that I posted last night in the Discord, I'm in my basement right now, not at my desk where I usually stream and record and stuff. So I had to kind of jerry-rig a whole new a whole new setup. We've got about 10 minutes to go. This on Twitch right now? Yes. Tis indeed on Twitch. Hi, Dr. Nick. Who is Dr. Nick? Hang on, I need to go get the for this. Oh. Oops. That was pretty cool. Pretty sweet animation. The Big Benny's noodles. Think you smelled copyright infringement in that clip? I'll go through and delete all of the potentially copyright problematic stuff afterwards. YouTube has a thing where I can just go and mute portions of it. So hopefully that works. Oh, the Mando one. I will be right back. I need to go. I need to go take care of my dog real quick. I'll be right back, you guys. My dog's freaking out. He's running around. He's like, this is different. This is very different from what we usually do. I know it's different from what we usually do, bud. My dog in the background, can you hear him? He's running around all over the place. I have a dozen Krispy Kreme donuts, you guys. Hey, get off the table. Nerd, get down. I have a dozen Krispy Kreme donuts. You guys should be very jealous. Because they're freaking delicious. Oh, sorry, you're gonna hear some noises here. I'm just adjusting the microphone.
What a time to be a citizen. Dumpers Depot's having a galaxy-wide fire sale. Forget about that Olympus Principal Health Insurance when you can get this
You're extremely jealous.
For only $25.
I told you should be.
You'll feel so safe you could go for a family vacation in the Pyro system. And who needs jump points when you can get these Waytech XL1 quantum drives for only $49,999? Only at Dumpers Depot. Hell, these deals are so good, the Nine Tails will stop
Hey Jay, how you doing, man?
And start some honest trading.
You've never had
Get on
Krispy
over to
Kremes?
your
Oh
nearest Dumpers
man,
Depot before
Krispy
it's
Kremes
too
are
late.
awesome. They're so good. They're so friggin' delicious. I also have chocolate milk, which is equally delicious. Tell Dragon how he's missing out by never having had Krispy Kremes. Make him feel ashamed. Whoops. Krispy Kreme is a gift from God. It is though. It's so freaking good. So the reason that I'm streaming from my basement today. Oh gosh.
Humanitarian mission. We've been engaged by Ninetales pirates. Assistance is needed. Red alert. Battle stations.
Vital warriors. Power down, and we'll let you leave with your lives.
Give us what we want.
Is the audio from the stream too loud?
Big Daddy is here. Hello, Gemini. Looks like you could use a little help. We'll handle these pirates, scum. I can't get enough me, son of a bitch. Locked on. Last one.
That was a pretty sweet commercial. 1 minute to go, you guys. 1 minute to go. Zeeg, you should definitely be in my live stream as well as in the Discord chat. Oh, I should, hang on. Give me a sec, you guys. My mouse. Gosh. Dad, you've never had Krispy Kreme either?
Hello, everyone. So welcome to Digital CitizenCon.
Oh, hey, Chris.
51. So it's really, really good to be back in front of the camera and talking to all of you out there. I wish it was in person. As you know, we have been doing CitizenCon for a long time, and last year was the last year we didn't do it because of the pandemic. And we didn't want to go another year without having a CitizenCon, but we felt like this year it was a bit too close to get back to do it in person with all the issues with travel, and we're doing it virtually and digital this year. And I'm hoping next year we'll get to do it in person. So it's been very challenging for all of us. There's about 720 of us have all been working from home. But you know, a silver lining to that cloud, which is a lot more of you have had more time to play Star Citizen and give us feedback and get engaged. I mean, we, compared to where we were in the last time we had a physical CitizenCon in 2019, the number of daily players that we have in Star Citizen is...
There's something special about Krispy Kreme donuts, man.
We had back in 2019,
something special about them.
2020 was a big year of expansion for us. 21 is also been incredibly great. And we're hoping with some of the features that we're working on, like server meshing, we're working on a bunch of optimizations, quality of life, and maturing, you know, some of the gameplay loops that you're starting to see happen. I mean, we've got some stuff coming up like Death of a Spaceman, where the first part of it, the medical gameplay, is going to be there, and also the beginning of physical inventory with the personal inventory. It's not fully finished yet. Those are two major game changers.
Krispy Kreme makes you feel good inside.
Shortly.
It does.
Coming with 3.15, and there's a lot of other things that are just beyond that. We're going to continue that momentum, and you know, more and more people will be discovering Star Citizen, and more you will be spending more hours playing it and having fun, giving us great feedback, and we're inevitably inching towards the finish line of having something that we can say, yep, this is the definitive experience for you guys. And so I'm really excited by that.
I think I need to turn down the gain on my mics a bit.
Today is about Digital CitizenCon, and we've got some really great stuff to show you. The first of that is led off by Todd Pappy.
Hopefully you guys shouldn't be picking up as much of my background noise.
It's really great stuff. It's going to use a combination of some features that are coming very soon and some features and content that is a little further down the road. But it's going to give you a taste of life to come in the Star Citizen universe. So without further ado, let me pass it to them.
A lot of things are really expensive in the UK. Life in the verse. Here we go. Wait. No. Are they gonna drop Pyro on us? Oh no, it's just Lorville. They were saying like, what's beyond our system? What's beyond Stanton? And I was like, no way. And then it went orange and I got excited. It turns out I was the dumb. Oh. No, oh, jump points. Oh. Pyro! Is that Pyro? Oh, no. No friggin' way. No friggin' way. That looks so cool. Yo! If there are any doubts to humanity's ability to survive in adverse conditions, one only needs to look at the inhabitants of Pyro and
Star Citizen live game director.
Oh,
Hi, I'm Ian. I'm the
that
art
looks
director
so
of Star
cool.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director at Star Citizen.
So finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite.
Wait, what do you mean
We've
finally?
been talking about it. We've been looking at it. We've been.
Every
living
hair in
there
your body
for
is
quite
erect.
a
That's
long
not all that's
time.
erect, man.
Now it's time to, move the conversation on, start to look at something new. Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side from what
Mixed
we saw.
system coming after Pyro,
a
you
little while
think?
ago.
Yeah.
One of the things that was
Hopefully.
quite important for Chris is he wanted that feeling of something that was quite wondrous, something that was quite amazing. It's not dark.
Oh,
it's not
that
mysterious,
looks
it's not hostile,
so cool.
but it's more, like I said, wondrous.
Wow.
So when we started looking at Pyro, and we had to start looking at how the jump points work when we're traveling from Stanton.
That's
to Pyro
incredibly
or Pyro to
impressive.
Stanton, and thinking about border security, with the infrastructure that's needed there. What's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is dealing with the UEE. So we needed to go through and really think about how this was working, and then also with the jump points, how smugglers
Those
would
mugs
work
are awesome.
with the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call it internally. We kind of call it the Swiss cheese approach of the. There's sort of the main entrance that you would go through on Stanton, which would be this sort of guarded, have the infrastructure that you had mentioned. The security and stuff like that, but the possibility that there would be alternate ways to kind of get in to bypass that, so which would be beneficial knowledge for smugglers or criminals who are trying to get in under the radar. And also it was if there's a lot of infrastructure around
Ruin
it, sort of
Station?
created this impression that infrastructure was responsible for the jump point. In reality, it's a naturally occurring thing. An interesting balance of make it seem like this is a checkpoint, but at the same time it's something that the ships are creating, not the structures.
So before we go too much further into the Pyro system, let's take a deep dive into the op process with Jake Dunlap, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
Bringing jump points to the verse has been an interesting journey as we've been designing a new element in
They're
our game.
talking
We've
like
put
it's
a lot of time
done.
into creating two solid examples of
Are they
different
gonna
types of jump points.
drop
you'll
Pyro in
eventually see all around the
315?
verse. One in Stanton and one in Pyro. We've been continuing to use Houdini as the tool to create these gas clouds,
This is making me so hyped. Holy crap.
Gas cloud and a child gas cloud. The parent is mainly used as an establishing shot when you arrive in your ship from quantum travel, while the child is used as the main gameplay environment and is placed inside the parent. The child also has a reasonable scale, which keeps your average ship speed in mind. These things aren't nearly the size of real nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech. To explain the process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale, then cut out a small box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent, up-res that, and then add details. The details will be different depending on what type of gas cloud you want, and if you want to easily fly through it or not.
That's freaking gorgeous.
We usually spend time investigating different designs for the gas clouds, but with the Stanton jump point, the work had already been started. And
Entire game complete, open beta 3.15.
We just had to go through, clean up
That'd be awesome.
and get it game ready.
I doubt it's actually going to happen,
tweaks
but
along the way. Some of the tweaks we made to the parent were making it feel like more of a structurally
you want to know if you end up in
disk.
empty space, if you
This was to make it
accidentally
feel like a
leave
safe and
during
well-used
traveling in a jump point? Like if you exit the
child
ship
gas
while
cloud here was
going
changed
through a
more
wormhole?
dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark clouds around it. We felt that it was feeling a little bit too closed in, so we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center.
I
to
mean,
create a
yeah, there's
really
only one
interesting
way to find
horizontal,
out.
flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton itself is generally a safe place at first glance. The parent gas cloud for Pyro was created with the same process
That's
as the Stanton
so
parent,
cool.
but we changed the shape of the cloud into something more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro to be a clear warning of what you should be expecting throughout the entire system, so we made it very closed in, dense, and very active. We did make it a small challenge to traverse the child, something that won't take too long but should be something to consider when traveling through. Something that helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area in engine out of solid geometry and flying around it right away.
Oh.
After we were happy with the route, we exported the geometry to use in Houdini, where we converted it to a volume and combined it with the up-resed area of the parent to export that out as the child cloud. We wanted to make sure that these systems feel very
so
different
cool.
from each other. Some ways in which we did this was by the shape of the jump points. As I had mentioned before, Stanton feels very clean, put together, and generally safe with the disc-like form that it has, but Pyro feels like it's more violent, distressed, and this shows in its form. The comparison is shown well in both of the child clouds. In the Stanton child cloud, we have nice long strands of the magnetic waves that encapsulate the jump point that feel harmonious, beautiful, and free, whereas in the Pyro cloud, it shows almost the opposite. The walls feel like they're closing in on you, moving in unpredictable ways, completely unstable. Your ship could enter into a wall and disappear within a second. Lighting also plays a big role in how we feel about these spaces. You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone, and lighting is the key to that. So that's a brief look at jump points. They've evolved quite a bit since last time you saw them. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Jake. So one of the things that players would first probably come across when they come into the Pyro system is the space station. You know, it was discovered a long time ago. It was sort of deemed uninhabitable because it was just too dangerous with that variable flare star going on. So they kind of utilized the system for resources, and then when they kind of tapped out, they just sort of left, and that's when all the sort of squatters came in. So there's sort of older infrastructure built to sustain kind of the mining activities and the gas harvesting and stuff like that, but you know, they just basically left, and then other populations started to slowly move into the system: criminals, squatters, survivors.
Is that the
kind of take over what was
ruin station? Is that what it's called?
Comparatively to Stanton and the space stations there. So with Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned. and then so players
Those are
can go and
cool.
explore. They can go and see what's happened there, whether it's been hit by an asteroid, or if it's there was some sort of conflict there before. But you'll be able to go and explore the different decks, and be able to go and meet new people, meet the frontier lifestyle, enjoy it.
Okay, so before we go to the inside of the stations, we're going to jump down to Eric, and he's going to go in a bit more detail, the concept development process taken when looking at the exteriors.
Hi,
Wow.
I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. The goal of that initial step of sketch development is to create something not invited, dangerous, damaged by asteroids, and surrounded by floating debris.
You'd like to
Hiding
land over
place
that
for
station?
outlaw looks
These
old,
look so
decrepit.
cool.
Lawless,
Wow.
no security force here. Approach at your own risk. Industrial look, messy, but not abandoned. Some parts are wrecked, but under repair and raw looking. I like to use the black and white sketches to start. It allows us to go very quickly and focus on the shape only. We then try to play with a touch of color to define more of the commercial port platform. We try different schemes to remind us of the whole look with a rusty vibe and brown tones. Adding a touch of light and some context around the sketch allows to see the scale of things and properly view the silhouette. We expand on the idea to play with the mechanism and functionality. This is the color sketches of the asteroid Hunter Harpoon and at different angles. In this sketch, we can clearly feel the arrival of the asteroids and the dismantling or destruction zone. We also need some top angles to properly showcase the size and scale of it. With all those elements in place, we can now build a nice plate of the entire concept for the asteroids Harpoon with all the pieces together. The Shantytown module habitation is a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the outskirts of the space station. So here, I sketched those shapes to create something very modular. From the grayscale, it's pretty easy to do a color pass. I played with
Pyro's
a color
gonna be
palette
so
that reflects
cool.
the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be. Another angle shot here is pretty nice too. Playing with warm and cold color contrast is interesting. All those different angles
that's
help
really
define
interesting.
and expose the different elements
So it's got
of the
little,
concept to properly illustrate it.
just like
Now
scrap
we have
built
a nice board of
hab
this sketch
modules
phase. We
glued
apply
onto the
same
side of the
process
space
here
station.
for the commercial port platform. The black and white sketches are a good way to go. In this image, we see the silhouette shape sketches for the front of the port platform structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary to well build this design. We fill the form and the ratio and the size of what we want to achieve. And of course, we create a color sketch to see what it could be. We see the industrial look and some potential details to better define and deep dive into. For those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area. Pipes, tanks, angular shapes, and a color touch. Combining 2D and 3D sketches really help properly communicate the design intent. It's a common technique now, but it's really efficient to highlight areas of the concept.
Interesting.
Using 3D is also very useful for level designers to validate the size and shape of things when creating the environment in-game. Let's talk about
So when
the
they make
big repair
these, they pretty
machinery
much
idea.
they design
This
them
machine could be used to
as they would
repair
have been.
surfaces
Then they go
damaged
through
by
and
asteroids. Inspired from
do
the
another
heavy
pass where they
machinery
like
that
damage
we
it
see
up. That's
in
cool.
mining. Nice to see the overall add-on IDs brought together on a single board. It gives a great look and makes you want to see the next design step. The mood looks. We also create a mood board from our different shots.
Wow.
This shows how lighting
The lights
is used
around the
to set
center
the tone
look
of the environment
awesome.
by giving different options and color palettes. Finally, we provide some options for paint of the exterior
Hey
surfaces.
Rufus, how you doing? Looks nice.
We
Yeah,
work
it
from a
does.
list of
Looks so
reds
cool.
and faction that we need to incorporate to the design. We started from the narrative things, worked to build the visual identity of the different brand, exploring different ways to represent them in the environment, stickers, flat surfaces, graffiti, or official paint job. This really brings the sketches alive and set in the universe of Star Citizen. The Outlaw Station are a staple of the Pyro system, and we hope this first exterior concept phase excites you as much as we had fun to create it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Looks great.
It's so cool
That's
to
the
hear
exterior. So
the
right now we're gonna
like
go from
project
the outside,
managers and the artists
we're
and the
gonna,
developers
jump to the interior.
talk about stuff that they've been working on and just how much passion they have about everything that they do for this game. It's
Anything,
absolutely
one of the
amazing.
core concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now we've got like this big interior layout of this, maybe this old mining station. How would they have adapted the space? You know, they would have like, okay, we need power here. Okay, that will create heat. So we started thinking about, okay, where would the heat lamps be, and then where would light come from? So just the principal concept of power creating heat, creating
That
light,
looks straight
that
out
was
of Blade
pretty much
Runner.
The core of the start of the
That
visual
is
development process.
straight out of
So
Blade
when we started
Runner.
talking about
Come
it from the
on.
design side, we needed to make
That's
sure that we
awesome.
were covering certain shops, just basic needs for the player. Everything's bare bones. It could be that it used to be a clothing store, now it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gang's moved in. You know, it's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the things that definitely we've been talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So, you know, that idea that they're the sort of local law in the area. So, you know, you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent, you know, type thing.
Or even shaking down the player.
Yeah, it's very fun. Not for me. But.
So when we started to explore some of the side areas, there were other factors that we had to cover. Habitation, clinics, you know, players need a place to sleep, to log out, as well as players need a way
Peter
to
Pantoffel,
heal.
yes there is.
And then
So I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch. And I am streaming the Twitch stream that Star Citizen has.
And how they were possibly repurposed.
Streamception.
And how those were possibly
Good question.
repurposed. So, and just make sure that everything felt cohesive in its.
Am I streaming on both Twitch and YouTube? Yes, I am.
In the way that we have the station structured, we haven't let players go into like living quarters of where the people that lived at the station would be, or even into the lower decks where the power, where the gravity generators are. And this is where we're going to start introducing these areas, and it opens up new opportunities for the players to go explore and do new things. But it's also areas that the gang might want to protect.
Yeah, it offers a lot of possibilities for mission content, you know, whether it's actually maybe working for the gang itself or other kind of little small things you could do inside there to really kind of, drive you deep into the bowels of this thing.
Okay, so that's a little look at the insides of the stations, but now we'll jump to Christian, and Christian's going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept development process of the inside of the stations.
Hi, my name is Christian Doretz. I'm a senior concept artist on the environment team, and we're going to look at the concept development for the space station a little bit. So first off, we looked at the heat map. So there is a lot of what I said, the electricity is gone, the heating is gone, and the breathable air, the oxygen is gone. So there's pretty much all of those connected areas. They are lifeless in a way, right? So
Interesting.
you wouldn't settle down somewhere.
So there's places in the station that are going to be warm,
empty corridors,
and places that are going to be cold. That's kind of cool.
Get them on paper, right? So we were exploring different ideas that we on the concept team had in mind.
Are these recorded videos from CIG? Why isn't it live?
So what would happen? We were thinking about what would happen if
because
all of a sudden one pathway is blocked off, or another one will open up, right?
Because of the COVID restrictions
and
stuff like that, they couldn't do CitizenCon live.
Interesting areas that are
so they're doing it digitally instead.
Right? So think about, there are some people just screwing
what this does give an opportunity to is to have people from all over the world
you would see all of the maintenance
add in their
so we'd see a lot of struts, a lot of working areas,
insight and stuff without having to worry about you know being up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Where we could see what those eventually could evolve into. And we also started then slowly with some loose 3D sketches, so getting everything into 3D, and it's pretty much evolved over time where we could talk to the environment guys.
I think some of the panels are supposed to be live and some are
geo and some of
pre-recorded,
textures, and then getting them into 3D, and we were just changing up all of the props, all of the side panels, or all of the whole the environment, so we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt, we could introduce some damaged panels, side panels, and pretty much explore this side area, right? And the big advantage of this is that we can make the environment how we like. So one thing that we did is like kill all the lights because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own lighting, and this is what I said earlier. The current rest stops are super bright. They're family friendly, but now we want to make it ominous. We want to make it dark mood. We want to make it super dark with the players like always feeling kind of in danger, and especially with the gang members in mind, right? So this would allow us to create one of the very early, or one of the earlier 3D explorations, which then lead to one of the final concept art, or the final implementation of this. So when we were at the point where we were kind of okay, or where we thought like, okay, this is an environment that we want to see, then we took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this case means having a final render and
Krispy
painting
Kreme.
over. So we were just painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting. We were painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D and caring about the materials. So
Spaghetti, thanks for the
just
subscription.
define the final concept in this regard. And
Tier 1 subscription.
This wasn't a straight process from A to B.
Oh, it was a gift
iterating
subscription. Thank you,
process.
Syra.
So, and in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members
At least they're showing good
set up
stuff. Yeah.
So
Oh my gosh.
what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing, or what is the player doing at this
Coming
point?
out
So
swinging, having Pyro be the very first thing they show. Oh my gosh.
Way around. Is he going to use some of the ladders or the underground vents, for example? So we were changing the concepts here and there.
Am I streaming on Twitch too? Yes.
And this leads to, in the end, having a nice variety of concepts, or different types of concepts.
Good morning, Syra. How you doing?
Cherry pick the best parts of it, or in other teams, the environment team, the design team could cherry pick the best ideas from those concepts. And this was pretty much a rundown of the concept development for the Pyro space station's interior.
Thanks, Christiana. Looked appropriately scummy.
So we've been talking a lot about the insides of the stations. We've been looking at a lot of the concept art. But now we can jump to Josh, and Josh is going to talk about one of my favorite parts of the process, and it's when we take some concepts and we start to do some ideation, some visual development in the engine.
Tryon, thank you for
Hi,
the
my
follow
name's
on
Josh Van
Twitch.
Zorn. I'm the principal environment artist here
Appreciate
at
it.
Cloud Imperium Games. Today we're going to be going through the Pyro space station's visual target and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be doing for these rundown / outlaw space stations. So what I have here right in front of me now is obviously the
Pyro's like
food court
Grimhex.
from our
Yeah, it's like
Stanton
a
space
whole
stations.
entire
We've just dragged the web up on all
a
of
whole
them. So now we're getting all of this
system
really nice grime
of
on all these
Grimhex.
surfaces, right? So if I turn off my working lights, which hopefully are gonna, produce that mood that we're after. So I'll turn on that right now. So
Sound great. How about myself? I'm doing awesome. I'm so freaking hype already.
Heavy fog coming.
Excited for the straight to flyable ships yet to be announced.
Them a little bit later.
Oh, those are gonna be
some light panels up here shooting through
so
the
good.
rafters, and we've got another one over here as well, right? So we're gonna do a quick little thing here. It's adding in some cables, right? And now this is really important, not only to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene, right? We have a couple of design constraints within this space as well. One of those being we have a gang and then a general civilian population, right? Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design in this particular space was separate it out in like a kind of class type.
Now, how do you have it raining
So
inside
we're
of a
gonna start
space
to explore
station?
some of the requirements of that. One of that being that, like I mentioned before, you can't get up here unless you're in favor with the gang. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help portray that, and that is a checkpoint, right? So, and just a side note, all of this stuff is super work in progress, and nothing is final. So
You're working for a
don't
couple
read
hours
too
this
much
morning
into it.
from what
So,
you've heard and been able to see.
from here,
and
we're missing a few bits
see, you're
and
so
pieces,
hyped right now.
But
Starting
one of
off
the
with
ways we're gonna
Pyro, it's
solve that
awesome.
is with graffiti.
I know, right?
So
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
gosh.
turn on those decals now. And you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit.
They sure
It's a
know
very
how
subtle
to
effect in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much more
how to raise
comes
the
through in
hype, like
others,
right off the bat.
So
Oh my gosh.
moving on from here, we need to start putting the stuff in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so
whoa.
We've got here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramp vibe in, like that was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations of what we can do in the engine, but also what we can do with our technical systems.
Gang
as
only
well,
station.
Right? One of the things that was immediately apparent to us is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So we need to look at areas like this here and this here to make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player, and not, look
Them talking
completely
about
gross, right?
AI not working well in tight spaces makes me laugh
I'm gonna
because
turn off
I remember in one of the recent
lights that we've got so far.
Inside Star Citizens, they talked about having to make the bathrooms bigger because the AI would get stuck in the bathrooms.
The entire scene is being lit by the stalls itself.
Oh, that's
Now, this has already come a
beautiful.
long way, and the
That's
stalls
so
themselves have had a bit of a lighting
cool.
pass, so this is already starting to look quite nice, but we're
Wow.
not getting, that thickness that we were getting up on the top level, right? We're not getting that little bit of life to a certain extent. And we're also getting these areas here where they just fall completely into darkness, which is not fun. So obviously, like I said before, we'd be doing lighting as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact that pass can do on an environment like this, we'll just turn it on for you. So you start to instantly see we've now got a lot more thickness within the environment. And if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool. So we're getting a lot more voluminous lighting now. We're getting all of these heaters coming in now, the heat shimmering off them.
That looks so cool.
Portable ones
That's
lighting up
literally
the place.
straight out of Blade
Some ones
Runner.
that are hanging from the roof.
That's
ones that are
awesome.
over in the corners and stuff like this, right?
Oh, I like
So we're
the
starting to get a lot
neon
more
paint on
movement
the
in this. This is
walls,
starting
like
to
the
feel
glowing
really nice
paint.
now.
Really cool lighting.
Now-
I know, right?
What I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right?
That looks incredible.
Yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station. And when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that is kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves. Everyone, this is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right? So what happens when you have this many people cooking food in this one small area?
Goodbye,
breathing hot
PC.
air, that sort of thing, it all starts to rise.
The computers are suffering so
and
much.
it starts to get that massive cavern, right, that we've got up here, all the way up to the roof there. As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it starts to rain. And even in many instances, we start to get a little bit of ice.
Oh, that's
coming through as
cool.
well. So that means once it's all fallen down here, it's actually quite wet and damp. It's still cold and a little bit warm around heaters.
That's
but
a
it's
really
generally
interesting
quite damp
idea.
because of that weird kind of event. Now, the rain as it currently sits is just a placeholder asset that we're borrowing from Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to suit the amount of rain that we want to have within this environment, which won't be, crazy.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
It serves as a proof of
Ohayo, good
concept
morning.
for what we're trying to achieve.
How are you?
right? So, that is pretty much Pyro Stations. I hope you really enjoyed seeing the breakdown that we've done here today.
The rain in the station,
learning a little bit
yeah,
about the
super
process
cool.
of going in and doing a visual target, and
it's a really interesting
just a little bit
idea
more of
that
earlier process and problem solving that we
makes
go through.
sense.
So yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here
So you
today.
tired?
And, I'll catch you later.
Cool. Thanks, Josh. That was
I've been
really
up
good.
since 7
Alright, so
getting
as we
stuff
continue
ready,
our
so
process of exploring the Pyro system. Now I think it'd be good to look a little bit at the planets and moons that populate the system. Now, one of the things we thought it'd be interesting to talk about is how do we design a system from the ground up? As with all of this, we always start from narrative, before we
Pyro
put any
is
pen to paper or we have
looking
any discussions about player experience.
close to being finished.
We always start from the world that Dave and others have
I
come
wonder if they're going to give us a release time.
The Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived.
Believe it, it's
very
not
early
rain,
on
maybe
the process,
pipes
but once we
draining.
finally
So-
are tackling it.
So they explain what it is. Is it's
practical,
like
how we're going to build this? What are each planet
it's
gonna
just
look
like there's so many people in these
it's
heated
important,
areas,
to
and they're like cooking
ask
food
more
and stuff
questions
like
about-
that,
to flesh it out
and
more. 'Cause
all
we
like
kept
the
it intensely
moisture
kind
that
of
they
vague.
give
We want the art
off
team you guys to do what you do. and
rises
design
in
what
like
they
the
do.
hot zones that it
So
rises
when we
up to the
started that
top
exploration process,
of the
we knew
big
we had like a
central area in the
ballpark that we
station,
needed to stay
but
in.
that area up there
So
isn't
we
heated,
literally thought,
so it
okay, how
cools
do we-
down.
How do we design a system?
And basically,
and fundamentally, it kinda
condenses
comes
on the
into
ceiling and
maybe
then drips
3
back
key
down.
areas. So,
Yeah, condensation,
because we're a space
basically.
game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important because it describes everything.
I like
from,
the blue one.
Continent breakup, fundamental palette.
That
So
one looks
right from the
really
get-go,
cool.
We started to
That looks
sketch
like a
in
marble.
ideas of what
Ooh.
the key establishing shots were going to be like. And then from there,
Ooh,
then
that's a
we jump
gas
into,
That's
Kiot.
gonna look so
Kiot
cool.
Is basically on the surface. What
A
is-
station in a
what is the
nebula
new-
has
what's
a
the
heating
tone that
problem.
we're expecting to see? And as you're saying, like the first one we wanted to tackle was Pyro 1 because David described this wonderful.
Are we supposed to have
picture,
Levski in
and
Pyro?
It was already clear in our minds of about
I
what
think
it wanted to
Levski
look
is
like.
in
So
Nyx.
we hit that first, and we wanted something hostile. we
That
wanted
blue-green
hazardous.
one is a gas
Also,
giant, so
part
that's
of
going to
this
be like
process is,
Crusader,
we knew
with
our
the volumetric
current,
clouds all
tech
swirling
limitations,
around.
But we also knew what we wanted to do in terms of our future tech, future planet tech, weather.
Also, hey, how you doing,
We
Zig?
kind of went crazy with ideas as we were
Oh, that
exploring.
looks
So
awesome.
We went through the various planets,
The red
did some
ground.
key art, and again put them up on the board, and just to validate, we are keeping within that palette. But we're getting that diversity. We're getting that diversity of color, hue.
Oh my gosh.
Value structure,
That looks so
silhouette,
cool. That
composition.
looks like
Because even
freaking
within
Iceland.
Something like Stanton, there's variety.
That one is
that
so
was very
pretty.
important for me and the team, where you want to feel like you're on a space opera. You can travel around. But now we're going to a completely other system. So we continued that ideation process there. So we had the establishing shots, we had some key art, and then from there is we create like what we call like breakout packs. This is where when we're talking through with design about, what are the interactables that the player maybe will come across, what are the minables, what are the harvestables, and then from there we start to build out literal breakouts for or almost asset packs that will go to the team.
Those
Now, from
colors
there,
are
we did a
absolutely
first pass,
incredible.
exploration.
Absolutely incredible.
And what we did is we put it all together on a single board for Chris to have almost like a commander's view of the new system. You know, we showed it to yourself, Dave, we showed it to Chris, we showed it to Todd, and right, you know, on one sheet, you've got the establishing shots, you've got the key out, you've got the breakout. And for me, personally, that's how I like to work. I like to see that, like I said, a commander's view of an entire system. And then from there, you can kind of
This is just making me even more hyped for Pyro.
You know, mold things into what play experience we want to put forward. So that was a snapshot of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from the ground up. Now we can take a break from us talking and go to an art video, a sizzle video created by the art team. And what this will show is, it will show a kaleidoscope of planets and moons from Pyro, and it will also showcase some of the latest and greatest art techniques and processes and tools that the art team have.
The flora look really nice, yeah. Ooh. Let's go. Oh man. It'd be cool if there were harmful plants. That sounds pretty Pyro, yeah. Oh, the colors on that. Oh, it's a herald! It's a herald! Oh. Oh, come on. You Oh. Oh, that's so pretty. The land of Drake. Oh my gosh. That's so pretty. Oh. Oh, look at the volcanic geysers coming out. Was that guy repairing? That's what it looked like.
Awesome. I'm fully in love with Pyro, and hopefully from seeing that video,
wow.
hopefully you guys are too. So as a continuation now, we can jump to Sebastian, and Sebastian will talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech. Then we can jump to Maximilian. Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology
that was a
creation,
good
how we
scissor
create
reel.
that type
I
of
know,
biome.
right?
And then lastly, we can go to Özlem.
You wish
and
you're
Özlem will
inside
go
that
into a lot
digital
more
3D
detail
world.
about how we take
Yeah.
some of the concept art that we've been showing of the botanicals and how we interpret that to in-game artwork.
Ooh, planetary clouds, here we go.
Hi, my name is Sebastian, and I'm a principal environment artist on the Planet content team. I'll be talking a bit about the data that's defining the visuals of the volumetric clouds and how we create it. Crusader was our first astronomical object that made use of the volumetric cloud tech that's being built by Carsten Wenzel and others. While working on Crusader, we learned a lot on what kind of data gives us which results, and what is better to be avoided. With the tech being new, we also needed all new workflows for it. We are currently building more tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better, more complex results in less time in the future. We are evaluating everything from a very manual process that involves painting every pixel to a fully procedural one with little to no artist input, and we will probably end up somewhere between the two. This essentially means that what you are about to see is very likely subject to change. Due to the way the shader works, we can either throw random data at it and hope for happy accidents, Or we can be very specific with the data and what kind of cloud formations come out of it in certain areas of the planet. For most use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which
Planetary
determines
clouds
what
look
type of
so
cloud is being
cool.
used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the color placement of non-water-based clouds, but I'll get to that later. The other map is for defining the types of clouds and is named accordingly. The cloud type map allows us to control the cloud density and the impact of the two separately tiling 3D noises, which add detail and definition to what would otherwise be fairly low resolution shapes. The way the two textures interact is maybe best compared to forming a vase out of clay on a pottery wheel, and that's kind of what we're going to do now. In this video,
They made
we are
a vase
revolving
out of
half a silhouette of a
clouds.
vase around a circular pattern, which gives us a vase-like shape in 3D space.
That's awesome.
The big difference to a pottery wheel though is that we can not only feed it data in the shape of a circle, but ultimately whatever shape we want. With the density channel, we can control how thick the
Geography degree go
White
burr.
pixels represent very dense clouds, black pixels produce no clouds at all, and then we also have everything in between. There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling noises, which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds. How much it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density and shaping noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and everything in between. The last of the cloud type map channels controls the erosion.
I love that they're showing all this
It is lower resolution
test
in the shaping
footage
noise, since its main
just
purpose is
on
to add an extra layer of
planets
small
in
detail.
Pyro.
We usually just add it everywhere, unless we specifically want soft clouds with
I don't
less
want to
definition.
like get too hyped, but
Black
Pyro's
values add
looking
details in the
really
way the
close to
tiling noise
being
is offered,
done.
while white values invert the noise, and medium gray values mean that the noise has no impact. Maybe you can already get a feeling for for the complexity of the system and how every pixel in every channel can have a dramatic effect on the end result. Another thing we can change are the tiling 3D noises themselves. By default, a cauliflower-like noise is used for the shaping to model those fluffy sheep-like cumulus clouds. But by changing it to a different 3D noise, we can produce some more abstract cloud shapes that wouldn't normally occur on Earth. This is an area, in combination with different global data, we keep investigating to produce more alien cloud formations in the future.
That's cool.
We've been advancing this approach with Pyro 5, another gas giant, which brings me to the other use of the global property map. It has a second channel, which, in combination with a color gradient, is used to control the global color of the clouds for not so physically correct coloring of the gas giants. We sometimes have to restrain ourselves to not make brightly colored balls of cotton candy. There are a lot more settings that allow us to tweak everything from how the clouds are shaded and shadowed.
I love
over the global
Crusader.
impact and
Crusader
frequency
looks
of the
so
detail
cool.
noises, to
I can't
parameters
wait to
that
have
drastically change
clouds
what
on
results the
every
textures I've
planet.
shown you today produce.
And
You'll
every
have to be
iteration
with
of the
us as
cloud
we
tech
figure
they
out if
do
there's the best
is
combination of
gonna
settings
probably
and how those
perform
might
better
change
too,
once all the features
which is
that are
nice.
still planned eventually get added. By now you've probably seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part
That's
of this
awesome!
CitizenCon, and I quite like
That's
to see a
freaking
bunch of
awesome!
Because of that, and
Look at
since I'm
that!
still an artist at heart, I leave you with this bad drawing of a cat instead of more epic cloudscapes. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Max and I'm a senior environment artist at CIG. I am part of the Planet team where my
Cloud
focus is
cat.
on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some
That
insight
was the
into
best
how we
cloud,
transform simple
the
terrain
cat
shapes
cloud.
to a final biome. Plus a little preview of what you can expect in the future. When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to the terrain geometry. For this research and development desert biome, we chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets.
Oh my gosh.
In our game, ground cover is any low-cost asset up to knee height, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create
That
a
cat
nice level
cloud
of
made
density.
it better make it in game
Here
somewhere.
we use a mix of gravel,
I know,
patches
right?
of moss, and dry grass.
Wow.
After that, we add slightly bigger assets in the form of clusters of desert bushes to give context to the smaller assets and add variety. We finish the object scattering pass by adding individual larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding of how far away something is when walking,
That
driving,
looks
or flying
so
over a
realistic. Oh my gosh.
For performance reasons, we use a range
That
of
is
settings like
ludicrous.
randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to to mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth.
This is why we love
Something that
Star
we have been
Citizen.
missing on our current
They
planets
just go
and moons are
nuts.
massive rock formations due to tech limitations.
Imagine being able
Some
to
of
make
these
exhaust
limitations have
clouds.
since been solved. For example,
Cats
we are now
ahoy,
able
if
to
you can
render
fly.
assets much further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research
That'd be
and
really cool.
development
Or
phase
having the
during
clouds
production of the
interact
Pyro
with a ship
system
that goes
to find
past.
workflows for the
That'd be
creation
really
and
cool.
distribution of cliffs. Full disclosure though, this is early in
Like
development.
if you flew
and
through a
heavily work in
cloud and it
progress,
like
but we still
deformed
wanted to
around
give you a
you.
little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot, they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a cliff. But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game.
Whoa.
That's it from me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part of the Organics team. Today I want to talk a bit about how we build the different biomes on Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is a planet with very distinct biomes.
Oh,
For example,
that's
we got
so
the yellow moss
pretty.
biome that is a strong contrast to the dark volcanic regions. We have some icy areas, boulder fields, acidic fields, different coastlines and a lot more. When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art.
They're
We
showing
do an
Space
asset
Texas.
breakdown for all the elements we need to recreate the scene. By doing so, we get more information
Wow.
about what kinds of rocks and vegetation assets we need.
That looks
the
spectacular. I want to
proportions
go
of the
there.
assets in relation to the character.
Looks like Death Stranding. Yeah, it kind of does. Especially with the dude with the backpack.
But also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet. We can also get information about the color palette, the terrain colors, and what to scatter on the coastlines. The last thing we
You
can
think
see from
Pyro
the
will be your
concept is,
favorite? Oh my gosh.
the acid and ground materials.
Pyro
We
so
also
far
try
looks
to reduce
awesome.
the amount of the acid packs because of performance and time constraints. Instead of doing 50
Jump
unit
points look
rocks,
really
we can
cool
achieve
too.
the
Just like
same
visually,
result
the
by
jump
using
point looks
just
really,
with our
really
procedural scattering
incredibly
system,
impressive.
Since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D
hang on.
space as well.
I'll be right back,
At
you
this
guys.
stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome yet. We can say, let's make the rocks 5 times bigger, or blue instead of red, and so on. Or we realize we need to do some research on a specific asset to solve it visually, which was the case for the moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, and we
Hey,
also had
chat.
to figure out how to do the
Chat,
moss
guess
strands
who's
that are
here?
covering the whole mesh. To make the workflow for the moss strands a bit easier, we used Houdini to procedurally scatter them.
Extreme
Otherwise,
just
it
got
would have
here.
been too time-consuming to place every
Time
single
to
moss
recreate
strand
the
by
expanse.
hand, since there are several thousands of them. After figuring out how to
Is it
do
the
the moss
dog
strand,
again?
we
Pretty
still
much.
didn't like the overall shape of the moss, as it was a bit too blobby and yellow. We wanted something that looked a bit more natural and integrates better into the terrain, so we created some rocks with a moss blend on top instead. We broke up the moss shape even further because it looked a little bit too molten, and we added different kinds of moss strands to get a little bit more variety. In the end, all these things got us to a result that we were
You've been
satisfied
missing out
with.
on
The usual approach
seeing
to setting
Pyro,
up a
my
biome
guy.
is to start with the largest elements first and work your way to the smallest one. If we take the moss preset as an example, we would start by adding the largest elements first, then adding some smaller moss patches around it to create a nice fall off. We continued with adding some flatter grass
Can you
to
hear
make
it?
it sit nicer on the terrain. But then we realized we needed something bigger to bring the elements
Can you
closer
hear?
together.
Audio good?
So we decided
Yeah?
to add some
Okay,
high
cool.
grass as well. The final steps are adding some ground cover like small rocks or tiny moss. As you can see, while building a biome, we need to do several iterations to get the best visuals.
He also
Thank
brought
you for watching.
mango slices. Yeah. Which are gonna be good. I got a bunch
Thanks
of
to
soda
Seth,
this
Maxie,
morning.
and Oslam for showing up.
I
Of
also
course.
bought a cheesecake.
So
Oh,
when
cheesecake.
we
Cheesecake and some ice
started
cream.
looking
I love
at
that. We're set.
Yeah,
Outpost
that's awesome.
and
Thanks.
started
Also got
really
the
from a
popcorn
ground
machine.
up on how to
I'll try not to
make
devour it
so
all
that
this
there's more
time.
diverse gameplay in there.
I have
the player can approach
literally
it in
so
multiple
much
different
popcorn.
routes. There can be combat encounters.
Yeah, he has
there
like
can be social encounters.
one of those like movie
So
theater style
we
popcorn
needed to
machines,
kind of
and he bought like
rebuild
40
and
bags
rethink the
of
way
like the
that we were
popcorn
doing
mix
this.
stuff.
We started honing
It will
in
never
on
end.
what was working, what wasn't working, and then
It wasn't
did a lot of
40, it was
adjustments.
50.
Yeah.
Oh, 50, my bad. Yeah, it was like $40 for like 50 of them, which is like
We've had Outpost in our game for some
each
time.
pouch is
when
like
we started to hear from
so much popcorn.
on our side for what
It's
the
great.
design requirements are going to be.
It's awesome.
Fundamentally thinking about these as modules, thinking about them as thematic modules, and very specific, then already like the mind was going.
Finger
like,
slices are fire?
We're going to
Yeah,
need a kind of like a paradigm shift in terms of how we visually present these. What could these settlements kind of feel like, and as
That's
with everything
just
with Outpost,
Tatooine.
that's
just Mos Eisley, come on.
Or it's a location.
There you go, that's more Mos Eisley. That's Mos Eisley.
And then in time that will lead to villages and towns. And,
That's just Star
Thinking
Wars.
about how we wanted to push this
I'm not
forward.
complaining. It looks great.
Chris is always
Oh, yeah.
about putting Outposts into
But
players'
it-
hands.
it does just look like
so we
Mos
need to
Eisley.
Think about how
Or frickin',
would this expand? How would the players be able to make these homes feel, homes or outposts or even businesses feel unique for the way that they want to play, and then
Jabba the Hutt's
there were even
palace.
tools that we had to create
Oh, yeah, it
in
does
order
kinda
to
look- It's
actually
kinda
be
that-
able to embed
got
these
like
into
that
the
dome
ground
shape.
and make sure that it
Yeah,
it
Moon
worked,
just said, don't remember Jabba's
much better
palace
than
being
what
in the
we
middle
did
of an
in
open
Stanton,
field.
because with those we had to have them
Straight to
kind of
flyable
on
Razor
stilts
crest.
and, just the points of contact.
Howdy, howdy. Hey, how you doing, Nick?
Right. If I
What's
connect
up,
these
Nick?
modules together, how do
Nick's
we get
watching.
something that doesn't feel like?
Well, I know that
You here for
design,
Pyro?
We came up in particular.
Your favorite
Andreas and Dan
system
came
for
up
your
with a
favorite
long
ship manufacturer?
List of things, okay, well, here's what we'll need in HABs. Here's what.
Hope
we'll
you're having
need
a good morning,
for
man.
Utilitarian. Here's what.
Thanks
we'll
for
need
coming by.
Defenses. Here's what we'll need for
Now I
power
can
and
see
some
chat.
oxygen, life support, so on and so forth. So there was a very long list, and then
Doing all right, just
it's
chilling
how can
before
we
work?
take those and make
Nice.
them feel unified.
Disney might
and
file a
visually unified
lawsuit.
together.
Yeah.
Drake
Fundamentally,
represent.
the thing that
Yeah, we'll see a lot of Drake ships once Pyro comes out, I think.
Like unified settlements,
The plug-and-play
base
building bits were neat, yeah.
As you can see on some of the concepts, we deliberately
This
presented
is so cool.
early exploration
I know, right?
shots in this kind of like semi-isometric view to see, how does it feel if I'm laying out my base? How would these modules kind of,
That looks so
tie
much like
together?
Star
And,
Wars.
it kind of got the team excited. And
Love getting
finally we
3
were thinking,
ads,
all right,
WTF Twitch.
These settlements are going to be more than
Oof.
just,
It's time to put
like
your
a single
doing.
outpost, but
They're
more
like,
like a
oh, you
collection
wanted
of
to watch an
modules.
ad? Here's 3.
So just to continue on with the module building and the module creation, we can jump to Christian. And Christian can talk in a bit more detail about the.
You looked at the
visual
Twitch stream
development
for a second, but the
process
chat
we
was
did
filled with
for
nothing
creating the exteriors
but
of
complaining,
these
so you
outposts.
left. There's no complaining here. Mostly just me geeking out.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the colonialism, and now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the modules. So the very first thing that we did was creating all the primitives and all the primitive shapes into 3D. So as you can see here, we have a lot of variety, right? There's the cubic coming in, there's the cylinder coming in, the spheres coming in. For example, if I take this building
That's
over here,
awesome.
and
Oh my gosh, these settlements are gonna look so cool.
Simply grab some of the other ones and combine them together, and you will
Oh,
see later
what?
on that this is
Oh,
one of our
whoa.
archetypes, or one that we pretty much liked, right? So you can see here already there's a lot of variety of entrances, maybe some garages, maybe some smaller entrances for
That's
those,
so
NPCs or for
cool.
the players, right?
Yeah.
And if I zoom in, all of a sudden you can already see like how they react to the environment or the overall scale, right? So if I pan over here and you see these buildings on the back in the background, so you're always having a first-person standpoint or a first-person view.
So each building
we're
is
not
just a
only creating
combination
those
of these
entrances, but
different
also smaller
elements.
details and
Yeah.
very
That they can just swap
briefly
in and
looking
out.
into
That's
the modules.
awesome.
So what you can see here is the very first concepts for the solar panels, for example, or the top-mounted, the roof-mounted solar panels. In the background, you see some other nice details that we can then just pick and put on our buildings, right? And some of the very last that we did is then pretty much those. So those were one of the
Plug and play
archetypes.
building bits.
And
Imagine player-built
you see there are
cities.
small
That
buildings
is
for,
coming eventually with
for
the
housing
Pioneer.
buildings.
Yeah,
there are some
like if
building
you could
types
start
that
like a
are more
community.
I
communal.
wonder
We have
if they'll
some,
use this
secondary and tertiary buildings
tech
like
for that.
those,
Are those like
radio
miniature
towers. If you imagine
gardens?
you're in
Yeah, looks like
you're
it.
Contained under little domes. That's
colonist
cool.
on a planet, right? There are multiple settlements on a planet. How would they communicate with each other? So we have kind of a radio
Yeah,
tower.
the
Or some
Consolidated
of those,
Outland Pioneer
cooling devices.
is
So imagine
a
maybe
ship
there's
that
something
is
underground. There's
designed
an
and
even bigger
built
facility underground
to
because you're on a very hostile planet environment. So
to
you want to
create
store your very
outposts.
sensitive data underground. And
Oh, you can put
we're
stuff
looking at
underground,
those hints
too.
of life.
Oh, that's cool.
Maybe you are a kind of a farmer. So you see already, this is the
Rust
the
server.
first archetype. This is more cylindrical. There are some storage spaces coming in here and there. So where would you store your oxygen or your water, gases, for example? All of this is just a consideration from our side.
Wow.
Going over to the next one, this is more pyramidical. So we were looking at also again the same materials or changing up the materials. So now it is again more concrete and the color
That
palette is
Shadow's
changing.
freaking out.
There are some of the storage coming in and going then over to the next one. It is again looking at different materials. There's some storage buildings that are not in one big storage facility,
that's
but it's
approximately
divided
2
into
SU.
smaller parts. So
I don't know.
you have to walk around your settlement and see like, okay, I can put some stuff in here.
Only when the
but if I
camera
need something
stops,
else,
yeah.
then I need to walk over there. And there is some playing around with some more entrances and windows. How do they react to the environment, right? So this was just one of the very many files that we created.
Wow.
So
Jeez.
those are mostly buildings, but we have different
Look at
files
that big
for
fact.
assets
That's
and
so
props
cool.
and,
Yeah.
how they would fit inside this main architectural style that we wanted to see more involved, right? So just a
Like a
very
big refinery
version
or
of
something
the
like that.
refinery, for example.
Oh, it is a
But
refinery.
all of this in the end
Yo.
was giving us the opportunity to just cherry pick the
That's
best
awesome.
ideas that we felt appropriate for this specific colonialism style, right? And where other people were able then to just grab the best parts and then use it in the actual game engine. Yeah, this was pretty much the concept development for the colonialism.
That's really cool.
module.
I like that.
Yeah, that
I hope
is
you have
really
a great
cool.
time, and
I like how they add
wish you
the
all the
option
best
to
for
put
the-
stuff
for the next
underground.
panels.
Yeah. Have a very tiny house and then just a gigantic basement.
Awesome, thanks, Cristiano.
Yeah, that's what I do.
So that pretty much covers
Just one little
what we've
port
been
for
doing on
like
the
a car or
exteriors.
something and like
So
maybe a
now
door.
let's jump to the
That's
interior.
it.
So we pretty much had to follow that same ideation process that we did for the exterior, but now for the interior now. Slightly more simple.
Imagine this, but
knew there was a
junkier, adding
few
bits of
key
crash ships or
areas that we
something.
needed to design. First, it was the social space. You know,
That'd be
this
cool.
is basically these kind of communal hubs. We knew we wanted like that
Oh.
open kitchen, seating areas, windows, an area where people
Ooh.
could kind of hang out and, you know, relax.
I love seeing
And then
concept
second
art
to
like
that
this.
was
It's so
habitation.
cool.
You know,
It
we
is really
knew
cool.
these are gonna need to be abodes. We knew we needed bathrooms, hab units, but again, nothing in here would be, you know, pre-manufactured. So we wanted
space
actual
toilet.
beds, not
Space
not,
toilet.
racks of beds. So everything about this process was about, you know, creating a design which you would look at and relate to and think, oh, I could see myself living there. I could see someone living there for quite a long period of time. So in habitation, you know, it's soft surfaces, soft shapes, but again, something which felt fairly integrated into the core architecture. In contrast to that, we knew we needed technical spaces. You know, these could be used in the future to be, I don't know, soil processing rooms or anything really within a technical bracket. So this one was quite a tricky one because, again, we needed to describe a feeling of age and, you know, a type of historical depth in this. So
Those are cool.
we tried a
Yeah.
few you know, visual cues like, you know, there's the physical tape deck, you know, the clicky buttons, you know, again, to give you that feeling of like, all right, this isn't necessarily like a modern technology level, you know.
That also looks like
And
it's
then
straight out of
the
Star
last
Wars.
major visual archetype was engineering. So these are the type of spaces. It could be a power room or an engine room, or some areas if your armor got beat up, you could, you know, repair your armor in there.
Oh, that's
Basically,
cool.
it's a
That's
language which
cool.
will enable us to create a variety of like engineering spaces. And then once we'd established a spread of visual archetypes, we knew that they were all working well together. We could
love the
take
concept
that
art
as a
they show.
format and
You
then
wonder if
start
they
to
are
think
on the
about
website to
more
view.
about actual themes that we wanted in these outposts.
They might go up after CitizenCon. I'm not sure.
Who would be the people
Would
that
make
would
great
be inhabiting it,
backgrounds.
what it
Yeah.
should be there.
There are some that you have
so we
access to,
sort of
like
came up
some
with, like,
pieces of concept art.
Yeah.
If you're
the
a subscriber,
triangle of
you get
kind of
access to the
edge
subscriber
points of
vault,
sort
which
of
is
the
like
independent, the
a
outlaw,
bunch of
and,
just like concept art.
And you
It's
know,
really cool to
where the inhabitants would fall
look through.
somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And it's also important to note too, you know, that this stuff would be applicable.
Good morning,
for
by the way,
stuff we don't
or
understand.
evening,
Like if we
afternoon,
wanted to add these
whatever
back-
time it is for
backwards
you.
from Stanton as well, that it
Good
wasn't just
day.
exclusively Pyro-based.
Good sometime.
Oh, that's kind of cool. You can.
Basically,
it's like
when we're
I
joining
like those
the
tents.
process, we
Those look
pretty
cool.
much focused on independent, mainly because that was our baseline. It was very easy to kind of design these and visually design these spaces to, is it like an independent farmer or is it an independent miner? And then with that, we wanted to really create an experience where you walked into one of these outposts and it feels old. It feels relatable,
Ooh.
but it doesn't feel recognizable. Kind of similar to if you went to a
These look like they
historic
have
ruin
kind
or a
of-
historic park
kind of
that
like
you've never really been
a-
to before.
Or yeah, somebody's old farm.
Exactly. So we did a lot of exploration process.
Like an
of,
Asian
what type
style
of artifacts
almost?
would you find
Yeah, a
there? You
little
know,
bit.
how did people
Like
use
a
to
mix of,
decorate
like,
a house in this time
Chinese,
period? You still
Japanese,
see,
Indian,
patterns, surfaces,
sort of
shapes.
a blend
in
with
these
like the tapestries on the
independent,
wall and like the low
Yeah.
outposts.
chairs and
Yeah,
stuff
see,
like that.
that's kind of like
modern
Asian
technology,
looking.
so
Right?
you can
Yeah.
see that, you know, oh, this
And the
is
one with like the stuff hanging
little bits I
down
have,
kind of
but
looks
it's
like
an older
Indian,
nomenclature,
right?
right? Just as an example. But.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say
also
the
when
those
we
like
were, even just to back
domed
up a little
little
bit,
garden
when we're talking about the
modules
planets,
kind of look
we
like
have
Zen
certain
gardens
style
a little
where we
bit.
have certain
almost.
amounts of
Kind of. You could probably
points
make
of
one a
interest
Zen
that we
garden.
want to go
Probably.
to, and how we pull the player around the universe.
Those are cool.
And so Dave and I and Will and others sit down and talk and say, all right, what do we need here? And all right, well, we need mining facilities, and then that helps to inform
MDH,
Ian
thank you for the
and
follow. I appreciate it.
the other design teams and our teams of, all right, is that
Would
an
make
independent
good
theme?
backgrounds.
Is it a corporate theme? Is it an outlaw theme? So these are all
Heck
kind of
yeah.
layers, but the first and foremost, it's, oh, this is farming, or this is mining, or this is, you know, cargo.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which, you know, again, starting from that sort of original Précis sentence of the planet, was the idea, it was like that was a heavily mined out planet that had been kind of stripped of a lot of resources. So there would be remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate back in the day, but is now independent or now even an outlaw setting. So, and then there would be the ones that would just be a straight independent one and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly like you said.
It's
you
kind
know,
of a
we
mix
start with that sort of
between
the base and then
some
apply
like
the theming
corporate,
to it to kind of
industrial looking stuff, and
When
then
we're thinking
like
about the theming,
homemade, kind of like civilian stuff.
we kind of wanted like a space catalog, like a furniture catalog. So I know this is quite big for Chris. Is we kind of went down that process of, okay, let's design this one independent outpost in a few different ways. Like, how could people have decorated it in many different ways? And it's quite a fun
Oh.
process because you basically create space furniture catalogs, which
Oh my gosh.
which again are going to be ways
Every
for,
single one of these, I think we
ways
already
for
saw
the,
that. Yeah, we
the
have seen that
developers
one.
to be able to
Every
dress
single
and
one of
logo,
these is
but, you know,
gorgeous,
eventually
though.
maybe
Yeah.
It's a way for people to decorate their own spaces, you know.
I
when we're
want
thinking
one.
About,
Give.
the outlaw.
Where can I buy
versions
one of these?
Outposts.
Outposts.
Again, the process is very similar. You think about.
I don't want
visual
just like
rule
a building.
sets
I want a whole
which
outpost.
Would turn this into an outlaw outpost, namely, you know, has it been taken over by hostile intent? You know, is the signs of combat? Is the signs of destruction still present? The actual physical act of occupying one of these outposts, have they defended it, have they boarded it up?
Yeah, it could be any number of situations. Yeah, it could be outlaws are squatting here and they're operating it as a base, which makes it a potential combat space. Or is it, was it potentially an independent refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there? And now,
is it a drug facility, so on and so forth?
Exactly.
And then lastly, on with the corporate.
I like how he had to mention that one thing. Why did I find it so funny that the way he said that was just like a totally straight face. Just like, it could be a drug facility.
That would tie into
the option is drugs.
Maybe it ties into the costumes that you'd expect the NPCs to be in there. So there's a huge amount of visual world building that we can do to present these outposts in a few different ways.
I think they are in active development. I mean, what isn't in active development? Someone asked.
If you do missions for
if this stuff is in active development,
reflects in your general.
They are.
Relationship with that corporation.
I mean, that ties into the clan tags.
They are in active development. I mean, they've been showing off the
stations that was occupied by a certain gang type, and then they sent you
the modularity of the tech of these outposts and stuff like that.
Tagged
for the last little bit.
Gang. So you basically
kind of interesting.
Want that read and that consistency throughout. Now, one of the outpost themes that I was quite excited about getting into was the idea of a trading outpost. We've been talking about,
that looks so cool. Hey, there you go. Look at the wreckage of crashed ships and stuff all over.
Context,
there you go.
That looks
cool. There you go, Kermit.
Money's kind of worthless, but it's
Kermit's
more
just
about
gonna fly around and
oh
my gosh,
or
go grab people's
trade.
ships.
So
that looks so good.
I thought it'd be cool.
That does look really cool.
Kind of design
They've shown the cloud tech and the plug and play building bits and the different planet surface layering. They also showed off all of the different space stations and stuff within Pyro, and the tech that went into making those. So yeah, definitely active development. They also showed off the jump points, which look pretty much done. We might be getting Pyro sooner than we think.
Kept my phone going, So
you love this art? Yeah, it's super cool.
We took that idea and we rammed with it.
Oh, hey, look, cybernetics.
We did some visual exploration into what would a trading post.
That's another thing I'm excited for. Cybernetics. Cybernetics seems really cool.
Yeah.
So, who wouldn't want a metal arm?
Images,
you want a metal everything? You thought you couldn't fly? Or is that why they're on the ground?
The majority of the stuff around this outpost is
that's why they're on the ground, yeah. Well, all the ships are broken. Yeah, see?
Premium, so they just keep
these
it
are
outside,
these are ships that Kermit flew.
Getting overgrown
recently. He went to land as Outpost and just crashed. It was like, oh well.
It's very easy to understand. All right, this is a trading post because
soon trademark.
Just all of their stuff like
the soon trademark
around the outside.
Well, and it opens up another aspect too.
Looks like
the characters who inhabit it because
it looks like
general shop experience.
They have most things to a point where I would. I mean, if I was a game developer, I would be perfectly happy
franchise
releasing
stores,
it.
Actual companies that own, that are selling wares.
Still in alpha,
and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different.
You'd love to try this now. I know.
It's going to be much more of a personal.
Come on, CIG. Let us have
Pyro.
Really
fun talking with
Gib,
the
please.
AI and behavior guys.
Let us have
trying to work out exactly how is that dynamic supposed to work.
Does that headset have a microphone on it as well?
It's detachable.
All right, cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts.
Yeah,
so
I left it
let's throw it over to Eric now, and he can go into a lot more details.
You don't just have something flopping around all the time.
Hello, I'm
nice.
Eric Gagnon, principal concept artist on Star Citizen. Today I will present the interior colonialism outpost concept and explain
that's pretty good.
how the pre-production process
That's pretty dang good.
The goal is to create an interior design for the Homestead colonialism outpost. It was the first time we had to create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something warm and with a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by
click, done.
Click everywhere, make it look all scraped up, and then you get
these look so cool.
In the interior, we have a specific zone. Social area,
this is so
place
hype.
to eat together, play game, leisure, the bedroom. place to relax, have a proper personal space, and of course, sleeping. The engineering room, the place for the building machine who maintains the possibility to survive there. The technical room, the appropriate space to analyze minerals, some elements of the planet entrance, used for
I know, right?
storage
I might have to
material
grab one
and
too.
stuff to go outside. At the beginning, we had an overview of the planet that's helped to organize the zone. To create all of those areas, we need
Look at this
to
nerd
do
with a
lots
normal
of
sized
exploration
headphone
and
cable.
design. Social area.
Can't just walk across
For
the
those
room wearing his
sketches, We want the
headphones.
centerpiece on the ceiling. Could be a light, fan.
They love
or
showing the
whatever
same
that
pictures
could be.
over and over.
We feel the curvy
Well,
shape of that space.
They have a lot
Here on this sketch,
of pictures.
I play with a very contrast values and the
But
greenish
they're
color.
gonna run out eventually.
That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the lights inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout.
So,
As
for
you
whatever
see,
reason, these
this 3D
headphones that I
blackout
have,
follows very closely to the last
the
sketch.
headphone cord is like 15
From
feet
the
long.
screenshot of the 3D blackout,
It's awesome.
I did a sketch over
So I can
in
just
a great on value.
get up and
helps
walk
to
around the
better
room while
organize
still
the
wearing my
coloring phase
headphones.
to make sure all the elements fit and will live together. After this, I like to do a 2D elevation concept. It's a good way to make sure all elements fit together and the ratio proportion
You're trying to stay
between
awake?
each of them. The final key shot
What time
of
is
the
it for
social
you?
area bring it alive. Nice lighting come from the windows. Cozy mood give a soul to this social area. Now my concept art co-workers extract the elements from this key shot and break down the props to define more accurately. First, the Homestead radial contour done by Danny Chan from the UK. That concept is the perfect blueprint to start the production. The color lighting people food is there on
Those
this
are
one.
cool.
More close-up version on specific zones of
Sink,
the radial
space
kitchen
sink,
contour.
space grill.
Some explanation are had
Chairs!
to properly convey
Plants!
the intent of each part.
Food.
All the details are there to define
Oh,
the
look at all
fully
the
functional
like hanging
For
herbs
the
and stuff.
bedroom
That's
area,
awesome.
The process is the same as the social area. The sketch phase is
Would be a bit sad if
As
there
you
was
see
zero
here is
gameplay in
an
this
example
panel.
of
Well,
rescale sketch.
it is the
From one
life
of
in the
those
verse
shots,
panel.
We get a
And it's supposed to
validation
be
from
like
art
2 hours
directors
long,
and
so.
CR. And boom, this is the final one.
Have they just
To detail
look at
the
that.
engineering room,
Oh,
we
I missed
again
the
go
detail
back
on
to the
it.
painting technique. This process again
that
is key to
Those look
send
awesome.
us in the right
Between 11
direction.
p.m. and 12
The
a.m.
detail
Okay,
of
that's
the
not too
machinery,
late.
Cabling, metal, grates really help convey the ambience.
Not
of
too
the
late.
room, and also informs what players will have to do when they go to
Is
this
the
place.
ship presentation
For the
next?
technical room,
Hang on.
we want
I need to pull up the
make sure the
freaking
technology came true. Again, it's the same process
panel
where
schedule.
we start from manual
dog?
painting to set the tone
Sponsored by
and
Mountain
then
Dew.
deep dive into color, elevation, and then the final key piece. To make the homestead a living space, the bathroom props
Yeah, it is ships
are
after this.
important to define the
After this,
functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's
Yeah, we're only just
exit by
getting
the
started.
This is the first sketch exploration I did
Considering
for
we
Star
will probably be going for
the
like
goal of the homestead
9 or 10
entrance
hours
is to
total.
show what the player
If not,
has
yeah, well.
access to and
I
set
say
the
total,
overall
but I really mean it's
ambience
minimum.
of the place. A huge
Minimum.
thanks to all for helping to make the final result in the game match the amazing work that is produced during pre-production. I sincerely hope you will enjoy living in those homestead in Star Citizen. Thanks everybody.
Thanks, Eric. Awesome stuff.
Now that we've shown a lot of art and talked a lot of theory, we want to get into game and show off what we've been working on.
Oh,
We're
there
going to be
you
showing
go.
you kind of multiple playthroughs and how it changes based off of what you do and how you have faction with the certain game.
Pyro in play. We're all friends here.
So here we are waking up in 400i that will be released in 315. This is the
Aww.
competitor to the Constellation. Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage. It's faster, more agile than the Connie, and it can run
They're
with a
so
smaller
mean.
crew.
Here
So
we
this
are
is
waking
the
up in the 400i.
Really?
They're gonna show us the
Go out
interior of the
and see a little bit
400i
more of
and
the
not release it in
habitation
315?
deck.
So
And then
come
make our way
on.
to the cockpit. So this would be the social area that you can meet and eat and,
looks cool,
and
though.
basically plan your next mission.
That looks awesome.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Good thing that's like near the back of the
gorgeous.
ship.
Here we'll go to the cockpit.
Oh, come on, just give it to us.
So here we're
Give
over
it to
Pyro
us,
3.
poor lad.
We've come here for a mission to acquire an artifact. And you'll be making your way down to a trading post. So wanted to just give you a quick overview, and then we can start talking about the planet.
Yeah, Pyro 3
What
is.
did they say the name of it was?
just
The 400i.
planet has a very thin
Origin 400i.
breathable atmosphere.
Oh, that looks
but it's still
sweet.
pretty inhospitable, very cold.
Ooh.
As you
Come
can
on,
see,
swing the
there's
camera
lightning
around and
strikes
show
in
us the whole
clouds,
ship.
but-
Do it.
But yeah,
Is it still the super long boy?
Not as
So
long.
this is,
It looks
the
like they
first time
may
we're actually
may have
seeing
shortened it.
clouds above,
It looks
a
like they
terrestrial planet.
moved.
You know, we
I
went
think
through
they
quite a few
shortened the
iterations of
kind of up
forms.
towards the middle.
Yeah,
what
it was all
ultimately
near the
they
back
shortened the
last
nose.
time.
and that felt quite.
That is actually a really nice
quite
looking ship.
dramatic.
Oh my gosh.
Still
Yes,
believable
400i!
in terms of,
I want
how
it
we
now.
would have
It
shaped
reminds
them.
me of
It looks so good.
But yeah, like
Darth
it's
Maul's ship
showcasing
from
a
Star
lot of
Wars.
the,
Oh,
the
yeah,
more
yeah.
recent,
Yeah.
tech that came
Ooh,
online.
The lightning in the
Also, what we're
clouds.
seeing
That's
here
cool.
is like some kind of distant
That's
thunderstrikes.
cool.
And what this is, it's kind of like a prelude to, future weather features that will be coming on board, and how this will tie into,
400i. It's not
That's
so
maybe the
fast.
first Origin ship you get. You're buying the dang thing, you don't care.
And it's great seeing
Oh, I
the,
know.
Send it,
the
Oh,
rain,
that's
the canopy glass
Ooh,
here,
rain.
go through these cloud bands.
Whoa.
Also,
Whoa.
as part of the process of shaping, one of the things we really want
Come
to do
on.
is create these.
Come on, Sig.
these
You
kind of like
can't,
these
you
pockets
can't
in
show
between
us the
clouds, so
400i
you're in
and
these
not give it
cavities, so as
to
you're flying
us.
through, you get a glimpse of the terrain
Just
beneath you.
The 400i, which will not
but,
be released
it,
in
it feels really
315.
quite exhilarating, to fly through.
So mean.
Also, as well, like.
But it's cool, like they
showcasing a
kept
lot
like
of
the little
more
scoop
recent,
in
Yeah.
tech coming on board as well, so.
That's a nice looking ship.
Yeah, I like the
a lot of
metallic
optimizations
design of
being
it.
going
Yeah.
on. So it's way more performant
I
than
get that.
previously.
You hate Origin with a
previously it
passion,
was.
but
Also, like,
that is
the
nice
level of
looking.
artifacting that we're
This is
seeing here
definitely a
is
shut up and
substantially
take
reduced,
Astra's money
certainly on
moment.
high spec machines.
Come on, that's a nice looking ship.
It also gives
I
you
like
a great
that a
sense
lot.
of parallax when you fly through these cloud sandwiches.
I really appreciate the
Yes.
like the
So
black
that's what it feels
chrome
like.
paint.
It feels like you're the meat
with
or
those
the cheese of a cloud
nice
sandwich.
blue thrusters.
The cheese of a cloud
on the
sandwich.
back.
So as we get out of the cheese,
That looks really nice.
Another really big feature that was important for me was, terrain shadowing and terrain occlusion from the cloud. So you're actually seeing, these large areas of occlusion cast onto the terrain. And it just adds that depth. It just adds that believability to.
Oh my gosh,
this looks so cool.
When you see
Oh my
like these
gosh.
dark overcast clouds in the hovering above
Yeah,
the
see,
mountains.
it's still kinda long.
It's still long, but it's not as long as it
especially when you see
was
these distant
before.
rumbles of thunder in the distance.
It's got
That's a
some
nice looking
So James Cameron,
ship.
who's
It's
doing
so
the run through.
it almost looks menacing in a way.
He will be taking us down to
Yeah.
the outpost. The goal for us is to
It looks like
basically make 50 of these, whether they're inhabited or derelicts or even basically inhabited by a farmer or inhabited by a gang. So the goal is to have these act as different factions, and so that you can develop different rep associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts
Yeah, it
stretch
kind of
to
looks like
with the
Kylo
comms
Ren's
tower that's
helmet.
behind us, and then even some of the
That's
AA
gonna be your
turrets that
Sith
you'll
ship.
actually see up
Yeah.
close and personal.
Sith ship.
Oh, look at that! Outposts.
Ooh, the only outpost on Pyro. For now. Tiny little landing pad.
That was a really good approach from James there.
Just
good lad,
waiting
Dick.
for that
Good
link.
solid
Come on,
3 out of 10.
CIG.
3 out of 10. Jeez.
3 out of 10.
Ian's a tough grader.
Yeah, I'd go 6 at least.
No one's ever got a 6.
No one's ever
Gotta
got
watch
a
me
6.
land, man.
So here we'll
I
go down
wonder
to
how
the
hard it's
technical
going to be
deck,
to refuel in the Pyro system. Good question.
show off the cargo area as
Ooh.
well as the
Ooh.
climate-controlled
That's a decent amount.
component areas, and then onto the gravity generator room and the stairway out.
This actually kind of looks pretty cool inside. Docking port. Looks like.
Whoa!
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, so it lands off the front foot. It comes out a little bit.
So you'll be able to learn more about the ship in one of the later panels
Oh,
that
that's
we
kinda
have
cool.
with Ben,
So-
Paul, and John.
Button there.
I think the team did a great job on this.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
This is one of my favorite
Yeah.
skins. Yeah.
Wow!
Yeah, they did
Oh, that's a
new
skin for
just,
it.
Just something that felt a lot more, suitable for
Those
Pyro. but,
stairs are
you
so
can see
cool.
How it feels suitably worn and weathered.
Looks like it's got size
to
3s
fit
or
into
2s
these
on the front.
these climates. And what we're seeing here, it's first boots on the ground. On Pyro.
Look, it's a missile turret.
I think it looks
Yeah,
great.
there's the missile
especially
turrets.
In contrast to what we're seeing here is like actual
It's
AI
got a
on the
mouth.
train, walking about, going about.
LMAO's got a mouth.
Nom, 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 nom.
Is that an AA turret there?
Okay, I
It
really
is.
like that ship, and they said it's going to be a
And radio
competitor
comms
for the
towers
Connie
and
as
all
well.
these other
Oh, yeah?
elements that we want to make sure that are interactive for the player and allows them to go and explore or use to their advantage. We want them to be able to interact with these different items.
Here you can see various Outpost modules. To the right there, we've got the garage unit. You can see the infrastructure on the roof. But this large, beautiful, archway here kind of signifies, the main entrance, the primary entrance to the main social module. I think the air look great. Fits in with the art style beautifully.
Do you fly that or the Corsair?
The team did a great job on this.
Why choose?
Why not both?
Why not both?
And then,
I mean, the
we've seen the
400i
concept art previously
looks
in the day, and then,
basically
here you can
done.
see it
Come on, give us
translated,
the 400i.
in game, and
Please,
I think it
I'm begging you.
absolutely looks fantastic.
I would
the
fly that
radial
over a
forms,
Constellation in a
is quite-
heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
If they
quite
especially if they
special to this
have
art
similar
style,
firepower.
and you can see
Yeah.
how that complements these archways that lead into other areas of the outpost.
You need one to be a daily driver.
With the AI, we want to make sure that
400i looks like
living, it's
it
breathing.
might be a nice daily
if you
driver,
look
but we'll
back a
have to
little
see.
bit, there was a chef actually
Yeah.
cooking.
Pyro 3 looking super nice.
There's
Yeah.
security guards
Wow,
here
look
to
at
make
that.
sure that they're actually protecting their investments.
The
protecting
interior of
their
this
home,
looks
from strangers, and
this
then
actually looks really
but you
insane.
have good rep with them, and so they allow you
Is that
to
a new backpack?
kind of enter
Looks
into
like
certain
it.
areas that you
I don't think I've seen that backpack
other players
before.
wouldn't be able to enter into.
Oh, can't
We
go
also
this
got
way.
a quick
Okay.
shot at the loadout that Jake's
detail
playing.
on
So
those
it's female
leaves,
loadout,
holy
but it's
crap.
also
Yeah.
showing the,
As you walk
the
past.
backpack.
Good
which is-
heavens.
Your GPU.
This is
Also,
insane.
some of the new hair
Looks like
as
new
well,
armor.
which is
Wow.
rendering much nicer.
Oh, that's
So
pretty
here
cool.
the player will make their way out to the training post, go see the dealer, acquire the artifacts.
Oh,
Wow.
the mountains
And for
look
the
awesome.
trading
That's
post,
so
we wanted to get all of the junk on the outside
Pyro
as
3
well.
looks like
so the
friggin'
player can see it
Iceland.
as they're
Yeah,
approaching.
that's what I was
It's
gonna
like
say.
the
We
black
wanted,
volcanic
as
dirt with
many
like the
tops as
snowy
we could,
mountains in the
and you can see it
background.
using
That's
the
awesome.
data, so these
You
are
never really
reactions
liked
to
the design of
planetary
origin
winds,
ships, but the
the
400i is
same-
something else.
The same force that the tall grass and the moss on the ground
It is a
reacting to
very
as well.
weird and different looking ship,
Other
but
thing with
I
the
like weird and
trading post
different.
is, like
It
Ian
looks
spoke about
nice.
before,
It does.
the inventory and what they'll be able to actually sell here will vary depending on where they're at in the solar system. Are they close to
The SC
the
Leaks
jump point
Discord is
where they
freaking
might
out
be
about the
coming down and
400i.
using this as a
Oh,
chop
no.
shop, or are they
The ship the
in a
dude
very
ate
rural
socks
area
for.
that,
And they didn't
they
even
care
release.
more about the frontier lifestyle and being able to survive versus
That is a beautiful
money.
landscape.
We passed the
You
kitchen
believe
as
Disney
well
will
on
hire
the way back
CIG
there.
to make a
That's
Star Wars game?
the local
Oh, no.
diamond, to this outpost.
Oh
Saban
boy.
said, where's my wallet? Where's my wallet?
Yeah.
Tough crowd. Also, so in the inside as well, we wanted this,
I'm just
kaleidoscope
waiting
of
for
colours
the thing
and
to be
shapes,
like,
You know, like it's literally the
400
dealers
eyes
displayed
available
all
on
the
the
wares
Oh
that
my
we can
gosh!
have,
It's like we
outside.
could, they would get so many purchases.
Especially if,
Ooh, this is
especially if it's
cool.
like,
I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something.
if it's like sub 200, that would be a great. Ooh, interesting.
Artifact.
Oh, by guar seeds. I thought it said guitar.
So
Guitar
after
seeds.
5 million credits of disposable
5
income, we get our first look at the
credits.
It'll make lots of money without
Hadesian
leaving alpha.
artifact, which is obviously going to be what is sort of a super rare thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy. Which is sort of, if you're
Artifact?
familiar with the lore of
Interesting.
Hades, was an old civilization that destroyed itself.
That looks cool.
So somehow this
It
trader
looks
has
like
gotten
there. It
their
looks like it
hands
would
on,
fit together with more of them.
this
Yeah,
artifact.
that's what I was gonna say. Like, you can make a ring.
Make the
Sell it
most
for-
So here we're showing
expensive
one way of
frisbee.
actually playing through
Yeah.
this area.
Space frisbee.
It really depends on your standings within the gang.
What have
and
you
how
missed,
they wanna
amigos?
deal with you.
Only like all
And
of Pyro.
what's the dealer going to do?
Yeah.
What's
And the
dealer gonna
400
charge
eye.
you?
It's okay. I miss
And
Pyro too.
from
I was
there,
like,
we have different
What
ways of
computer do you
actually
need to
showing,
run this?
this and
A
we can
decent one.
Look at option 2 now.
Moo runs it on a laptop.
somehow.
So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a different way of entering into the trading post. This is a little bit more straightforward versus in demo 1 we took a side route through the social area.
The interior of
this
this
is
place
just
looks
some additional
excellent.
warehouse
Yeah.
space that the trading post would have.
Looks
and you can see
really
it will lead
good.
directly onto this courtyard.
Nice and cluttered and
and for
kind
the
of
key night,
aged.
People, you'd see that the barbecue's still not being eaten
I
yet.
love that big barbecue. That's awesome.
Grill master would be fired.
Grillmaster. would
Is
be fired.
Bitcoin gonna be in-game
Still full of
currency?
wieners.
No, it's not. Oh gosh, what's it called? Freaking Star Atlas.
Oh, we can only do NFT.
So with this area, again,
Yeah,
we just want to
like NFTs.
make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different
Not
things
gonna
that you
lie,
can
Star
interact
Atlas
with
website looked
and
pretty
possibly
cool.
Any announcement on the date for 3.15
it's-
wipe?
like
I would
Dave said in the
assume.
beginning, we want the stores to feel different here.
Thank you for the Prime subscription,
making it
MD.
feel
Hey,
believable.
Let's go.
Quick reference to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
Soon, TM.
I'm sure I have what you want, and if
I
not,
assume that the 3.15 wipe will happen when
The guys had a lot of fun.
Physicalized inventory.
5 million UEC
Yeah, for
for the artifact? Jeez.
I mean, that's
we
just a
decide not
good.
to pay the
That's just a
price.
good mining trade. Oh, just whips out a shotgun.
Oh gosh.
We don't mind losing reputation with the faction, and decide that we're going to take the artifacts.
I like that pistol. It's a cool pistol.
Through betrayal.
Just take it
You can just
you
steal
can steal stuff from.
straight in the backpack.
Oh gosh.
So here we've got different routes for the players to enjoy and to use to flank. And also
I wasn't expecting him to just whip out a shotgun and
know.
blast the dude in the face.
secondary and tertiary
Two tap the poor
routes of
guy.
navigation.
Just boop boop.
James was really just trying to scare him there versus actually kill
That
him.
was intentional. Good
It was
job, Dave.
intentional.
You could also, if you notice real quick, there was a the civilians are actually cowering as opposed to
Hey Nick, thanks for the
fighting, which was
follow.
kind of-
Appreciate it.
coming up. But it's super cool.
Cheaper than 5 mil.
So again, here the player will have the choice. You know, do they actually want to interact with the civilians?
Oh, interesting.
Or,
I wonder if you can use them as body
does their
shields.
conscience
Interesting.
get better of
Civvies
them?
will just put their hands up.
Usually, that guy's a civvy there. He's pulled
I
out
think James
again.
made the right choice.
Or sometimes.
Sometimes.
He was nice. Yeah.
Almost out of ammo.
One of the things when we was playtesting
Careful
this
with
lot
that pistol,
is
you only get 6
when you
shots.
see the
Or
the
6
just
enemy
gonna
AI
run.
kind
They're
of
just
fanning
gonna
out across
run.
the terrain like
Oh,
that.
never
It's
mind.
fantastic to see. It feels really great. Just seeing the base start to wake up to you and actually trying to exfiltrate.
That's pretty cool.
Also, no, it's under
I like that they added that.
combat stress, but
That yellow grass just looks fantastic.
Oh yeah, and the grass does look really good.
Yeah,
He's gonna
the
hop on a
yellow
missile turret.
with the yellow,
Yellow and black.
really standing out
That's how
against
I
the
play.
black. That looks great.
So here, James just wants to get out real quick.
Come on, James, go, go, go. They're gonna shoot at you with missiles. So that's cool that
Mouth?
they're adding this too. Like, I didn't expect them to like already have this implemented in a way.
Yeah. Wow. Ooh, the ship sounds cool too.
Yeah. Is it gonna boost out?
So as we slightly hinted to in the first walkthrough, this is where the AA turrets will come alive, and basically.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh! Whoa! No!
Then they'll take you down.
Oh my gosh!
Shoo, 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 shoo. Oh. Sorry, bro, you didn't escape.
So what we saw there was the player went in, and based off their actions, the faction changed against them, and then basically became very aggressive.
The ship's
So in
entrance
this
looks like a
last
mouth.
playthrough, what we'll show you is if the faction is
Black and
already
yellow,
against you
black
from
and
the very
yellow.
beginning, and
Do you wonder
are
what would
different
happen when
ways
another
that
player shows
you
up
can go
after
about it.
someone kills everyone? They just come in, there's
So
just a bunch
here
of
we are
dead
in our
bodies.
last walkthrough. Since
Oh,
you're
that was
all by yourself,
awesome.
we wanted to
That
show
was
the
so
player
cool.
Take a
To see,
stealth route versus
I didn't think there were that many
friends
missile
who
turrets
couldn't
until
gun
like
poison.
until there's like 10 of them lit up and just
This
like
allows players to come in, access the
evasive
the
maneuvers.
outpost from a different side than what we've shown.
In review, the 5 mil might have been cheaper.
Clock all the AI and see how they want to approach the problem, and see what other
That's awesome. That was
secondary
super
or
cool.
tertiary routes would be open to them.
Oh, is
either
this a
via
new
the
energy
ladder
sniper?
or maybe a possible door.
Oh no. Look similar though. Yeah, just a laser sniper.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Good
so you
night.
can sneak
That was a
in,
great shot.
too.
Yeah.
Also, one thing we did as well, as Todd said, we changed the time of day. The wind
That
is
looks
slightly stronger,
gorgeous.
so you'll see
Oh
the
my gosh, look at that.
gorgeous
Yeah, that's
yellow
awesome.
grass blowing just a little bit more
That's
intense
so pretty.
than before.
So cool if the dead bodies
also what we
rotted
see
with
here is like,
fleas or
something
rotted
to-
with flies,
to
maybe
imply
clean up
the
ship
frontier
crew
living,
for battlefield
maybe to grow
cleanup.
crops or vegetables out here,
that would
but
be
it
gross.
also gives a kind of like a soft
can run the
covering
Wow,
approach
look at those
to the
colors.
perimeter of the base.
Holy
Nice.
crap.
Yeah, that's really cool.
You're so excited for Pyro?
Also, with
Me
it being a different
too!
time of day,
Me
this
too!
allows us to show off
Oh
that
my gosh.
AI having
Wow.
their 24-hour schedule.
Look at the
so that
light
they can-
filtering through that
they can
cloth.
be in different areas.
That looks incredible.
When you approach it, so if you approach it at night or you approach
Is
it
that a
during
ladder
the
you can
morning,
climb up?
Yeah.
You know, they'll be doing different things, whatever.
I don't think he's gonna climb
is,
up in there, but
Oh.
is valid for their schedule.
Wow.
locked.
Locked. Oh.
That door's locked, so there's no going through that way. But what James does actually see here as he's scouting out the next AI is, just checking the roofline. But as I said previously, we wanted as many kind of like views in to the base as possible. Just so
Ever since they took Levski away from you, you needed another Firefly-esque locale. Levski's
But also when you're
in
inside, it allows the player to
Nyx, right?
to
I believe
have
Levski's in
context
Nyx.
of
Oh, he's got
where
a
they're at
suppressor
within
on
the
that.
Yeah.
actual outpost.
A suppressed
And that was a great
revolver.
shot.
Totally normal.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful
Totally
yellow grass
possible.
and moss. Also, as James is looking back,
The
what
detail
he's
on
doing is
the
actually,
stone of that wall.
making a
Every
mental
time he
map
looks
of,
that way, it's
possible
just
routes,
so
possible
beautiful.
advanced traversal routes. on
it's
top of the
ridiculously
outpost.
pretty. It's impossibly pretty. Games are not allowed to look this good. It's
Unless
illegal.
That's your Battlefield game. You gonna shoot through the glass? Oh, it's just
And we saw
like
the
it.
dealer
Please,
there in the bedroom.
suppressed space
Just end of
revolver.
the day.
So with each outpost, there'll be
Used to be on
different routes
Delamar.
that will be open to the player or closed to the
Yeah,
player. So some of them
Delamar
might have ladders on the outside, some of them might
doesn't
not.
exist either.
Some of them might have basically ways to get in through the floorboards.
Oh wait,
other
can
ones
you
won't, but
can you actually go up ladders now without interacting with them?
Yeah, I guess so.
Many possibilities.
I want to climb ladder.
So
You have the colors they used when designing Pyro. Yeah, lots of very
And then
contrasting
from
colors
here,
like black, white, and
allows them
yellow, or like the.
Be able to check out any of the AI, also be able to look at any of the interactables in the future. You know, if you're if you got good
There was
reputation,
one that was like
maybe you
black
need to
and
go
red.
and fix different items
And the
on
mountains
the roof,
in the background too.
Or
Yeah,
if you
wow.
are Therefore,
Especially with the clouds
nefarious
now.
means, then maybe
The
you wanna
volumetric
take out
clouds.
the power,
Oh, did you see the lightning in
which
the
will
clouds there?
then
Yeah.
Oh,
you
that
know,
looks
kill
so
the
good.
turrets or,
That looks so good.
We'll turn off
Wow.
the lights in the outpost.
Executed that guy.
So it allows the player to interact with different items and then basically create a nice little sandbox for them to play in.
This is really
So
impressive.
here you can see one of those interactables as well as the AI.
Oh, the thing in front of him, like the box.
And just behind these interactables, like we're seeing these kind of archways. Like right now, these are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, you know, these could be maybe customizable, or you know, they could contain like an AA turret, like we saw on
No mercy,
Demo 1, or
Oh my
it
gosh.
could contain like cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as
Oh,
possible.
there you go. Physicalized inventory.
So here we're showing off the looting system as well as the inventory
Oh, that's kind
system.
of cool. You can drag
So
it to
this will
different
be
parts of your body.
shipping in
Yeah.
315. This allows bodies to be able to be interacted with and take off the items associated with it. Also, with this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't be pulling off weapons that you didn't take with you to this location. Everything will be
Yeah, see,
regarding
it is a
what you
revolver.
carry
It's just the cylinder
what you,
is completely
what you
contained
have,
inside
and,
the like
so it really
whole pistol.
makes
So
the players
technically,
think about
yeah,
how they
possible to
want
suppress.
to approach the problem.
It's a weird design.
And then
Yeah, but
also
I
encourages
like
them
weird.
to look around and
Weird is
see if
cool.
the designers and have placed different things that they
Going
can
full
interact
on
with
Metal
or-
Gear over here,
or
I love
use,
it. Yeah, I know,
to
right?
help, get past
You
a
just shoot the
certain,
glass and break it.
route
That'd be
or a
kind of
certain
cool.
way
Fall down
that
there.
I'd
they-
expect it to be really thick
they
though,
maybe
so it'd be
didn't bring
kinda
with
hard.
Oh
You'd
yeah,
have to need,
probably
like, some
to
explosive.
keep like
We'll also be
atmosphere in.
including the,
Yeah.
I believe in 315, the Knickknacks app for your Mobi-Glass. So now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this
okay.
app to see kind of where stuff is being stored and keep it better organized and stuff like that.
You know, there's a ladder there, right?
So here, this
coming up
allows
there,
the player to have a quick little puzzle, but just gives them a little bit more
Loaded
interaction,
one
and
bullet.
then allows them to go on to what I would consider a tertiary route.
Oh, okay. They're
versus
just
climbing up
circumventing
the
it.
ladder and
Interesting. 400
possibly
I
having to
confirmed.
deal with
Hurrah!
AI or them being spotted by them.
Yeah, the 400 I looks great. Although they did say that it's not coming in 315,
You gonna stab
which
him?
makes me upset. But
Is there a takedown? Oh, there is.
yeah,
Also, I think the team did a great job on the planet as well as the outpost. These are really fun to play and sneak around in, and you know, allows
this looks awesome.
Man, that is
allows for
sweet.
many possible, you know, ways of attacking the same problem.
What we're seeing here is like James is actually getting up onto through one of these like rooftop storage modules, and it's given like the highest
Ooh.
point in the base. So from here,
That's
actually,
gorgeous.
You know, make probably the
Olurcaro,
most
thank you for the
informed decisions
follow.
on,
I hope I pronounced
you know,
that
how-
right.
How to approach the next
Olurcaro,
problem. You know, we're seeing this guard
Yeah, I was
routine
gonna say
here.
Olurk.
And then
Olurcaro.
ultimately, you know, throwing an
so they
item
react
to
to like throwing items?
distract the guard.
Okay.
Allows them to go and
Interesting.
access new areas.
Oh my gosh, this
behavior
looks
that we're still working out,
awesome.
but
That
at
is
least
that's
you're-
actually kind of
we're
cool. I
seeing,
didn't
like, the
expect
first
that.
iterations
I was like, where's he gonna
be
go?
able to continue to optimize it as well.
We're gonna
as,
have some
make sure that the
fun
behaviors
with
work
some of
properly.
these missions. Oh my god!
So we
Yeah,
just
this is
saw
actually
that for the
very
first time.
cool.
It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously,
Say lurker?
routes in
Okay.
and out.
You got it. Tactical
the outside
soda
wasn't
gameplay.
pressurized, Like, we wouldn't
It's
have
like,
this option, but now
yeah,
through that
deploy
rooftop,
tactical soda!
airlock, you
Soda!
can
Soda!
cycle
Oh my god!
and
Yes, soga.
infiltrate
Yeah.
through the roof.
You want some
And
soga
also
pop?
What we're seeing here
You
is
want some soga? It's like boba.
potentially scouting
soga
out
instead.
an advanced traversal up into the rafters, getting on top of
Oh,
some infrastructure.
this is awesome!
This is
totally just Metal Gear
style. As we go
Yeah, it
into
is.
the,
This
the
is just
garage
Metal
module.
Gear.
Oh look, there's stuff. There's a rover. There's a rover. Was
So
that a
here,
lootable?
this is placeholder.
Oh, that's,
but it gives you a very
It's a lootable.
gives
Item
you an
cache,
idea.
yeah.
You know,
Loot
we
box.
want to have different interactables, different loot
those-
boxes.
is that fruit?
Laid out
Yeah, I think
around
so.
the location.
And a
So
watermelon.
If the players
Give me the
explore,
watermelon.
they'll be rewarded. You know, we want
Well,
to
since
encourage
ship-to-ship
them
docking is in, when
looking
are they going to
in
make
every
the
nook and
cat
cranny
have the
and
actual detachable
enjoying,
command
you know,
module?
what the outpost has for them.
Soon. Trademark.
And one of the things that's interesting is these garages won't be vehicle spawn points, so it's not like a big kind of like pad in the middle, but it's more like, you know, if you want to have your vehicle there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of vehicles just laid
cool.
out how the
Garages
player
don't
would have just
spawn
parked them. Just gives a much more believable and realistic design.
Yes, soon trademark.
So again, we're just encouraging different navigation, different routes for the player to go and see. Over to the left, back there, there was a possible way of going into.
I love this.
Yeah, this is
floorboards
excellent.
or going
Hey, look at the
underneath
dragonfly.
Yeah.
the outpost.
That's not a normal
Again,
dragonfly
those
paint job.
be opened up or closed off based off of, you know, just how we want to build the outpost. Not every one will be built the same. Our philosophy for these are to make sure that each one of them feels unique, and this is just one way of us customizing it and making each one feel different. And so
Another multi-tool.
the player won't always be used to the same route. So here, again, we're using the inventory system. We allow the
Yoink.
players to
Give
go
me
in
a multi-tool. All the
and,
multi-tools.
if you
He's
take out a
collecting
certain
all of the
AI,
multi-tools.
they might have
The recent
different
picture
tools or
with
different
cat with one
notes
side
or
door lowered to
different
ground
items
level.
that
Maybe that's
you'll
why
need,
the price
in order
bump.
to solve
You think maybe they actually fixed it? That'd be interesting.
Interestingly, when we was designing these spaces, we knew we wanted
3.15
these
or
internal
3.16? Potentially.
airlocks, but we knew we needed some sort of like view.
I don't think
like
the
pothole,
price bump is coming
on them, just
specifically
so
for
before you
315.
commit
I think
through,
they said it
before
was
you
coming
cycle,
for
you know, you can just double
IAE.
check to see if there's any bad guys
So
on the other side.
maybe 316 they're
so
working
we got some
on
ragdoll bugs.
fixing the cat.
I guess it wouldn't be a CitizenCon.
Yeah, if you have a
without
link to the
any sort
picture.
of, issues or bugs.
Ooh.
That's cool.
A use for the laser cutter.
Finally.
So here, like previously the players being, you know, on the roof, they've come down through the main section of the outpost. But here, what the players doing is they're going to the underfloor section. So these aren't vents, but they're more like subfloors.
Oh my gosh.
So they're meant to feel very dark.
The flashlight
very
actually
minimal,
points
but you actually see the
forwards.
foundations
Yeah.
of these outposts. So inside here, it's the
Oh, now
player will
there's a
need to
quick
kind
way to
of
play stuff too. That's nice.
work out how to navigate through
Don't
them.
have
It's
to
very
look at
much
it and be
a
like,
like a
place.
torch-based experience, you know. And then within here, what the player can actually do is work out roughly where they are in relation to the to what's upstairs. And what you're seeing here, like this light bleeding down through. You know, you
Making you miss
kind of make
Levski.
informed decisions, or okay, that's where that AI was, or right now the player's just underneath that main
I just saw
social
your
space.
ping,
So you
Nick.
think back, like that was that guard in the beginning, just next to the kitchen counter. But you know, we've intentionally made these spaces not necessarily like very easy to navigate, because you know,
there wouldn't be a lot of light down here. The player would have to, follow, for example, like James is following the blue wire here.
Interesting.
Making a decision to like, hey, if I follow that blue wire, I'm probably going to get to something interesting or a point where I can actually, exit this subplot space and get back up above.
Wow.
What I like about them is basically just the claustrophobic.
That was back in
feel
2018, the
of it.
first screenshot you
And
ever took in the
then,
game.
Obviously, the addition of possible secondary or
Oh,
more
thank you,
advanced
Moo.
navigation. So either going into prone or just going full crouch.
So here we come out in the bathroom space that's on the other side of the garage, on the opposite side of the outpost from where we just were.
Dude's just getting out of the shower and just gets glocked. Poor guy.
Now the body drag. In the shower.
So here, this
Oh,
is
you're
just a
stealing
different
his
wrapper on
clothes.
a loot box.
Don't
In
steal
this
his
case, it's a hamper.
clothes.
And so the player will be able to really change outfits and adjust the way that they look so that they can walk around the outpost and not be noticed. There will be kind of a certain time limit associated with it. We still need to work out the details on how all that will work, but the goal is to give them a little bit of leeway, and so if you look the part, maybe you're not scrutinized as much, and the AI won't.
Man, just got done pulling a double shift.
notice
How
you
could
as
this day get any worse?
So here we can see back into the
Just
social
got done with
space,
the
but
night
this time
shift.
on the other
Yeah.
side. And then
Night
this
shift,
door
take a
will
shower,
lead
go to
directly
bed.
to the,
Oh,
the habitation
never
room
mind.
that we saw previously on the outside.
Oh, there he goes. He got on the bed.
He's just
Speaking of
taking a nap.
fun ragdoll physics.
He's so sleepy.
That was a great one.
So here, the player decided to take the dealer out instead of actually figuring out how they could open up the safe. So they're going to have to look around the room. They're going to have to interact with the body and possibly see, is there a way for them to actually
that's cool,
open
little
it?
electric
plasma globe.
Yeah.
In other
I
cases,
love plasma globes.
maybe the safe will be hackable in the future, and in some cases it won't be, and then you'll need to figure
No
out a
mercy
different
with
way
this
of,
guy.
of actually opening it.
Time to introduce GTA 5 sanity level.
Oh gosh.
Straight up
So
murder.
here we spot a little clue, a little note, and you'll notice
One,
the.
2, 3, 4.
What's fun is like the name on here. If you look back and see the some of the AI we've been taken out, you may notice some names. So here's the clue for the player. But one of the coolest things for me here is the player is holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item
that's
to solve a
Interesting.
puzzle. That's awesome.
Hey,
And
there's
then
the
here we got a little
artifact.
bug.
Oh.
The player was able to acquire the artifact, and then will be able to do whatever they want with it, either sell it or be able to
1, 2, 3, 4 best code.
use it somehow
Yes.
in a future mission.
Oh, they say you can use artifacts
One
in
of the
future
things that
missions.
was really
possibly.
exciting about watching this kind of back to back to back is finally getting to see that freedom of choice. And it's
That's
like
the code
it's
you'll
really,
use for
really,
your
I mean, again,
luggage.
our locations are always
No one guesses the
spectacular
1, 2, 3,
and beautiful,
4,
but now
unless
like
they
having
guess
that
the
sort
1,
of
2, 3,
striking that balance between this sort of well thought out social space and construction of these locations, but also an equally
I hope you
effective
get to play this game
stealth and
soon.
combat
Well,
thing.
you better have a
it's super
decent
cool to see.
PC for it.
After seeing the demo play through, 3 different
five
ways,
frames. It still
it was
chugs.
a huge team effort. So
That was
everyone
cool,
that
Af.
worked,
Yeah, it was.
on the
Oh my
project,
gosh.
On this part of what we wanted to show, we want to say a big thank you. A big shout out because we're just presenting it. It's the people that did a lot of the hard work that should be represented. And speaking of people doing hard work, now is a good chance to throw it over to
Good
Eddie
time.
and Joel.
and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the how we built that outpost that we just saw.
Not yet. No ship time.
I'm
yet.
Eddie Hilditch. I'm a senior lead, and myself and my team have been working on the new colonialism outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm senior environment
Let's
artist
see.
too for the EU Sandbox team.
So after the initial concept is done and rounds of feedback have been
I'm wearing my
iterated on, we
headphones
move into
most comfortably.
pre-production. This phase allows us to spend some time testing the concepts for
Yes,
in-game viability.
the headband goes
Translation
over your
from
eyes.
concept to game
That's how it
isn't
works.
always
Yeah, pretty
one-to-one.
much.
And during pre-production,
I
we'll
already
get
saw
rough
the
versions of
400i.
concept
Ship
into
time
game
done.
and spend time making sure they all work practically. The
No,
art
give me my
direction can also
Perseus.
change at this stage.
Please be
So we
ship
use this
time.
phase to
Got
kind
like
of
an
explore
hour left before you
creatively
gotta
as
go
well,
to
and
work.
conceptualize a
Oh,
fantastic
no.
jumping off point for sparking ideas.
It'll
One
still
of the
be
first
others know we
steps
need
when
all
starting
of
a new
them.
location
All the ships.
is the start look development. A hyper-focused small section of the location where we can hone
These ship
in the tools
presentation
and
should be
methods
starting
needed to execute
sometime
the
within the
concept
next
in-game.
hour.
Some things translate well, some things don't. It's important to figure all this out before going full steam ahead with the entire team. One of the great assets on the Sandbox team is we have a lot of people who are passionate about concept and design.
That's so
which
cool.
means when translating from concept
looks
to
awesome.
production environment, it's very easy to expand on the concept art. With the art styles of the Colonial Outpost, we decided to change up the way we typically author content. Our hard surface locations are meant to feel prefabricated, like there's a manufacturing plant out there on ArtCorp that churns out these flat pack space station kits, so stations can be mass produced. Colonial Outposts are more personal, more handcrafted by the people who live there, based on their needs, not wants. They're on the frontier world, so they can't always choose luxury over practicality. Materials
Oh
were
gosh,
one of the
they're
first things
taunting
we
us.
tackled, and we
I know.
started
I just
off
saw
by developing
they
the
added
idea
a
of how the
CitizenCon
inhabitants would have built
2951
these
limited
structures
edition
and
box
what
set
materials they would use.
of like physical
We wanted to
items.
show not only the age of the outpost,
It includes
but also wanted to hint at all those different layers of the structure.
it includes
and give you an idea how
a challenge coin,
functionally
3 pin badges, one of which is a
One of the biggest
400i.
challenges with the new outpost is how we introduce variation between
several,
each location and playable visit. Building
7
each as a
stickers,
bespoke set
which
of buildings is
include
impossible
the
with
Nomad,
100s, if
the
not thousands of
400i,
outposts in the game eventually. The modular approach,
the
we've
ICC
developed, really
Stellar
evolved out of our
Surveyor. I
previous
don't
work
know.
on space
I
station
don't know what that
interiors,
means.
but
The
with a few key
Valkyrie.
improvements. This starts at the macro level, where on the planet's outpost are placed, how the local conditions affect
So
the time
rude.
there.
They're just taunting
Then
us with that
what kind of
400i.
buildings an
Oh,
outpost
yeah,
has
they are.
and how they're laid out, all the way down to the
400i!
ability to
400i's on the
independently swap
store!
out
Oh my gosh!
a single building.
You gonna go buy it real quick?
We'll have various types of modules, from large standalone modules like warehouses or ore extractors, which have a singular function, all the way down to smaller loom modules that can be connected together in different ways to form a complete headquarters building. After pre-production was finished, we had a list of
It's a code
all the
something.
It comes with the
types that we
skin?
wanted to tackle first. For the headquarters building, everything hinges around a hub module
6 month
with different room
insurance.
modules that can be attached to
$250
extend the
bucks.
structure.
Not bad.
The room modules will
250,
serve
so
different
it's
functions in the base, with various
slightly
gameplay
more
systems
than
linking
the
Slightly
one
more
to
than
another
a
for an
Andromeda.
interconnected web
Yeah.
of sandbox gameplay
But it's less than the
opportunities.
Aquila, and that's what
As
counts.
content creators for the Outpost, we needed a new system to build, edit, and manage the library of modules we're creating. Rastar is the tool
It's
we
not
use
a
to
game
do this.
package.
It allows us to intuitively create a location template directly on the surface of the planet. Not only this, but headquarter buildings can be snapped together directly within the tool, or with an intuitive user interface.
And that link takes you
One
right
of the
to
other
it.
major innovations with the planet
Code Joy.
Code Joy.
and flatten areas of terrain. Previously, we were at the mercy of the terrain when it came to designing our buildings, which
Oh,
is why
gosh.
our outposts had to be built with stilts
Why
and
why
placed
do you
in
need me
naturally
to
flat areas
put
of
in
the
an
planet.
authentication
Now,
code?
we can
Stupid
build much more
code
natural
game.
buildings with walls and entrances connected directly to the planet's surface. And also, we can place these buildings in a much wider range of locations. We believe our new outposts inject a refreshing new location experience into Star
dang it.
Citizen.
Okay.
They're organic, warm, personal spaces that really convey the
Here we
age and
go.
history of humanity's expansion into the verse. The new art style,
Oh,
the focus from design
that's
on
only $30
gameplay, and the
bucks.
flexible modular approach to their construction.
Yeah, the pack,
will allow us as
the
developers
box,
and you,
yeah.
as
The box,
players, to
yeah.
be part of creating a
Might
wider
get-
variety
yeah, it's only
of
like
rich and
$30.
satisfying experiences for
Hopefully
every
they still
outpost
have
the
it.
player comes across.
When I get paid again.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Joel. That was awesome.
If you
And
click
moving
on the
we're
link
actually
that he
gonna talk to
posted,
Corey
it'll be
now,
in there.
who is going to give us
Yeah,
kind of a
I
deep
just wanna
dive into the
scroll down.
creation
Seeing if there's
of,
other shit.
the artifact. It's actually kind of our first little
pre-order.
glimpse of the,
Warbond, it's only
Hadesian culture from
$220.
Game System.
Wow.
Thanks, guys. I'm Corey Bamford, lead props artist at Cloud Imperium Games.
Oh, and it comes
I'm
with
here
the
today
skin,
specifically
too.
to talk about the Hadesian artifact that you'll see.
Plus the
in walkthrough.
CitizenCon paint.
So we knew early on we
That's
wanted some
decent
sort of MacGuffin
price
for, the walkthrough.
for it, actually.
We originally had a few ideas of what that could be. Originally, it was either going to be a tablet fragment, a sculpture, or a Hadesian artifact. So initially,
So the one for concierge actually comes with three.
We used a lot of reference
two
to
different
existing alien
extra
artifacts in
paint
the
jobs.
game, as well as reference from the real world.
Oh, look, they're
lots
talking
of
about artifacts.
tomes and ancient,
those look
kind
cool.
of Egyptian stuff as well. Just all sorts of
Ooh.
really reference, just to get a
Hang on.
general idea.
Just kinda.
We knew we wanted to integrate some form of ancient power or technology into the asset. We also knew we wanted it to have some sort of symbolism and text. So once the concept team iterated further on these ideas, they then presented those back to Chris, and we narrowed down the selection of assets until we had a candidate that everyone was happy with. So once we had this asset in mind, it then came down to turning that from a concept into a production asset, and that's where the props team comes in. When a prop artist gets a concept like this, immediately the wheels in their head start turning, and they're trying to figure out the best way to implement it in our game engine. They need to find solutions within the engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Obviously, it's not as simple as just taking the concept and replicating it. They need to think about
Space Frisbee.
shaders,
Space
we have to
Frisbee.
think about performance. Our job really is to find a solution within the game engine to achieve the visual target. of the
Yeah, the
concept.
400i will be
Once we figured out
available in
strategy
game
for
and
achieving
sources
the
and
look,
output
we begin to
3.15.
actually
Wait,
make
seriously?
content.
What did they just
So
say?
What?
for the artifacts,
Yes!
for example, we knew
Oh
that it
my
needed
gosh!
to be split into three
Calm
segments,
down.
and they
Calm
needed to
down.
fit
No, I
together.
cannot calm
The first
down.
thing
Oh
we
my
do
gosh.
is
All
get
right.
a placeholder into the game for the
400i
design team to
has
actually
been
implement as an entity. We also then
purchased.
figure out
I got the special
how the scale actually
concierge
works
one
in the
too.
player's hand,
Hey.
and when they inspect it.
Yo,
For the artifact, there was a bit of back and
I'm
forth between
so
the sides.
excited.
We wanted to get
On the
balance between
store
it having
page.
prominence and also
Ooh.
being easily carryable.
I'm
After
so
we figured out the size of
excited.
the asset, we then need to actually break down how we're going to make it. So the first
Welcome
thing
to
we
the
really
Discord,
get into is the
Praetorus.
materials. We know that this asset
Oh,
is
I'm
made of a few different
ugh.
materials. Firstly,
Oh,
we
that
have
looks.
the stone.
That's
the
so
complicated
detailed
glowing
up
marble.
close.
We
Oh my
also have
gosh.
these large copper
Look
structures
at that.
and some smaller, thinner metal structures as well. For this asset, we knew we'd need to use unique textures just because of the amount of detail we wanted to achieve. One of the biggest
Okay.
challenges we had was making sure that the stone looked really good.
Man, this
To
is
create the
not
stone,
gonna
we
be
started
good
with
for my
some
wallet.
scan data of rocks and concrete, as well as some mesh data like curvature. We also use a lot of procedural noises from Substance Designer just to add some
400i
variety.
Pathfinder.
Using the height map as a jumping off point for the
Let's
rest of the
see
texture
here.
maps. It's quite a nice logical and
In-game
physicalized
Star
way of doing
Citizen
things.
Alpha
It took quite a lot of
315.
iteration
Oh,
to get
nice.
the final look.
So
It was
they're
definitely a group
they're
effort.
playing with us.
The glow was
What's it
probably the
got?
trickiest part of this asset. We ended up actually using a shader some of you might remember from
see.
the Vandal Driller trailer.
Two.
We created the iconography using a bespoke texture map.
Two size
and then the circle
four
derived from
weapon
some
hard
cells within
points.
Substance Designer.
It had
We took
two
these cells,
with two on.
Two
quantized them,
turrets with
and then got the edges of that
two size
quantization
threes
to create
each.
rings. And then we used a procedural mask as well as some hand-painted textures to mask out that glow.
Two.
Once we were happy with this
Oh
texture,
my gosh.
we multiplied that
Hang
onto
on.
the height map, which is used to drive the
Two
glow
missile
pressure.
racks with 8
The glow effect
size
has 3 texture
2
inputs that we need
missiles
to create.
each
There's an animated
and
glow map, which is sort of used to drive the background effect of the glow.
2 missile
There's also a
racks
gradient
with 8 size
which
1
colours
missiles
that
each.
map.
Okay,
Finally, we
not
have the
bad.
actual
Still,
pulse
pretty good
itself,
firepower.
which is the texture map that
Dang.
pulses across the
Looks
asset.
cool.
Next up is the
Looks
bronze.
really
This
cool.
was
You
got
actually
the
pretty
skin with
straightforward
it
to
too?
achieve.
Looks really
We didn't
cool.
need any
Let's
fancy
see.
shader effects
42
for this one, just a standard set of unique
42
textures.
SU of
We wanted to get
cargo.
lots of nice
60 meters
scratches and aging
long.
on the bronze. And in the concept, there was also this nice effect on the edges where the metal got darker. So we wanted to add that in as well, just to give it a more
So-
distinctive feel. Once we were happy with the visual look of the asset and engine,
Yeah.
it then was just a case of wrapping it up.
How many shields
We needed
does
to
it
create
have?
LED meshes for the object, as well as collision
Not
proxies.
decided yet.
As you can tell, quite a lot of work goes into these hero assets.
I'm very confused about
So that was a
this.
little bit of exploration into how we created the
This
Hadesian
has
artifact of the
3
walkthrough.
power
I hope you guys
plants.
enjoyed listening to me talk
That
about
can't
it,
be pot.
and enjoy the rest of the show.
That can't be
size
correct,
So
right? 3
we wanted
size.
to thank you for
3
your
size
time.
2s.
We wanted to introduce Pyro and show all the hard work that all the team's been working on and working towards. The
Okay.
team's put in a lot
You bought
of
the
hard
400i
work
and the
in
paint
building
bundle.
Pyro
I just got the
system,
concierge one, which
building
comes
the
with like
AI,
3 different paints. It's got like
building,
a
the
gray
planets,
one.
the
It's got the
worlds
black
that
one,
you'll
and then
go and
the
explore.
normal one.
So Pyro will be ready when server meshing is.
Have I
and
ordered my
it will be
Finley
coming
plush?
out
I haven't
with
yet.
Star
I need to do
Citizen
that.
Alpha
PayPal
4.0.
paying for?
So on behalf of myself, I
Yeah.
want to thank Dave and Ian. And,
Oh, so 4.0
You're in the
yourselves for
audience
watching,
not
and I hope
too
you
familiar
enjoyed
with Discord? Oh, good.
panel,
PTU
and I
Wave
hope
1
you enjoyed
allegedly
rest of
starts
digital
tomorrow.
CitizenCon.
Allegedly.
See you in the verse.
They said Pyro's coming in 4.0.
Pyro's coming in 4.0?
Yeah.
Cool.
When they introduce server meshing.
Yeah. Whoa, what's this? Oh, is this Nyx?
That's a carrot.
That is a carrot. I like the carrot. You're tempted to buy the 400i? Do it.
It's a herald.
Herald! Yeah. Oh no, this is still Pyro.
Zoom in.
Oh my gosh. This is too good. That's gorgeous.
What a cutty.
Cuddy. Mole.
Yeah.
Drake represent. Ooh.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
That's gorgeous. Herald. Buccaneer. I love the Buccaneer. I love the Buccaneer so much. It's a fantastic ship. Carrick.
It's a little
and the Pisces! Pisces! New iterations on planet tech? Yeah.
How do you climb up that?
He's got thick legs.
Oh, that was... Pyro looks so cool.
Dang. Oh, they were teasing us saying 400i wasn't coming in 315.
You can't have
Oh, no 400i in 315.
Ooh, Dumper's Depot.
Credits burning a hole in your pocket? Didn't think so. Something tells me, though, you got a pile of junk in that hangar of yours.
Streaming some Star Citizen after you get out of work
Turn that
tonight.
crap into scrap at Dumper's Depot.
Yeah, we'll see if we'll see. We will see if the Wave 1 PTU launches like right after CitizenCon, or if they wait till tomorrow.
To Crusader. Stop on by and tell them Zeke sent you. From thrusters to mining lasers, power plants to shield generators, we got your back. Dumpers Depot, because everything is valuable to someone. Dumpers Depot LLC is not responsible for inaccurate appraisals. Commercial service and delivery fees will apply.
There was so much.
Space is cold and unforgiving.
Hang on.
Only the toughest
I'm just
survive
gonna.
here.
Might be copyright.
Just a wee
music. Just gonna mute that for a bit. You love these commercials? Yeah, these are cool. Yeah, everyone's buying the 400i. It looks so good. I was really skeptical because like the
concept art.
The concept art, the nose was like so long.
A distress beacon is triggered, and a quick reactionary force from the lead expeditionary is mobilized.
But
Roger, Bob. Albatross flight, prepare for drop. 1 minute out.
Loadmaster talking. Dropping the ramp. Utilizing state-of-the-art technology, highly trained professionals arrive within moments.
But I think they shortened it up a little bit, and it looks really nice, especially in black.
And even the most remote
the black
of the
looks really good.
Execute, execute.
Hammer team is rolling. Last man, hammer team down and safe.
Roger, last man. Albatross breaking up.
Elite expeditionaries got your back.
Oh my gosh.
They're doing
this is so hype.
Cool.
Yeah. Actually, I should look. What kind of insurance did that
It was only
come with?
for the base one. I don't know what the concept.
Lifetime insurance for the concierge one. Nice. That was awesome. That was awesome.
That was actually really cool.
Do the impossible. Yo, that was cool.
Got lifetime insurance with the concierge version of the 400i.
Here at Kelto, we have one simple goal: to bring you the items
Hey,
you need
it's
quickly
Board
and easily.
Gamer.
We've got everything you need: food,
Yeah, I
drinks,
was gonna
toys for the little
say.
ones, guns for the wife, all inside one store. Kelto. Just walk inside to begin your astronomical savings using the latest in Moby technology.
I don't think
and
this
machine
one's
learning. We know
copyrighted,
exactly
is it?
what you've picked up and have already
I don't think
charged
it is.
you. Want something hot and ready to
find
go?
out.
How about hot dogs?
That guy just
nachos, or
sniped a
burritos?
hammerhead
Kelto.
while
We
falling
even
in
got
the
the
sky
latest
in a
in Gemini
tonk.
ballistic weapons
Yep.
like
Then
the
got
Gemini
eaten by
F55
a
LMG,
E2.
featuring an
Yeah,
explosive rate
that
of
was
fire
cool.
that pops
Biggie.
over 1,000 rounds per minute. It's the best
That was
light
cool.
machine gun you can get in a convenience store. Looking for something a bit smaller for the kids? We also carry the Gemini LH86 pistol.
Oh my
Perfect
gosh.
for those small hands.
Okay.
So come down to Kelto today for quality products
oh, they
at
just-
low prices.
They just posted the patch note things for this.
Come
Jump
to
points,
Kelto.
outlaw stations,
Come to
outlaw
Kelto.
stations.
Hey, welcome
planets
to
and moons.
CitizenCon
Hi, Jared.
2951.
Hey, how you doing?
Our yearly celebration of everything Star Citizen is, and showcase of what
Oh, you can
Star
get
Citizen
Origin
is
Magnet.
on its way to
Is
become.
this-
As
is
usual,
this the
I'm
ship
your host,
show?
Jared Huckabee. So, what is CitizenCon? When it started in 2013, it may have had its humble roots in Sandy just wanting some place to bring folks together, and a solid excuse for Ben and Pete to watch the Wing Commander movie in a theater in Austin, Texas. But as with all things Star Citizen,
Man needs
it
a
grew
haircut.
each year to become a full day of activities, most recently held in Manchester, England in 2019. Now, with a hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic and our desire to remain diligent and responsible in 2021, CitizenCon is back as something slightly different this year. Now, while it won't be the same without seeing all of you in person and worrying if your plastic bag helmet is safe or not, we hope this year's event brings with it a similar sense of community and interaction as our developers present to you their
Plastic
continuing
bag
efforts
helmet.
in bringing Star Citizen's future to the present. And let's talk about some of that future we just saw with a look at we just took at the Pyro system. Now, I've always said it, and I'll continue to always say it, we get better with every one of these things we do, whether that's planets, spaceships, or anything else in between. And with the Pyro presentation, we got our first true look at some of the new planets and moons, the process of converting our existing space stations into new outlaw variants, taking those colonial outposts that we've been seeing before from concept to amazingly detailed reality, and perhaps most excitedly, planetary AI nav mesh
Did they
in
just-
action with
did
a
they just
24-hour
drop
day-night
a
cycle that will truly bring
400i
these worlds to
trailer?
life and provide that,
Hang on.
that universe of gameplay possibilities seen in those multiple different ways you can
I
go
gotta
about achieving your objectives.
Gotta
And,
Someone just- someone just
for those of you
someone
who
just
are wondering,
posted something.
yes, that was really Pyro 3, that was a real outpost and our real mission. No sandworms here. That's what's coming to Star Citizen and
No
a whole lot
sandworms
more.
here.
Now, because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
the patron saint of bad
That's,
ideas,
it's an
let's
ad.
take a look at
Mixed
some of the
recruit.
comments that came in on Twitch while we were all watching. This should be good. Engion says, using talent from across the globe, that's a good thing. I agree. Adderdoth says,
They did post a trailer.
This guy is talking like it's been
Cool.
made.
The only copyright music according to the co-stream guide is a sizzle video at the start of the
DFX2KF
Life in the Verse
they probably
panel.
have the gameplay, but they want to force folks to stick around and watch the whole thing before they show it. Annoying, but typical for them. We are who we are.
Oh.
We showcase every
Oh, well.
part of the Star Citizen. Rolana says, someone
It's
needs
all
to hand
good.
out some meds in chat. Underfern says, I wouldn't buy a
job,
melty
Moo.
dog from that man. I don't know if they're talking about Todd Pappy or Ian Leyland, but agreed. Lots of people said, 420 Space Weed, Vape Nation, damp, dank.
What?
Gaming Fortis says, just remember, he's more scared of you than you are of him. That's the truth. And then everyone went on a claim spree for a while. James Cameron, yes, the real James Cameron, he does exist. And then finally, Shorty Mac said, number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's
What?
foot fungus. But as it turns out, that might be what you get. Wise words, always. You can always rely on the Twitch community. And speaking of community, you may have noticed a selection of community-created videos throughout the day, ranging from commercials to skits to a variety of things in between. those are all here as part of an effort by our fantastic community team that started months ago to include as many of you in today's festivities as possible. And while we can't show every single one that was sent in, the team did expand their original idea of just 15 videos to a whopping 42 for today's show. So you're going to see a few more as the day progresses.
Nice.
Now, of course, CitizenCon wouldn't be CitizenCon without the swag. Check that out, huh?
Oh, that looks cool.
And
It's
this year,
all- it's
we've got it
all of
coming in
the-
two shapes and
all
sizes.
of the weird
First up
Banu
is the digital
shirts
goodies pack seen
packed
here,
onto
which
one
comes
shirt.
with the newly
Yeah.
minted Arden SL Balefire suit you may have seen recently on Inside Star Citizen.
That one
with
looks really
slick
cool.
Theta
Yeah.
Geo helmet. It's got the matching Balefire combat knife because accessorizing is always important, and the classic CitizenCon 2951 trophy, which I'm still trying to convince Actor Feature Team to turn into a bludgeoning weapon. Just say Red One more time, people. Now, these will all be distributed
Yeah, the
Monday
helmet on
to
it looks
all
cool.
backers.
Yeah.
So if you've been on the
Ooh,
fence so
Monday.
far and decide to back the project today, you'll get it along with everybody else on Monday. Now, over in Meat Space, since we can't do the traditional swag bag that's included for attendees with their ticket, we're doing a swag box that you can purchase on the RSI store. For the collectors out there, it's got 3 brand new Star Citizen pins to add to the collection, as well as an individually numbered challenge coin that says there are many like it, but this one is yours. Now, both collector's items come in a neat box and bundled with stickers that you can place all over the place, like Steve Bender's desk. I know, because I did. Now, the swag bag made box is available now on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And we've also got some contests and giveaways going throughout the day, starting with this Astro Gaming headset contest, where folks hosting their own CitizenCon
it's
watch
so
parties have
pretty.
an opportunity to submit images on Twitter or Instagram with the hashtag
Did you
SCWatchParty
submit yours on
to win a
Twitter?
custom painted
I haven't
Xenothreat
done so
headset
yet.
seen here. Whether your party is at home or at work, or if you're Captain Richard in his car.
I should take some more.
And for
I
those
should
of you
take some
who
more
don't do
pictures.
social media, we're also giving away some Tobii eye trackers on Spectrum today in a short story contest. So tell us about some incredible moments you've had in person with your fellow citizens and win a Tobii eye tracker. Check that out on Spectrum for your chance to win. And no, I don't have one of those to show you because, as somebody said, I don't give things back. Now, let's talk about the day's activities. We just completed our Life in the Verse or Life in Pyro presentation. Up next, we've got Ship Talk, where you'll learn about the
Ship
latest
Talk.
and greatest in spacecraft coming to Star Citizen.
Here you
Then
go,
we got Gen
McLaren.
12 and the multi-core Vulcan, where we'll take you through
Kitty
some of the
helmet
new
is better.
technologies that will unlock Star Citizen's ultimate performance potential.
I'm glad you
Crafting
like it,
Worlds,
Moo.
which offers a brief look at some of the new tools that make up those wonderful Pyro planets we just saw. Server meshing and the state of persistence, which will give you an inside look at the process of expanding Star Citizen out to the breadth and scope we all want it to reach. The sounds of space, which for my money is the sleeper presentation of the day. Don't miss out. It looks at the new tools that will unleash our sound designers from the constraints of yesterday's outdated processes. And then finally, systemic gameplay and the stream of thought. An entirely silent presentation where Tony beams his brainwaves directly into your skull from the TV, provided, of course, you have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver. You all have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver, don't you?
You love your Tobii eye tracker? I don't have one.
figure
I've
it
heard that they are.
Basically, it's
I heard
a
they're
big,
cool.
long day of
Get
Star
on with
Citizen
it. You gotta go to work
presentations
soon.
and infos. That Pyro presentation alone was like an entire season of ISC just crammed into a
Take your
single
time,
day.
Jared. Take your
Which
time.
makes me think, can I take the rest of this quarter off? I can. I cannot. All right. Well, if you end up missing any part of the show or just want to watch it again, each presentation will be going up on YouTube later today in glorious 4K. But fair warning, do not look directly into Todd Pappy's eyes in 4K. Or Corey Bamford's. They're mesmerizing. And that about does it for the housekeeping. It's time to throw it to our next presentation of the day, Ship Talk with Paul Jones, John Crew, and Ben Curtis, where they'll be discussing a ship, you know.
Hey Kratos, how you doing?
A ship you weren't supposed to know, but you ended
Come
up
on, guys. Oh, all right, chat.
It's
what
not invisible
what
anyway.
ships are you expecting them to talk about, or what ships do you want them to talk about? Oh, is this the 400i trailer?
Unforgiving lands.
Ooh, hang on.
Across the impossible expanse.
Yeah,
A mirage.
It's the 400i.
A distant oasis.
Oh.
We chase what most consider myth.
Both headphones on for this one.
Pursue an obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness.
Kraken, Corsair, Merchantman.
The oasis. It's real.
Oh, it's so pretty.
The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
Looks like a whole
Artistry in motion. Heck yeah! Oh my gosh.
It looks like it held the like a little speeder in the front there.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you could probably hold like a little bike or something.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So we
in the front
we
there.
made the 404
Yeah,
in the end.
it was a ruse all along. It was a real ship. So,
Look cool though. I like it.
Those trailers
That was
are
the
always
X1
super cool
in,
to
is
see
it? In it? Yeah.
Both your
Yeah,
teams.
It was
really
the
good job of kind of showing
X1.
off what I think everyone's kind of.
I wonder how many of those people forgot
So
to
we
put their
should probably
helmets
go on the
back
show.
on after
This
finishing
is
that trailer.
Talk, where we are going to talk about a variety of things today. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG.
Hey, John.
I'm Ben Curtis, and I'm the vehicle art director at CRG.
Hi, Ben.
I'm Paul Jones, art director.
Hello, Paul.
Chip top.
Ooh, I'm hoping that they talk about the Polaris.
Give me the Perseus.
Polaris.
Perseus.
No, you're saying the wrong P
So
word.
the
No,
400i,
Polaris.
It's a constellation competitor, and we've got a few of these ships in this category across the board. We have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the 400i. And the 400i.
They mentioned the Corsair.
Interesting features that makes it.
I like my
a
Corsair
compelling choice over the others.
a lot though. It's got too many
Being an Origin
weapons.
ship, it's
Yeah.
obviously very visually sleek and fast.
Come on,
But
chat.
also
Let
it
us
can
know.
carry
What are you
cargo
hoping for?
and
Come on,
a
come
vehicle
on.
At the same time, size-wise, there's obviously a big
Toss 'em out.
gap in the range. We
Corsair.
have the 100 series at the start. So it jumps up to the 300
Okay,
series.
it's not the size of a
And there's
600.
big jump to
Yeah.
the 600 series, and then another jump to the
It's a
890s,
nice little mid-range ship.
finding
I
space
cannot
for this is
wait
fairly easy
to fly that
size-wise.
400i. It
fills
looks
the gap
really
quite
good.
nicely. So in terms of the process, normally what happens is we assign it to one concept artist, and we start the ball rolling. So it's really just a game
those
of
are
sort of
some
exploration.
Interesting concepts.
ideas.
It's fast and loose. We always have a timeline for each concept, and so it's,
That one looks kind of cool.
Oh,
the
that's cool.
pressure is always
That's like
there.
a literal
like
cutty right there.
It doesn't matter how many
That just
ships
looked like a
there's always
freaking
and hit
cutlass.
and hit the sort of
Yeah.
key points. And so at this point of exploration, it's really sort of
Ben and Merchantman or
loosey-goosey in
Anvil
terms of
Capital.
figuring out
Ooh,
ideas,
yeah.
sort of
Ben and the
shapes,
longbow
silhouettes,
would be
and sort
cool.
of not locking yourself into a line of thinking. It's basically, we'll look at different ships. So some will be more influenced by the 600i, some more by the 100i.
Ooh,
and then
retractable
we'll sort of do a
roof.
mix and match. And so,
Is that like a pool?
Sometimes you don't quite hit it on that
Origin, man.
Like
Oh, see, there you go.
beginning.
That's,
Yeah.
looks like to the Connie.
So it's a little smaller than a
It's really
Connie.
beneficial because you
Interesting.
you have that to pull from, but you also
I
don't
like
want
it.
to get into the point where it's just a scale down.
Origin 500i.
Do you know what I mean? You kind of like you don't want them all just to look like they're the same ship, just slightly different variants.
Yeah.
So I think the 400 is it certainly stands out within the lineup, but it's clearly an Origin ship.
And I think it's, because we sort of follow the sort of car manufacturers, don't we, in terms of
there is a jacuzzi.
sort of expanding the brand.
There is a pool.
Sort of
What?
The brand also develops over time, so we have like a double.
Yeah.
Since the start of the project.
It has
Origin's
3
sort of
floors?
Slightly changed its
No, just
style
2.
a little bit. And
That
then,
top
like,
floor,
say,
then the
you
middle
don't
floor.
you don't want just a mini 600.
Yeah.
Even though there's a part of me that would just be like, right, let's do a mini
I do
600.
really like the 600. Yeah,
just too
600.
Interesting.
And even at this point, I kept sort of coming back to
543.
research that had been done for the, what was it? I think it was 100i.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna drop the X1 on us as well, like straight to playable. That'd be cool.
That'd be pretty cool. I kind of want a version like this. This is kind of cool. And so basically, in the end, I just went in and kick bashed some ideas together.
What is the shield loadout for the 400i? The 400i comes with a single size 3 shield.
It's a great ship. My favourite one, Paul.
So similar to the Connie.
Nice.
Little concept thumbnails. If you see one, because we often
But
show
just
them in Jump
3
magazine
size 2
afterwards,
power
when
players.
it's being released. You see all the early sketches.
Yeah.
And people probably noticed that 100i thumbnail.
So same shielding as an Andromeda, but it's more maneuverable.
You never know what might happen with ones that we didn't choose for this one.
Yes.
Could happen
Yes.
with the
I'm very excited for this ship, actually.
So ultimately, this is what
Two remote
this is like the
turrets.
visual I did, so
It's each with dual size
trying
3
to
guns. These
like
cover the upper, rear, and lower
kit bashing
360 degrees.
models.
Oh wow!
Because it's quick.
Interesting.
As an art director, you've always got. It feels like you've got 0 time to get a result. So it's how do you get provide a visual that people can understand in the shortest time possible. And so my understanding of the ship was it was a luxury explorer.
Yeah.
And so you can see here that that's why
That's nice
there's
looking.
a swimming pool in there and a deck.
I like that they got rid of the weird like
Chris Roberts,
bins that like
to get sort
went
of
down.
direction, feedback.
And Chris was quite adamant.
See,
that
they
this was
shortened
gonna
it
be,
quite a bit.
An explorer. It wasn't.
And it
wasn't
looks-
just,
it looks much better.
A small scale pirate
Looks
ship.
very
It was-
nice.
It needed to have a function. It needed to be a competitor to that scale and kind of role of ship.
Yeah.
You know, we did quite a lot of interior investigations and you know, just sort of looking at ways of arranging space within that ship, because like we said earlier, even though the ship looks big, it's actually really
got
tight.
a spam comment. Nice.
It's a lot harder than you
Thank
think
you.
to achieve.
Thank you, Moo.
Everything that now
Message deleted.
I saw that it popped up for like 3 seconds, and then Moo absolutely slayed it.
Streamlined.
She's a beast. Everyone give Moo a round of applause.
Most of the lower
Let's see some
section
claps.
was the upper bit which had the pool in it. Maybe one day you'll get.
I'm not on
Maybe
my.
get the pool.
You'll get your pool one day.
So in terms of this process, what happens
Laptop.
is we finish the concept, or what we think is finished, and then get Chris sign off, do a couple of paint schemes, and then it passes over to your department.
Yeah. So from the concept, normally we'll kind of take it as quickly as possible into the editor, and that just allows us to kind of really get a good sense of the space from the player and making sure that everything that we think we need is actually going to fit, making sure the components go through, and like we were saying earlier, a lot of the time is what a ship starts off with its kind of paper design, its official design document, to the point where we're actually kind of working on the ship. The requirements can change. That might, that's not just because we're like, oh, we'll add this and add that to it. It's sometimes a balance pass has been done in the game, and we've realised that a certain ship item, a certain size shield might not be suitable for it anymore, or it might be just that we think, well, actually it'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it because it's kind of the perfect ship for it. But that wasn't, like I say, on
Hey,
the
they mentioned the X1.
So, I mean, like you were saying, the ship is
cool.
kind of a hard split with its 2 floors. So we've kept sort of all of engineering and cargo and storage and everything downstairs still, and then the kind of the habs and the crew
That's
space
really
is all
nice.
upstairs with the bridge, obviously. Once we kind of get that white box in game, we then start just making sure that we can fit everything in we need. We also, that's the point that we kind of really start internally showing that ship to everyone that
I like the little
is
mouth
invested in it,
stairs.
and including Chris and
oh yeah, look at that.
Everyone.
Those
that needs
turrets
to
are
kind of have a say.
pretty
And
decently
one of the kind of
well
things that
situated.
Chris
Yeah,
was
like
really
that
keen
top
for,
one
although he
covers
didn't
like
want this ship
270
to be
degrees.
Yeah.
A
And
kind of
the
luxury
bottom one
party
looks
ship.
like it can
He
cover
did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift
There's a
entrance.
smaller. Trying not to do hand movements too much.
Yeah.
There was just a single small platform just for the crew that went straight up into
I
into
mean,
the
that whole
nose.
area was quite tricky, wasn't it? Because there was the docking ring, the docking collar, the lift, and then there was an entrance to the front and an entrance to the back.
Originally, I think on the concept, you walked in
As
through
cool
the
of an
docking
idea
collar,
as that is, I prefer the
and like I say, the
stairs.
floor was
Stairs
the
is
lift,
just
you had the floor on the
easier.
side, and then doors either side.
Anytime you have an
to like a little
elevator,
chamber that had
glitch
the
is
suit
gonna
lockers in,
happen.
I think it was. And the first bit of feedback from Chris was the entrance doesn't really feel very grand for an Origin ship, and that's when we kind of introduced the stairs and the kind of like the big,
that looks
not marble
so
staircase,
good.
but that sort of idea that you were kind of like,
Looks so good. I
walking
like
into the
those
ship felt a little bit more
retro
grand.
thrusters
That
tucked in there
had some
under the
knock-ons
wings. They look
to
really
the-
nice, and
the
they're
kind of
big
interior space
too.
as well, because
So the thing might stop pretty quick.
yeah, obviously making a one-person or two-person lift is something that's relatively small. It fits in a nice tight space, but when you've got a set of stairs that need to fit or need to have a decent height change, that requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of opening up this first chamber you walk into, and rather than being divided into separate rooms, that kind of whole
I like
space
the
capacity
lockers
airlock,
along the wall
and that's
there.
got everything that you need
It's really
when you
nice.
first enter the
It's
ship.
like you
I
walk
think
into the
it
ship and you
does-
can immediately
like I
just
say,
like
that initial
stow all your stuff
entrance feels
and
quite
then
nice
go
there.
We don't have a
elsewhere.
lot of ships like that anymore that have the go up the
So
front of it.
two
and-
size 4
Yeah,
weapon
I mean,
hard
obviously
points front
we've got another
facing.
one
It's
that we'll
not
show afterwards.
insane firepower,
Yeah,
but
most of
it's the
they've
same
got
as
ranks,
it's the
cargo,
same as
isn't it?
what
It's
like a
pure
Talon
function
has,
and
I guess,
really-
No,
which
I think
is
you guys done a
pretty
great job
good.
on this, 'cause it was tricky.
It's pretty good. It's got a decent amount of missiles, but it does have a size 3 shield.
When I was just starting on the team as well, so I was
Not
like
on me,
coming
but
in
their
like,
audio took a dip.
what do we do?
It
Like,
did.
where do we go?
Yep,
And it also,
I heard
it's
that.
also nice that it dovetails with that original.
I didn't want to comment on it, but
There's an element of tone now, and I think
it did indeed take a
at the
dip.
time I sort of binned it off. It was just like, I don't, like, I'm sure I had some thoughts about it. I mean, everybody knows we've got a sort of 64 kilobit memory, so stuff kind of like gets lost after a short amount of time. But I think we did discuss it, but then it was just like, no, let's just go.
The 400i's bike bay is specifically designed for the X1 and is not designed to fit any vehicles from other manufacturers.
The kind of like the additional bike garage. It was a bit of a headache trying to kind of fit that in, and the original plan that you can see is originally.
Oh, the
was gonna have
CitizenCon paint is
ship
black and gold.
within the cargo room.
Oh,
did
that's
fit,
cool. That
but
looks so
it
nice.
brought up
Oh
a
my
few
gosh.
Quirks with it, I think. There was a few different quirks from different departments. So from a design point of view, I think we could only make it fit if you sent the bike up on its own, which was fine.
That looks
But
great.
because the main entrance to the ship was at the front, it meant that you'd get off.
Yeah, to drive your bike onto this platform, get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Yeah, and the
then
stairs
just look at your bike.
Opening isn't exactly like a super quick thing. So if you, it just felt kind of like
in terms of flow.
Yeah, it's
Oh
like,
my
I need to
God.
quickly
I wasn't
get off planet, and you're like, oh,
So-
right, okay, yeah, send that up. Oh, run, yep, okay, go. A minute later or 2 minutes later, you're in.
I find myself falling in love with this ship the more they show it.
I guess.
I will reserve final
was
judgments till I
just-
actually have a
it's
chance to
slightly
get in
into
it
cargo
and
space,
fly
so
it.
meant that you couldn't.
But-
once you had the cargo fully loaded, there was very
We
little
may
space
have
for
a
you to kind of
contender
traverse
for
around
a new favorite
cargo
ship.
ship.
no.
Basically,
That
you know,
black and gold paint looks
I
really
like
good,
it.
though.
It
had a
looks
number of
really
ideas to
nice.
play with, and then if you click on, we ended up basically.
Oh
putting it
yeah,
at the opposite
there's
of the ship.
there
Now
is a little
the
just a little elevator for like a
nose-
little
should we call it the nose?
bike.
Yeah, the nose now opens
there.
up, and it's got like a nice little. Kind
That's
of dedicated
really
X1
cool.
garage
That's
in there. It's a
awesome.
nice use of that kind of spine.
It looks so
that was there
good.
Originally,
There was nothing really.
the gravity drive was there,
Yeah.
but we kind of nudged that back a
The
bit.
penumbra paints are 11.
And I guess
Yeah.
the mounts for the guns, but they kind of are still tucked out to the side a little bit. So yeah,
There's a better use of space because it was like you say, it had the gravity generator there and it had the suit lockers, but it was
Moo.
it had to go through.
Do you find yourself needing a 400i?
So yeah, taking that space was much nicer. And the other really good thing is,
Do we
all
need
the
to
controls
start
for the
a?
ship and doing this?
Do we need to
They're
start a
all
fundraiser
right
to
next
buy
to each
Moo
other.
a 600 or a 400i?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the kind of
No,
like,
no.
the like I say the nice things of it is you can, I guess, ride up to your ship and it's just you send it up straight up and there's no messing around. So that was one of the other challenges. And then to be honest, most of the rest of the ship kind of went pretty much to plan in terms of, what was on concept. I don't think there was any kind of real surprises. So now as you enter the ship and you come into the kind of like the main body, you're into engineering. This ship does have large shields.
Yes. Yeah. So that was
interesting.
That was another thing to make it different.
Crew mine.
Obviously, we've made changes during development to other ships, and shields have changed. So it's not quite as unique as it was, but it's still very well shielded for its size. And the other cool thing about engineering is those rooms at the edge are cool.
Yeah,
they're climate controlled, so it's another nice little
interesting
thing to play with. Gives all the teams
So we're
something
going to have full dry ice and everything.
Full dry ice, yeah. You can get the
come in and
the light sticks out and
flow out.
Oh, it's got cold rooms, so you can.
But yeah, I think
store people, I guess, or
cool chamber,
like temperature sensitive things.
Yeah,
I could see that being something cool that they could add is like temperature sensitive cargo. That you can't let it get too hot. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that's good.
Finally off work,
and then
having Krispy Kreme made you go get donuts. You can finally watch and not listen.
I don't know if you know the STU size offhand, but
not off the top of my head now.
Speaking of Krispy Kreme,
he's gonna eat another one.
So you've got a decent amount of storage in there. You've also got the escape pods. One of the other things
Hey, I
we've
got
done
a dozen
looking
of
at the
them, and
space
there's only
with
two
the
of
bike
us,
is
so.
originally we were kind of, if we put the bike in this area, it meant the storage reduced. So we were looking at kind of other ways of moving the storage around. At one point we thought, we could put it out in the wings, but then that didn't really make sense because
you like the looks, but the price point is too steep for you.
Fuel and that sort of stuff, and it just felt
Moo
really
said store dead bodies too. Me and Moo think alike.
Classic traditional.
Me and Moo think alike. She said store dead bodies too.
Yes, yeah.
You can fit a cyclone in there.
Yes.
42 SCU max.
Yeah.
Obviously,
size 4 fixed guns.
Cargo space, so it's not. You can do it.
But you won't have any cargo.
But you won't have any cargo, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's expensive than the
upstairs 3-man, 3 crew.
Andromeda bike. A decent amount.
Yeah, it's very, to me anyway, the bridge is very Origin. It feels
it looks nicer.
Very sleek.
It does look nice.
Get a real nice view of the kind of front of the ship out in front of you.
Like the Connie.
Yeah,
Moose says, "Go claim your 6 donuts."
Classic kind of Origin.
I don't want to eat 6 donuts right now, Moo.
Low tech screens. It's all kind of projected. And
no, you must eat them all right now.
Does that mean you can see there's a lot of 600i influence, like from the original concept?
400i meetup party when?
Yeah.
So I was keen to get those.
As soon as
almost like the black louvers.
Yeah.
And then get everything sort of.
To be honest, they were one of the things that we kind of kept referencing back during the production. Was like, let's just go back and have a look at the 600 because that's one of those kind of shapes that really sells Origin to me. And so I think it was good kind of keeping them.
And that it was also what's the Origin buggy called?
G12.
Thank you. Yeah. So again, we've got the louvers in that.
Yeah.
The 890 as well is like all the bigger Origin ships have this sort of arrangement of a single center seat and 2 crew ones, whether they're at the front or at the back. Sort of that style. So it all plays together.
Yeah, as soon as 3.15 comes out,
you've got the captain suite and you've got the.
I think we'll do a live stream and do a ship meetup.
Kind of personal ship storage. I'm not sure if it's exact, but they're very.
The interior on this is exquisite too. Much nicer than you'll find in a Constellation.
He's the boss.
So. At one point it was a 4-person ship, and then we reduced it down to.
Someone remind me how much storage capacity does the Andromeda have?
From 4 to 3 might sound like a quick.
Anyone in chat who knows the answer off the top of their head?
Seat out the bridge.
Otherwise, I can look it up.
Yeah,
you
it would have been
lockers. You
tough
lose
to fit an extra seat in that bridge though, because it would have you would have had to have kind of had them 2 banks. So it would have been a bit just purely visual sort of. It feels a little bit nicer weighted if it's.
I mean, the whole ship has a triangle.
It looks fast. Yeah.
Looks fast.
Yeah. And then as you kind of progress through to the rear of the ship, this is where, like I say, originally it was
party time.
Yeah, it was the party room. Yeah, we've kept some
map is kinda
the
cool,
elements,
too.
I guess. There's
Yeah.
still a kitchen, a decent sized kitchen.
There's a turret right there.
Isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like a luxury.
Let's see.
It's still
I just
a
looked it up.
luxury yacht.
96 SCU.
So it's got about double.
Yeah, you've got everything you need.
It's
back
alright.
there. You've got your food making facilities, you've got your breakout area, and then your
Yeah.
big hollow table at the back.
Yeah, and that was sort of like the, I guess like the operations area, and we tried to make that space feel like it was a little bit more focused with the hollow table than the sort of the breakfast bar that's just in front of it. And I think because we tried quite a few different ideas there as well. Actually, I remember at one point we had like a war table with seating and stuff, but that was a bit tight for kind of maneuverability, and also I think we ended up going with like the standing kind of hollow table rather than a seating one, because when you first kind of like look at it, it felt like an extension of the relaxation area rather than like a kind of planning, what we're going to do in our operation type area. And then basically that kind of covers most of the 400, I guess, as a whole.
Anvil Liberator. Oh, Anvil Capital.
So we'll move from the 400i to something a bit bigger.
A bit bigger.
Entirely new, which is the Anvil Liberator, which is Anvil's latest design.
Oh,
spaceship,
interesting. Oh, it looks like a D-Day landing
So we
boat
want to do something
sort of
like
thing.
All it does is
provide
transport
that
ships.
Interesting.
entry-level spaceship for that.
For someone already made a clip called the 400i toilet experience.
Provides
Oh, gosh.
a good foundational base for it.
Fairly regular sort of process on this one. As Jared and I have chatted before, these ships are often described as berths, easy berths, hard berths, difficult berths. I think this one was a fast berth. It's been a while since we've worked on some Anvil stuff, so in terms of the lineup...
What should we make our new Anvil ship? Let's make it a square.
Valkyrie,
Square with squares.
It's one of those major ships. Then we've got the Carrot.
Hey, Active, how you doing?
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships, and we've got we've got the modular kits. So in terms of a concept process, theoretically it's smoother sailing. And in terms of our process again, it's that investigation, and each manufacturer has a sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly tweak the manufacturer.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, like manufacturers change with time as well as
they evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every ship came out at the exact same day.
Can you show us more of the ship, please?
Yes, yeah. And I think I mean that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen is we've got this sort of rolling kind of like design. It's sort of
Design
everything is
timelines.
being updated. And it's nice that when we work narrative and they're like, oh, well, actually it's based on this old design, or whether it's a new stuff. So, one of the early requirements for John, which you can see
about
here,
the size of a Carrack.
Fabulous.
Not a Carrack, a C2. Wow, that was
I'm
big
liking
brain.
it. I'm not sure about that shade of green, but not quite Anvil. But basically, this is super easy for us, and also, because we're working with a contractor, about sort of laying out the limits of
What's up?
Because we always
What is it,
like to
Ollie?
make ships big, so it's always okay.
2 a.m.
We've got our metrics, it has to fit within this. Like, whatever you do, make it cool, but it has to fit within.
Oh
this
boy.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but
almost noon here.
You need to fit a number of ships in it,
Man,
but
how
also make sure that it really
time flies.
stayed within its. Otherwise, John will give us big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah,
because on that image there, you can see there's the red box, which is the maximum bounds that the ship can be. If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's a max, not a goal to hit, because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance right at the edge. So when you're coming in and out of the hangar, you just clip as soon as you clip one side of it, then it throws it into the other one.
It makes it difficult.
And you can see there for the extra small.
Oh
landing pads,
yeah, that's the
green
size of the.
So once you've got 3 of them, so at this point in the design
big
is just
hangar.
3 extra small.
Yeah, you
ships.
can see.
By the time you've got these 3 green, and they're actually
how
have some
close the freaking Hercules is on those
By the
sides.
time you've got these green blocks, so like you've got to have space for these,
I probably
fit in this, then you sort of start
bang my Hercules like half the time I take it out of the hangar. I bang up the Carrack even more. Oh my gosh, they already added the Liberator onto the store. They haven't even told us anything about the ship.
So that was like, I mean, people will see.
Anvil Liberator, $575. Good heavens, jeez.
But it also makes sense, right?
It's a very
functionality.
I'd say it's a very functional ship, isn't it? So, and it feels like say, obviously, the real life version has been made for that function, and this kind of follows suit.
Yeah, definitely. And so, we'll basically be looking at some of the exterior options, and again, it's always
Cyro said he bought the base, like the base ship with store credits, and then realized there was a war bond and bought that too.
Oh no!
Fun coupon.
Kind of get sort of stuck in that thinking.
Anvil Liberator.
Condor paint looks kind of cool. So $500 on.
Okay, well, what about this? What about that? I think
$500.
It's always it's always a sort of dual role. We sort of you work together and.
I don't know if I will be getting the Liberator.
So in this case, we're sort of looking
picture.
at. This is the sort of first stab at it. So there's a lot
It's
of
big enough to fit a couple gladiators. That's a decent size.
It's pretty standard. It's just one floor plate.
They're pretty thick.
Symmetrical. Then we look at some cleaner stuff.
You've got missiles too.
It's a nice design, but it doesn't really speak of Anvil to me.
See if they've added it.
But it's cool. I like it. Some interesting stuff.
Very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think it's just too simple.
Saban.
This one was asymmetrical.
Saban, yeah, I need the XXL version of that.
What it does, we're not quite sure at this point, but it's it's just visual exploration. We've got the asymmetrical wings. Again, sort of interesting stuff. At this point, we're starting to push into like terrapin territory. So we've got the sort of essentially like the bridge, and it's kind of like got a cowl.
I'm just not sure that I like it.
It's interesting.
Sort of
I don't know if I get it either.
It's kind of interesting. Again, we're doing these things rapidly, so
particularly
has some pros and cons design wise, well, because obviously we have the XY metric, but we also have the Z. So a lot of our hangar metrics are quite tall. So the problem with this one was it was just to the height of the ship. The actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So then you end up with this really tall gangly thing because we've also shortened it by a third. So
I like you trying to get yourself into like the shape of a ship. Yeah, that's
really
good.
tall.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure that
and then
it's
here
worth
is like where we sort of start hitting upon
price
something
point
that
for me.
I don't know where the decision was made, but
when I could just
it
have
made
a
sense to have the
Hercules.
garages on that lower deck. Here, you've got two tanks lying side by side. Which
you can put tanks on it. Look.
It's cool. It looks good, but it isn't actually like an official feature.
Yeah. It was around this point where we were looking at the.
It is quite literally the
trying to get
like D-Day like
2 layers to work.
Yeah, it's a light carrier.
Larger ships.
What's
We
light
changed
carrier?
it from the 3 extra small pads to 2 extra small pads, which basically take any single seat fighter in the game and
size 3 quantum drive.
On there.
Yep.
And then we scaled the front one down to an extra small. So there's things like the Argo MPUV.
It's got 400 SCU of cargo capacity.
Smaller flying ships like that. But also, interestingly, that extra small metric is sort of the same as the medium vehicle metric. There's like a meter difference in height, which is the ballista removal. So we went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls on top.
Yeah, guys, I'm not sure that I like it.
2 garage slots, which
I mean, it looks cool,
if you're willing to try and fly.
but I don't know if I'd buy it either.
The Crucible can repair as much as you wanted to transport ship. It's just a hard sell for you. Yeah. Nice looking small carrier. I mean,
No sort of like door opening space at all. It was.
I mean, I guess it is kind of like the first actual carrier.
Yeah. I mean, it looked good. I mean, it looked like
but
it looked like a ferry, when they're just full of the vehicles all just stacked up.
Just increases like the risk value of flying it, doesn't it? Like if you've got 3 ships on it, all right.
Yeah.
Got 15.
need a big insurance payout. So once we have the an exterior that we were happy with, then it's then we move on to the interior.
I mean, it'd be a good way to move tanks around, but like
it's 2 crew.
It's more of a logistics ship since it's a carrier.
And then the second person who can either
and it's
sort of a flexible role. There is a turret that they can control. They can go sit in it and shoot anything that comes at you. But
500.
I'm not.
A ship that's a combat ship. It's.
I'm not the only one who thinks it looks
with you,
slightly
rely on the ships
dumb, right?
Which is
I think
another benefit of this
looks
open-topped.
Utility built.
You come under
It's very utilitarian, which I guess is.
And to fly your ships out one by one out of a tube, they can
par for the course for Anvil.
One day.
But
maybe
But it's still just in concept, so it's not.
Yeah, basically we've moved on to interiors again. It's just investigation of.
It's not anywhere close to being released.
It's in concept.
I think I'm gonna hold off on the Liberator. I think.
Like our process has just been a lot.
It's a flying slab. Yeah.
So there's no more of the Starfarer higgledy-piggledy
mystery tour.
I mean, that was our first multi-crew ship, so the pipeline wasn't in place. I mean, spaceships interiors was like, I don't know. So I mean, there's been a lot of learning going on, and so now it's like, okay, if I'm a player, what experience do I want?
Yeah.
Like, how do I get from A to B? I don't want to do A to G to H to get to B.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. The interiors.
So as we look at these,
sleeping bunks, kitchen, ship components.
We just sort of looked at sort of
landing pad,
flow,
access deck, ship entry.
ideas.
It's got a docking collar and engineering
It feels quite
room.
good. We sort of worked on again just flow. So if you're in the garage, you can easily get
There's jump
from
seats.
the garage into the living quarters.
Yeah.
The elevators just run the full height.
It's not.
It's one for crew, one for passengers. So if you're,
I wish it was bigger.
you get up and down, and so
It's a light carrier, so like
the whole process.
it's the first light carrier in the game.
116 meters.
122.
And like
122? Oh, on the website it said 116. 122 meters. How big is the carrick?
So you could just park.
So there's 3 external landing pads and 2 internal landing pads.
Whatever vehicle.
And then off you go. So I feel like a lot.
The gravity generator room looks cool. Yeah, it
It's really nice
does.
as well, the fact that you've got, like say, that passenger section kind of sectioned off, and they're always ready. But then, like say, you were saying about like the bows of the ship and how that's sort of all that technical stuff's like hidden at the bottom, and that feels nice that that's crew only, and because you don't want
400 sounds is decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's English.
Yeah.
just
400 SCU is pretty good.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage space and where the cargo is stored. So originally the cargo was going to essentially take up one of the garage spaces.
But like,
it's going to be a compromise choice that players could make of
I don't know.
the cargo is
I don't know.
stacked down.
I don't know.
Down the middle of the lower garage or across like one of the.
I mean, it's a cool. It's a cool concept.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's something that I like.
You'll buy.
Super duper need.
When Rogue was like, oh,
right
this
now.
is cool. And we were like,
yeah, it does look cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like,
well, like, John, can we have this?
Come into a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into the cargo storage room. So
yes,
it's a good sort of save.
Well, we want. I mean, for me as an art director, I want my team to feel like they can take those little forays off if they want, if they've got a good idea. And luckily this time it's panned out.
Yeah.
And makes good use of the space. I mean, because like I said, the ship is quite big. So then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff, and that is really sort of, I call it selling the dream. So it's you're really sort of honing in into what a player's experience might be. And I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So here we've got a fully loaded carrier.
The core of what that ship is for. Like you have these smaller carrier-borne ships is what Chris likes to call them. Like they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to be from a parent ship. So the Liberator is, unless you suddenly got an Idris to carry things with, this is what you're going to see going through these wide and long star systems. Like Pyro is incredibly large compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other. So we really need these ships to help you lug all your stuff from point A to point B. Because if you do it in your Hornet, that's going to be, I don't know, 50, 100 little stops. Whereas you cram it in one of these and send it on its way, it's going to be a much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I think this is going to be a fun one to kind of get onto.
Yeah, I think your team's going to like that.
That's pretty much it for the Anvil Liberator. Ship transporter, it's called.
Idris versus Idris.
Designed for hauling 3 spaceships and some ground vehicles long distance. Very cool.
Banu Merchant Man! Here we go.
I have one of these.
Let's talk about the Banu Merchantman then. It's that ship that's been around for
a long time.
Long time. Just a little bit.
Quite a while for this.
Yeah, we haven't really shown a huge amount of it beyond those original concept images. So
no, and I think this is my second round on this. So I think maybe like 3 years ago we did an initial concept round.
Around the time of the Defender, I guess.
I can't actually remember.
So long ago.
Yeah. But sure, let's. I think fans are going to love this.
Come on, Merchant Man.
There's a few things that need to be updated for the Merchantman. Obviously, we've talked about this many times in the past. As Star Citizen develops, things get added, things get refined. We improve our workflow. So, number one thing we had to do was look at the size and the scale of the ship, because I think it was 160 meters wide and 160 meters long. So it's in essence a cube.
Yeah,
but
it's a very tall ship as well.
Yeah, but it was very vague because we had never done a full interior layout, so
not to like the new system. No.
Yeah, so we need to make sure it fit everything in. So it's always a good starting point. The cargo numbers they've never really been changed since they were originally concepted as
not my
freight
cargo
units, not standard cargo units. So the scale of cargo has changed since we did it originally.
I remember freight unit.
Now my 3000 SCU.
Before my time.
Ago. The marketplace.
Now my 3000 SCU.
3000 SCU.
Good working out. And then
Borg
lastly,
cube.
We wanted to have some synergy between the Defender and the Merchantman, so we found a way to get a Defender hangar.
Ooh, that's cool.
So let's talk about the exterior.
I guess thinking about
Let me see it.
Let me see it.
Let us actually see it.
Stop.
Don't just talk about it. Show the ship.
Stop taunting me.
The ship basically had the biggest impact in a way, like just because the Defender is not a slim.
You can
ship.
see they're looking at it, but they're not showing us it.
I know.
The Defender, I always think in my head.
Show us the
In
ship.
flight mode, it's quite slim.
Yeah.
But then when it's landed, it's got this sort of
big stance.
Yeah.
Show it to us. Let us see it.
I think I've probably been on this for maybe years now. And I said before, we did an initial round of concept work, and it was sort of done more in isolation, so we didn't really have.
Why do they torture us like this?
Why must you hurt me so?
Cargo, an idea of a marketplace. We need an idea of a bridge.
Oh my gosh.
And we'll kind of sort of piece them together. And so that was maybe like 3 years ago, something like that. And obviously process has changed, as we've discussed today. It's more about the player experience and the flow and things making sense.
They hurt us because they love us.
We still have the coolness. We want it to work right.
$700 ship incoming.
When you kind of do it, like obviously this big ship,
As
you
a
think,
Merchant
we
Man.
can make whatever room this size and it'll be fine. But that kind of always sets us up for just a lot more headaches when it comes to our size. So by you spending the time to actually like fully flesh out the interior, it just saves us so much time when we come to actually do the production side of it.
Definitely.
Kind of takes all that risk away from us and puts it up front onto you, basically.
Yeah.
So thanks, Paul. Yeah.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, we tried hard. I mean, you can see here that the ship did have to scale.
Updated. It's bigger.
They made it a lot bigger.
Scaled up.
That's like 25% bigger.
So we'll get to the. I think we'll get to the solution in a little bit.
Yeah.
And just a quick shot of.
Oh
front.
boy!
You can actually see that
it's
it hasn't
big.
actually changed that much. You know, it's grown a little bit.
That person's so small.
You know,
Oh my
gained
god!
A little bit of body mass.
I didn't even notice the person for scale.
You know, sort of,
Just hidden in there.
That's
The
awesome.
ethos of this whole thing is, you know, the ship was really cool anyway. Like everybody really liked the ship, so it wasn't that we wanted.
So now it's going to have 5,000 SCU. Let's go.
We do need to advance it, and so between myself, concept artist Mike Oberschneider, and Mark Gibson, one of the CIG's designers, we basically met twice a week.
It looks like a gamer chair on the roof.
Basically gone through the ship from top to bottom.
Big, but it made the shape simple.
There's a huge amount of.
Looks like they made it a lot smoother,
You know,
which
hands down,
is fitting for like the Banu style.
Hardish.
Banu. Or
they
a
said it's
gamer chair for a really big person.
Actually, you know, the whole process has been quite nice in a way.
Do you have?
It's the long.
I think this is the one that like.
Show us more of the ship.
I was really scared, and then the kind of like the closer you kind of got to finishing your work, the kind of like the less scared I'm getting and the more excited I'm getting. And I'll probably have when we get
The
into
details
production,
were
I'll be
lost?
like, oh, no, what we're gonna do.
I wouldn't
and then
say
then
that.
again, once we kind of actually kind of get over that hurdle.
You've clearly never seen a Banu ship up close.
Ship. Not like just visually, but
Like the Defender, it's got like all those weird like inscriptions like inlaid in the middle.
So
Ooh,
basically,
ooh,
one of the sort of
ooh! I like that.
Yeah,
ships
that's cool.
They sort of incorporate tech where it suits them. So they use tech from humans, they use tech from Xi'an, whatever suits them to sort of achieve what their needs are. So for this ship, we've leveraged a lot of Xi'an tech. So it's a lot of that essentially levitation tech. So stuff doesn't have to be physically connected to move.
Oh,
it sort of hovers and then shifts along.
Ooh.
So it's basically given us a lot of opportunity for creativity. So hangar here, you know, it's always multi-part as well, so it's always kind of nice. Basically shot from the front. This is with the front gun.
Look at that big gun.
That's
correct.
Ooh,
size 8.
One of the original.
Oh,
the Maximus all its weapons.
That's an upgrade from size 6.
Size 8 gun.
2. Not
Two size 8 guns. Oh my gosh!
You died.
With its guns and its turrets.
There's a proper transformer.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably no area that doesn't
Just-
transform almost, especially on the
Just
next gen.
you came in front of me. Screw you.
Kind of like,
Big baby, indeed it is. Hey Kratos, how you doing?
Don't worry about me, just on my business, and then suddenly everything just pops out.
You die. You know, I might keep my merchantman now. Oh, there's another one.
Ooh.
I mean, the turret featured in the original.
Look at that.
You know,
it was never really.
Oh, I see more guns.
Yeah.
No.
You know, I don't want to
Can see one of these camping pad popping all day long.
Oh gosh.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Just go suck up all their cargo.
Just a cargo vampire with size 8 guns. Oh, it's so big.
Twin gun.
I'm happy. I'm happy I have one before they price bump it.
Yeah.
Even though it's only a turret, a gunner, you still got to kind of take all the consideration you're taking in a pilot seat in terms of their visibility and everything else. And yes, you know, you expect to see the big guns and the silhouette and get that kind of like the real feel of being in a gunner seat, but like I say, it's quite easy for it to just kind of growing complexity.
Saban in Discord is like size 8, dual size 8s.
You know, we've used Xi'an tech again to help us sort of reveal the turret, also to elevate.
Yeah, the 2 size 8s are pretty intense.
we've got multiple ideas for that, so I think we'll just have to figure that out a little further on. And then these guns look tiny in comparison, don't they?
They're still
like
so these are guns that most fighters have equipped to them, but they're on these point defense turrets. So obviously the ship was big to start with. It's bigger now. It's more of a target for missiles and torpedoes, and one of the best ways we have in game to counter those is these automated point defense turrets. So again, humans have these phalanx style guns that shoot down incoming threats. We'll take that and we'll use our own guns. So it's got 4 of these on the hull. So there's 2 on top near the bridge, and then I think we see the other 2 underneath. So you sort of got your 360 degrees protection from missiles from those.
Cool.
And then there's an
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 turrets so far.
Controlled from the bridge.
Yeah, the 4-point defense turrets plus 3 manned turrets. It looks like
carry a
merchant ship became a gunship.
Yeah.
Trading floor.
Yeah, well, it's probably it's not very fast, but
probably won't be.
You definitely don't want to screw with one of these.
Yeah.
Just leave his cargo alone. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
You become the cargo,
especially if the thing is.
Look at the bottom there.
Ooh. People call it the paddle. Some people call it the flipper. But Chris was like,
"What is that?"
It needs a reason to be there.
It is very dominant.
Yeah.
In this device, isn't it? So.
I'll always remember that one bit of Defender concept art where it's just there, just destroying.
Look at that, just eat a mountain,
just dragging it through.
So we've, it's a multifunction essentially because one of the difficulties was.
You know what? I'm not even mad. I have a Banu merchantman anymore. I won't even trade it for Perseus.
Traders in the public.
That's awesome.
So
yeah.
There's that challenge of
just it needs 2 size 8 good.
It needs to do its job, but also needs to be visually appealing because it's going to be the entrance. So there was, and we'll see that in a second. But it was always a bit of a tricky thing to solve.
I love that all the guns are hidden too.
Again, we're seeing here
Aloysius, thank you for the subscription on YouTube.
Didn't actually fit on a landing pad,
which meant we had no hangers. That it would
for some reason it didn't pop up on a stream, but it popped up on my computer.
Docking stations with docking ports, or on a planet's surface, which is, as a trader, you're missing out on all the places you could land to do trading. So we had to find a solution.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is the simplest of the solutions that we came up with. I mean, there's probably like 10 others that we did. Some of them were super crazy, parts just folding back on each other. And
dang, so Bong got his merchantman for 250.
In the end, I think.
Well, yeah, because he got his for like right when they announced the concept.
Yeah,
mad lad.
So there's gaps here, and we haven't got the mesh.
That was a year or 2 ago.
We'll work it out for you, Ben.
Something like that.
So you can see here, this is
that's
basically
cool.
a shot of what is the fuel scoop.
Wow.
It transforms again. And becomes this.
Oh, the paddle's a fuel scoop. That's a big fuel scoop. Oh my gosh,
everything.
Aloysius, thank you for the subscription. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
it's not.
It just took a while for it to actually register for Streamlabs.
YouTube being slow.
We'll have
being slow.
Like awnings, basically, that will sort of come out as well, and so we'll have that sort of marketplace.
I think for me, this is one of the ships that really excites me because it is very different to. Not all. A lot of the ships that we've done.
You got yours for $350, but unfortunately upgraded it, so you've only got a 3-month insurance on it.
And the traders kind of inviting you in, and
only 3-month insurance.
I think I have lifetime.
How does that work?
I don't know.
I didn't know they even did 3-month insurance.
Yeah, usually it's like
I thought the minimum was 6.
Yeah.
Space station, like our human.
Oh, I think if you buy a standalone ship, sometimes.
Exciting kind of.
It's 3 months.
The idea is that as you go up those stairs, you'll have holographic visuals of products that are in the marketplace, and so they will sort of pop up and just be spinning. So you'll have it's just that sort of shopping experience.
Yeah,
the shopping experience on the destroyer ship.
Maybe even artifacts.
It's just a shopping experience.
I mean,
we sell humans
as you walk onto the ship underneath the size 8 guns.
And then also the cargo.
Cargo is a big topic.
Ooh, what are they changing?
It was one of
the
those things
cargo
in
to?
the original concept, even digging out the original design brief wasn't particularly clear on, was the cargo bay internal, was it external, was it was it a walkable space?
And we kept it external for the first half
Oh.
of this development.
And then
now it's internal.
during meeting where I think
The thing is, your base package which came with 3 months, then you upgraded to a Connie, then to the Merchantman. Ah.
and we just decided, like, let's make it.
Yes, I am also streaming. I am streaming on YouTube and also on
How it was
Twitch.
in the original concept, so you have that sort of, I don't know how you want to call it, shuttering or on the outside.
Yeah, I'm struggling to actually remember it now because I'm kind of like locked into this one. But it was more that it was you saw the cargo crates, didn't you?
They were very exposed, weren't they? Yeah.
They were exposed certainly from underneath. You could see them all.
Yeah.
They were top mounted and they could all drop down. But that caused huge problems with the entrance case, where if they could all drop down at the same time, then you couldn't get in the ship to start with. So
we did have a solution, but
Twitch is better than YouTube.
Yeah. So
Peter
now it's
Panathel here.
enclosed, you just have one.
Oh, look, that's where it
dropping
is.
at the front.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then we'll
interesting.
see later how it's all managed inside.
Oh, it's like
So you
a
just have-
floating
you can have the
platform.
front ramp open and cargo coming.
Cool.
The two systems are not interfering with each other.
Jeez, that is huge.
Your cargo's more
See how
protected
small
as well.
person is? It's bigger than
it's
a.
a
It
key
looks like
element
it's
of
bigger
it,
than an
is-
890 easily.
You know,
Probably.
having
I would
the,
expect so.
like
I'd
footfall
hope so.
into
It is a
one
dedicated
place, but
cargo
these
ship,
big
so.
trade
Yeah.
items,
Well, I guess now it's multi-purpose.
Yeah.
And shoot stuff with the freaking
So
size
we're
8
going to move on
guns.
to. So we've been looking at sort of functional images of basically explaining how we've been dealing with design decisions and how that's affected art. And so now we move on to the sort of the sexy stuff of
The sexy
looking
stuff.
at how we've taken the sort of the
that looks
existing
cool.
Banu materials, which
Oh my gosh, that's
and then just progressing it
gorgeous.
a little bit further. And again, this is still probably this is
That's
still
absolutely
still,
stunning.
Yeah.
It's previs, but
There's a
in
cockpit
terms of
right there in
where
the middle. It's
heading,
kind of like
it's
in
really
the
quite
middle of the ship.
exciting.
That's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
Not everything is modelled in this, so
Your Nomad has 3
probably be
months?
more
Oh,
font in the metal.
weird.
Kind of like there is on the Defender. Where,
Yeah, if you look at the concept images versus where it all ends up pivoting on those arms,
Yeah.
there's a lot more detail.
There's a lot more, there's a lot more sort of intricate sort of folding of the metal. And so we're just kind of like working in, we're kind of sort of turning it into more...
You were wrong there. Yeah, I told you.
It's more of a
Banu
sort of,
ships are spectacular. They're so pretty.
They are.
and
They
sort of
really
trying
are.
to sort of
Very
get that
unique.
impression. So, we're layering in
I hope that the
gold,
engines have the same like green that the Defender does.
Art Nouveau,
How cool is that gonna look?
line
That would be
work
awesome.
with a sort of Banu influence. We're looking at sort of taking sort of materials like opal or whatever the Star Citizen
Hey, I love
equivalent
opal.
is of that.
That's my
And also integrating
birthstone.
that into a ship. So it really is sort of
Oh, it's your birthstone?
Yeah.
this, like, you're loaded. It is. So, I think
Syra
it's
said
going some
he's
really
going to buy a
nice places.
$30 Prowler
So
to
we're
BMM
looking at
upgrade.
heavy bruiser with a turret. And this is still work in progress. Ideally, there would be more work to do with this, and so we'd get more of the sort of curvature in the metalwork and stuff. But because we're on a
Dang, the 890 is $890 a war bond. Guess
we'll
how
pass
much
that
the
information
freaking
on.
Banu
Yeah,
merchant
I'm sure we'll
I guess it's
get
gonna be like
kick
in the
off on this one.
1,000.
I like this art on this
So that's the exterior.
Yeah.
We'll move on to the interior.
Talking 400i. Yeah, the 400i for 220 war bond
how it is,
plus
and then we'll go
2 different paints. That's worth it, and lifetime insurance.
Yeah.
That's worth it.
That's actually really
That's really worth. Do you have PayPal paying for?
It was
never approved me.
pre-metric.
Really?
Yeah.
We didn't have all the
Look, you're not
requirements in
approved.
place.
I'm like,
Have you tried again?
suck it. Maybe one day.
Marketplace
Just
is
keep
a lot
trying.
simpler in here.
Ooh.
So with Banu Merchantman 2.0, or in my head it's 3.0. We basically
3.0.
moved on to a fully upgraded interior.
Is it 4 weeks or 4
Hold on.
months for PayPal?
And so you can see from this
Ooh.
cutaway, and it's kind of hard to show.
Conference room, guest room, a
halfway
sanctuary,
and
mess hab med.
again,
I think Silas gonna post
come
those
on,
in the Discord.
You gotta show. You have to show it longer than that. Come on.
Don't prank us like that.
As a crew, you've got access to everywhere, but as a trader, you're like, okay, well, you've got these areas. You
Okay.
Can you can come in from.
What was what about?
There's
What?
two different docking collars.
What?
You know, there's
the larger
ship
one on
to
one
ship
side.
and ship to station, and then that funnels you into the marketplace. And then
This size
you can go back down.
just gigantic
And so, you know, in
guns.
terms of what's changed, we've had to create space for the cargo.
That's awesome.
You know,
Oh
the
my
hangar
gosh,
for the
that's
Defender,
hype.
that was a massive one. So a lot of just shifting the internals around. You know, there's 2 elevators in this. There's one for crew.
There's 2?
There's one for traders. Again,
I think that kind of like builds on the experience of someone coming to buy stuff there though, and to me that's kind of.
Why would you take the elevator when you can walk up the big stairs into the,
I know, right?
the gigantic like underbelly of the ship?
No, I think it goes to an elevator.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
That experience is like the kind of like one of the core elements of that.
It's just
ship.
like a mall inside the ship.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
Coming on board.
Did you hear they said that like when you land, you can like extend out like
And
canopies
so we'll see here
around the
these are like
ship?
previous images. These are straight.
Yeah,
straight
see,
out
you
of
got
Photoshop.
like images.
Photoshop man.
See right to the elevator
But it's just
there.
giving you an idea
Yeah.
of that going up the fuel scoop or the market entrance. You know, you'll have the awnings all folded out. It should be a real grand
Why
experience.
can't I just be rich?
Well, we have red
I
carpet.
kind of like, I don't know why in my head it's like Aladdin's cave. Do you know what I mean? That's what
totally.
it kind of.
And we had some reference images as well.
Oh, okay.
For the marketplace, and so here you've walked up, and you're again. This is always in this concept theory. Has always been this tree of life. Essentially.
Oh, that's so cool.
Basically, you enter at the base of the tree, and then it forms the spine, and then that tree branches out and basically reaches to the front of the ship. That's the theory. That's always been this organic theory.
The same in the Defender. You come in the Defender up the ramp.
Yes.
Oh my
And then you have
gosh.
that
They
big
need to
central
stop showing cool
trousers
ships. I'm gonna run
components.
out of money.
Back around.
Are you gonna buy merchandise?
I'm gonna run out of money.
This is a little more sort of refined.
Better to buy it now than later, though.
Yeah, chat, just start rating bits on me so I can buy ships. Come on.
Alien feeling.
Yeah.
Just to
He'll share it, though.
That's a joke. Don't do
He
it.
I feel like
shares.
it's actually a tree that has grown. And they build the ship around this kind of organic thing. Ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here,
Well, if you have
Yeah.
a Prowler, you can upgrade it for $30.
I don't have a Prowler.
Just so
no.
it's super clear.
I haven't had it for a
This
while.
is-
Prowler is like
the lower
way
floor, so the
overpriced.
marketplace is
Like
split into
500 something
floors,
dollars.
8 shops on each floor. No, sorry, 4 shops.
Four
on
shops
each
from each
floor.
one, 8 total.
There's
and then
8
you have this little
shops?
walkway that sort of goes over the top. You can kind of see here, obviously.
Oh, that's cool.
We've got a flying jellyfish.
Ooh,
But the theory is that
that's
that'll
so
be a
cool.
holographic display.
Oh my gosh.
And hopefully the captain can.
That ship is going to be absolutely epic when it comes
Could be
out
special offer, could show a weapon,
in
could
6 years.
Could just butterflies.
Oh.
But this really gives you a vibe.
You know,
of,
I'm so happy I have a band
the complexity.
Oh, Prowler to BMM was a gray market buy.
And sort of just that overall experience.
The headaches that you're gonna cause me.
Yeah.
Hey Carl, how you
And that
doing?
Aladdin's cave.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the little jewels hanging off the. all
Gotta
the-
wait till IA even apply it.
Like the treatment of
Yeah.
light in a lot of concepts. I don't know. I'm stealing your thunder. From
IAE is the time to play the
sort of,
CCU game.
jewels and
Yeah.
stuff that uses light source throughout the ship. And I think that's
Gosh, we're almost at 950 subs on YouTube.
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Anyone who's watching on Twitch, go sub to my YouTube channel.
And so we really sort of
Yeah.
pushed on that on this
Almost
one.
at 1,000.
And so here is like, there's basically as part of the tree of
goodness.
life
This
in
is
the,
so
in the
cool.
marketplace is the
Wow.
So you can then go down into the
That's so pretty. Oh my gosh.
It shows how big it is.
Everyone remembers from
Yeah.
It's gigantic.
Holy crap.
room with the table.
It's gonna be bigger than the jump.
So we've kind of kept
easily.
that, and we'll come to that in a second. But before
Size
we get
8
there,
guns. I can't get over
Can I
the
be
size 8
honest?
guns.
Yeah, just size 8 guns just comes
That's
out.
so silly. Just like,
which also needs to be guests.
Oh, guys, look, it's a Banu merchant, man. It can't shoot us. Just size 8 guns come out. Oh,
yeah.
turn around, run away.
Narrative team on this ship in particular.
And plus the point defenses, you just don't get
There's
hit
no way
by
this won't get more expensive before it releases.
Because for the defender,
Oh, it's
Yeah,
easily
it's
easily going to be over 1,000.
Yeah, 100%.
these
It's
trades
gonna
can
be
take days, weeks, or maybe months. So the people
over
that come on
1,000
board
by
to
the
trade
time it comes out.
need a place to stay whilst.
And it's not like, you know, the people that are going to be kind of flying this, they don't have a, well, in my head they don't have like a base of operations. Like this is their home.
Yeah.
So
Oh, so you can just like live on this ship.
Yeah.
It has such a fat fuel scoop. Never have to get out.
Yeah.
high-end items.
You never
want it to
have
feel
to
special.
actually
Yeah, the thing
like
about this
refuel.
always has been,
If you feel really hungry, just go eat a planet,
Yeah.
moon.
I like that they added a hangar for the defender too. That's
so
nice.
you see
Yeah.
here,
That's cool.
You know, in this image,
Whoa!
Medium.
That's awesome.
opportunities you'll have the caustics and the light.
Size medium.
There's a lot of cool opportunities.
Type laser.
And so here is
I love just the like organic building style of the Banu. So cool.
Compact, but obviously the ship has got bigger and therefore we've got more space.
And the
Also,
combination of green and gold
wealth, right? If you can afford
is
to
it's so pretty.
waste a bit of space, essentially. You know, if you could be like, you know,
I like the floors especially with like the the black marble with like the golden leaves inset into them. That looks
so that's kind of what
incredibly
The
cool.
merchantman, it's
there's
like
a lot of
roots that
commonality
grow
that
on
we've
the
taken from
wings.
Yeah.
the original
So.
fed into this, but then also pushing.
What a
further.
cool ship.
So again, you can see the.
I need to pick up a merchantman.
inlaid.
I'm far more excited about this than the Liberator.
With gold. and so
Smith said, "I'll punch a
again,
silverback
you know,
gorilla
in
if
terms
the
of
eye
price,
just goes for
it's
sale."
gonna be totally different to anything that's happened. And we still kept that viewpoint looking into the hangar. So
the cargo bay.
Sorry, into the cargo bay. And so yeah, it's been quite a tussle trying to get everything into place. And then this is an example of
Get both.
If you
See, the thing is that right
This is,
now
really
the
sort of
Merchantman
based
and
on-
the Liberator
keeping with the organic
are almost the same price.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
palette materials, and so it's
But
kind of based off
I
of the
expect
interior of a Nautilus
either once 315 comes out or the next patch, the Banu's gonna go.
Probably.
A little internal
Well,
wall
we'll see.
behind, and that's where
We will see if they actually put the Merchantman up on the e-store because they talked about it
Oh, that's
today.
true. They might.
Or not.
Maybe they're fixing the
kind of
price
like
real
it-
quick.
a real sort of organic.
Just gotta go.
Again,
Turn the price
How
up.
many zeros do you want? 3.
leveraging
Yeah.
actually the tech as well, so the chairs and the desk, and even the lights are just sort of held in space. So quite different.
Well, I should be able to
And
play
so
the
that's where the traders go. but
the
the
CCU
crew,
game a little bit. Ooh, that's cool looking.
Yeah, I bought a discounted starter pack
slightly
from
less
the
cranky,
Free Fly week just
Yeah,
earlier, so I
so
could
the
CCU
docking
during
cargo,
the.
That still show the size 6 guns. They have
still
to
quite
fix the specs too.
Can we share between?
The specs on the
shared space.
Star Citizen website are never accurate, even for
in
ships that have
concept, yeah.
existed for a long
There's always
time.
been the theory of you've got your
Yeah,
superstructure, then you've got
they're
the
not
tech,
even accurate for the.
Like the colonies are missing stuff.
They're not even accurate for the 400i.
No.
And they just added the stats for it today.
field and stuff, and so by balancing those two, the proportions, you can kind of like alter the.
In regards to the 400i, would be great if the jacuzzi room was modular and you had a choice of what went in there. Replace it with a bar or a pool room, home theater room, lounge, etc. That would be really cool.
Just buy a 890 jump thing. That's it all.
Ooh, that's so cool.
Great big green ring, which kind of sort of, that we kind of put there that there and
That's
kind of
so
thinking of,
pretty.
it shows green when it's safe.
Yeah.
You know, the docking, you know, it's not.
I have a feeling that ship is still several years out. Well, supposedly it's supposed to come out next year, but
yeah, like quarter two.
Doubt.
Well, they said that they're working on it for like a year, twice a week now.
Well,
just having something a little bit more.
Well, they've been technically working on the Merchantman for like 7 years or something like that, but
and you know, moving on to the habitation section where sort of crew can go. You know, people who are familiar with the Defender will really sort of see the sort of common thread here. So, you know, the amount of gold and shiny stuff,
it's really impressive.
To put it bluntly, is reduced. And so it goes to a more matte material.
Ooh.
It's a little less display of wealth.
So that's like where you buy your stuff.
But still got that 3D printing.
You get a lot of that sort of like layering.
Those tables look really cool.
Yeah. That in the middle is the, what do we call it? The magic tagine.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so it's fed from underneath, and you choose what you want.
That's incredibly cool.
And the top comes off, and you get your food out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an eating area.
Speak now
the cafeteria. Yeah.
How our aliens eat. It's that could be a whole talk in itself, I feel.
It's a tricky one because it's an alien, it's a Banu ship, but it's got to support humans operating it. If you had an entirely Banu crew, if you were playing as a Banu, then some aspects of this you don't need, but as
jaw drops. I know, right? Everything they show about this ship is just like, whoa.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of
cool.
complex stuff.
I do.
Sort of
they need to make more capitals flyable.
And you can't really tell from the shop, but it's essentially set over
Stop doing this shit. You're torturing us. It's too pretty.
Walk up the stairs to some elevated stuff, but essentially this is leading to the main central engine, and that is like sort of counter-rotating all those elements, and so you get
that's
this
so
awesome,
cool
shadow play basically going on in the room, like really sort of cinematic.
Looks extremely cool in motion.
And if we can tie it to either were you talking about whether tying it to damage or the state of the
It sounds like
engine.
a good idea, so I'm going to say yes.
So, you know, if the engine's malfunctioning and it's sort of slowing down and stuff, that would be kind of cool.
I'll claim that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure it was.
And then, you know, in terms of...
their audio just messed up for a sec there.
Like 32
interesting.
Sort of cargo boxes.
So it's got like a big like tractor beam crane thing that goes and moves the cargo around. That's cool.
Cargo shipping containers.
Yeah, this thing isn't coming out for a long time.
That's huge.
That is gigantic. Whoa.
Yes. So we've got a hefty.
You happy you got yours for $185? What?
In the screenshot.
How long ago did you pick up a Merchantman? Jeez.
Something else to work out, Ben.
That's ridiculous.
But
something else to work out, John.
But you know,
and I thought
really
Saban's 250 was cheap.
Holy crap.
Sort of the loading platform is.
Yeah, because it moves the cargo containers into that space, and then that
and then
space
it
kind of drops down, doesn't it? Yeah, so there will be that sort of like.
Oh, CCU chains. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That sort of mini game.
That's the strat. The friggin' strat.
They're going to access stuff, and all the time you'll be able to see from the negotiation room.
The poor guy moving it around, just don't mess it up. But yeah, as a result of all those changes, the cargo capacity has gone down a little.
No.
I think it was.
Oh, a little.
It was a nebulous number to start with that had never really been proved out. It's still big. So it's around 2,800.
Oh crap! Just a wee bit from like 3,500.
Yeah. 2,800 SCU.
The hull is only 3,000. So
oh my gosh.
Still,
it's a lot, but maybe not quite as much as people were.
Wow.
Although
That's still a ton.
It does.
That's so much cargo.
Gaining so much more.
Wow.
But you can, instead of transporting cargo, you can transport like
take with these things.
People.
Tanks. or people
make
or
every ship do everything,
vehicles.
but then they just become
It's great picking it up when
humongous
it was cheaper because
muscles.
now whatever price it goes
always a
up
trade.
to, you can use that
So
to trade it
moving
for
now
whatever.
up to the bridge area.
It's the mold to 350
And what we're looking at here is
DMMCC
very
had a
much work in
$40
progress. I mean, we
Warbond
are
discount.
literally working on this right now. In the sort of top left, had to think then, is
that's such a
an
cool
image that we
bridge.
created sort of on
That's
round
awesome.
2,
Okay.
and we're sort of leveraging that heavily. So a lot of those shapes will appear into this new stuff, but in this new sort of configuration,
Latest.
you're able to.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Interesting. Oh my gosh, look at the lights.
I know.
Land turret.
All across it.
It's more.
Oh, the turret chilling there.
And then also
Yeah, that was
the
awesome.
corridors, which leads you to.
Yo, Jimmy, we need you on the turret.
Meditation room.
Huh?
Yo, Jimmy, we need you on the turret.
Yeah.
The approved name wasn't
Just
there.
go run
I
in.
think what it is.
It's kind of like a sort of sacred space.
CCU chaining is very much worth it.
You can sort of pay, you know, we've kind of got sort of equivalent of prayer wheels. That's kind of the theory. So it's like this nice little calm space. So that's
yeah,
because
the Banu are like
a lot of the areas on this ship are very sort of multi-threaded.
very religious people.
You often have your central.
It's like the closest thing they have to a central government is like
So like I said, there's been a lot
this like theocracy
navigation, and in this
that they
area,
have.
are two.
Like the Banu homeworld is considered like a holy land.
Oh.
So a lot of Banu will
an 8-person crew
take
now.
pilgrimages.
There's space for 4 on the bridge. Obviously, there's 4 stations there. You have
There, I don't know if you guys have seen my video on the Banu, but the Banu are really interesting.
One person.
They don't have a centralized government. They just have like each planet has its own government, and they don't really communicate with each other unless something shows up that like threatens their entire race.
Oh, geez.
And then all of the like the leader of each planet will come and they'll have a council.
Yeah, good for negotiations.
Yeah.
But
They also don't have a standing military, but they don't really need one because every single merchant is armed to the frickin' teeth.
Menu shop, or you can
do
double duty in shops.
I'm interested to see what other Banu ships they pull in.
This is an example. Well,
Yeah.
full size image.
We need
that
to get
round
more
concept of
Banu
bridge,
ships.
and again, you can see the sort of
Yeah.
superstructure.
And there's only one that's actually flyable.
all layering basically. So you know we have
Same
changed
with the
the
POA though.
configuration since this image.
Or not a POA.
But a lot of that.
Yeah.
Technically, a POA is a Xi'an company.
So with the materials and again just
Nor do they
continuing
even
with
care for
that
their own
flow
history. Yeah.
From back to front, basically, always sort of this tree of life.
Yeah, they're super weird.
Going to the
Need a
node
Banu
of the
shuttle. Yeah.
By the time people see this, we'll have actually had someone start.
Yeah, that's true.
Start working on it.
Yeah.
So it's actually in production now. After all these years.
Banu Merchant Man in production, baby.
One of the ships that I'm really excited
yeah.
about kind of playing with in game. It's just such a kind of, like I say, it's got that kind of full trading experience, but it feels like a proper home that you can live on, and it's got a load of weaponry as well, which
yeah.
If in doubt.
That's awesome. Okay, I'm.
If in doubt, just pull the guns out.
If in doubt, just pull the guns out.
Cool.
So anyway, I started blasting.
So a few hammerheads showed up.
Will be in production.
Yep.
So anyway,
And they didn't want to trade. So anyways, it started blasting.
Future speculation.
So to close our talk out, I thought we would revisit the idea that we had last time we did one of these panels. We showed some concept ships, or some ideas for concept ships, talked about it, and everyone voted for them. Obviously,
They're gonna
pre-recorded segment.
I feel like they're gonna drop something.
Get a feel of that.
Like a look of something that's gonna go straight to Fiable, like right at the end of this
I'm waiting
panel.
for which one we do.
Just like, oh, by the way.
Oh, surprise.
So
It's not good telling.
at the end, Jared will explain how you can sort of vote or express your preference for what we show today, and we will see what comes of that. But first, let's go over what we did last time. So we had this ground mining vehicle concept.
So mining vehicle, Xi'an small cargo, which turned into
Xi'an small cargo.
Big cargo.
Yeah, big cargo.
Tavaran light fighter. People may recognise a sort of a pattern emerging here. And then a small refinery ship. So
That
let's see
became
what's
thick
happened to those
refinery
over
ship.
the last few years. So that small ground miner turned into the Grey Cat Rock and the Rock DS. The Gatak Raylan was the Jan small cargo, and that was very close to that.
It's not small. It's really not small. It's quite big actually.
It's like 900 or 800 SU, right?
Light fighter.
Around there.
And then the fourth one, which is a bit of a mystery.
A mystery.
Oh, so maybe
Ah.
ship?
I wasn't involved with this last
Something
time.
to
but
be eaten
I've got a couple
by?
of my favourite ships in that, so
A
it's good.
Read your mind.
a Misk refinery
So
ship.
that fourth one, the small refinery ship, obviously people don't know about, but I can pretty confidently say people will know about it very soon. Fingers crossed.
Show it to us.
So a new year, we'll do it all again. We got 4 more sort of cuts of options here, so go over those.
Ooh, okay.
Option A is a big
ship.
explorer ship. So we also have the
Okay.
Carrack as the pinnacle of explorer ships, but
Hover
Yeah.
vehicle and a new bomber.
Yeah, it would be nice to get a bit of competition in for the character.
Mm.
yeah, maybe something misky.
Okay.
As we go in the Misk line.
A Misk exploration ship. Okay.
Then we have a selection of ground vehicles there. So there's a right mismatch there. So we've got 2 little small
The bomb looks
vehicles
like
and,
a
what looks like an APC. Based
Yeah.
on the
Ballista.
chassis.
Teverin's sub-capital ship would blow your
Yeah,
socks
the ground
off.
vehicles are kind of, although they're not as grand and exciting as the ships, I think they're just really fun. And it's nice. They're nice things to work on because they are kind of contained and they are quite small. They are, I was going to say like less complex, but they're probably not that much less complex than a ship because they still require all the same sort of setup and everything else.
And confinement.
So probably
Yeah,
Misk refinery
not
ship.
anything
They might
in a
drop
small
on
focus.
us at
I think the
Interstellar
ground vehicles
Aerospace
kind of,
Expo.
They just have that
Probably.
That makes
extra
sense.
element of fun when you are playing with your friends that it's you know, it's not all just about space. We've got some beautiful planets and being able to explore them not by foot is good.
Yeah.
I don't see a floating noodle wagon there though.
Floating
Floating noodle bike, that's still on the list. Yeah,
It's on my
PJ
list.
special, yeah.
Or
I've
maybe-
got a few that I'm trying to like just wear John down with.
Maybe option C. This hover vehicle could be floating big pennies.
Delivery bike.
Floating big bennies.
Could be.
You need to go to like flying green zones though, wouldn't you? And that'd be like
How about the Vulcan ship?
yeah,
About
actual
anything
kind of
about it?
all sorts of difficulties.
Doesn't sound
so
like
that's-
it.
We have some Gravlev bikes in game at the moment, but this is a sort of a more stable
vehicle
secure option because anyone that's flown Gravlev
You're gonna
bikes
give us
is
the X1?
experience.
Gonna
Probably
give us
some
the
mild
X1?
terror.
I like the
X1?
middle bomber
Yeah.
sketch.
Yeah, you've not done a
Because the third one looks a lot like an Eclipse already.
Yeah, and the top one looks a lot like the Gladiator.
Nox.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
So It's been a while.
Yeah.
So the last option D, is a bomber ship. So we have the Hercules A2, which is coming this patch. That obviously
Thick.
carries very big bombs.
Very big
collection of
bombs.
smaller bombs, but it is our only dedicated ground bomber. We have bombers like the Retaliator and the Eclipse, but they're more torpedoes. This would be another single man, get in, get out, drop your bombs.
Oh, okay.
Job.
So like an Eclipse,
And I've
but
got to like all of
without
them, but
torpedoes.
Like,
Yeah.
I think the visual aesthetics of the bombers is kind of like the single seat bomber. They just look cool.
I think the hover vehicle for me.
Yeah.
I'll go for the Explorer ship at the start because I like the.
We could use
I
more
like big
Explorer
ships.
ships.
Yeah,
I kinda
we don't
like-
have a whole lot.
Do you know? I was wondering if you were going to do it. And you
It's
did.
going
But we need more bombers. We only have
Do I
one.
stop with this? No.
Yeah.
One ground
yeah,
bomber.
I think a nice big Explorer ship that you can have all your friends on board because that's really where you have the huge amount of fun with Star Citizen
Yeah.
is getting a group of friends together and just going off
I just think
and causing chaos.
visually the small little kind of compacts are cool.
Can we have them all, John?
Maybe.
I guess we'll
Well,
find
what
out.
happens if we do get like a perfect split on the votes?
Yeah.
Like Jared's gonna come back to be like, well, actually,
Definitely don't go down trying to split the votes.
yeah.
So we have to make them all. But
Just double your team, Ben.
it could happen.
I'll try. Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, that's a little wrap up at the end of the show. So obviously it would have been easier to do this.
Gladiator has a bomber variant.
Doesn't allow that
Does
at
it?
the moment.
Hopefully next year, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Jared will come on in a minute and explain how to vote for these. Leave your comments and suggestions on them, and we'll see what happens.
Closing.
Maybe not a secret ship unless
That's
Jared
a wrap
reveals
for
one.
us. I'm John, if you don't realise. I'm the vehicle director.
Thanks, John.
Ben, first CitizenCon done.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
And I'm Paul Jones, art director.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
And thanks for watching our Ship Talk panel.
Oh, that was hype. Banu Merchant Man, so beautiful.
It is gorgeous.
Do you hunger for the challenge?
All right.
Against nature, you will need discipline.
Yeah, the Banu Merchant Man looks awesome. The
to never give up.
400i, I'm so excited for the 400i.
I know, that looks really cool too.
Looks like you need a beer mate.
That's my
What?
The Photoshop
What?
What the heck?
That was
You can
strange.
hike Mount Everest high.
This is Nova AI. Application accepted. Report to Everest Harbor.
That was incredibly weird.
Today you can join one of our 5 branches. Nova Corps. Specializing in industry and commerce. Nova Skyline. Recreational activities and public relations. Nova Defense. Aggressive negotiations and security management.
Aggressive negotiation.
Nova Relief. Our medical aid and first responders. And Nova Frontiers, the science and exploration branch. The future is in your hands.
Sleepless instinct.
I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back, you guys.
I'll keep you company, Chad.
Looked like he was shoving that beer up his nose.
Soothes his loneliness on the spectrum.
But I'm too old to find love. That is a load of space whale crap, and you know it.
Where a slaver in the heart of Cathcart meets new people every day, but just can't find that someone special.
I can't handle it anymore, Maurice. I'm leaving. But who will subjugate your slaves if you leave?
Perhaps a little magic can happen in the cold vacuum space. From the producers of Replace Me comes a romantic comedy with a pirate's heart of gold, Sleepless in Stanton. Coming soon to the Spectrum on Cathcart Public Access.
Be 42 to watch that, guys. Sorry. I'm not 42.
We build more than money could afford and grow beyond what would define power.
We venture into the future and stand together in unity.
We are the Galactic Union.
Oh, that's kind of cool. All the ships.
Welcome back. You're watching CitizenCon 2951. Just in case you saw the Banu Merchantman and lost all sense of time, space, and reality there. That was the ship top presentation, followed by another set of community videos. So the 400i is real and visible.
Happiness.
The Anvil Liberator may become the hero of Pyro when players are left without all the gas stations everywhere. And the Banu Merchantman aims to take the crowd of coolest spacecraft in the game. Like it didn't have it already. Plus, you can vote to prioritize one of the next ships to move into development. Voting should be enabled now on the very special comm link found on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And if it isn't, give it some time. I'm willing to bet the site is being hammered just a little bit at the moment. Now, as for what you folks had to say during the presentation, we're going to try this again. All right, Twitch chat, don't let me down. Dial Tone said, "Yo, dog, we heard you like ships, so we made a ship to ship your ships, so you can ship while you ship."
Oh boy! Here, this is what he said.
Or
He's like, "Yo, dog, we heard you like ships. We made a ship to ship your ships, so you can ship your ships."
Shipping ship.
Medusa1 says, "It's so stupid.
Chat was do nice to you
I don't know
while I
what
was
ship
gone.
he's talking about, but
I
we'll
tried
take
my
it.
best.
Did he treat you
Enigmarin
good? Did he
says,
bully you?
The new most important ship in Star Citizen. That's still me and Jay Lee, dude. Blix88 says, "Pocket carrier." Yes, finally, pocket carrier. And Lars
Pocket
19
sand.
says, "Balloon Merchunkman."
Banu Merchonk, man.
I asked for the best of the best, and they gave me Lars 19. Back to the 400i, that promotion should have launched just a little while ago, so be sure you check that out, as well as the pre-Q&A FAQ, where the community team anticipated some of your most likely questions and put them to John Crew ahead of time.
He was doing ASMR?
Question about
You were
the
doing
background.
ASMR?
Now, of course, what we really want to do is fly
Maybe I just have
the
a very
400i.
beautiful voice.
And I'm pleased to report that the 400i is not only straight to flyable, but
No,
will be
this is not
available when
ASMR.
Alpha 315 goes to PTU for Wave 1 testers, subscribers,
torturing
and
the
concierge. And as for when that is, I'm told the platform team is literally watching this stream right now, waiting for me to say the word, and they will drop the patch.
Oh?
So all I have to do is say the word. Whew. That's a lot of pressure. But if I say the word and the patch drops, then they'll leave, and I'll be here by myself. Why would I want that? You know, this reminds me of the time when I had that, that big crazy beard that I said I would shave when 3.0 came out. And then right before 3.0 came out, everybody was on the Go Live call, and everybody was like, "Yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready." And then CR made everybody wait an additional 5 minutes just to torture me.
Oh.
You remember that, CR? Pepperidge Farms remembers that.
Pepperidge Farms remembers.
All right, I've pushed the gag too far, as it seems. All right, here we go. Countdown ready. And 3, 2, 1, go.
That's great.
That was predictable. All right. Let's go now to Allie Brown, Christian Bolte, and Daryl Barnes and learn more about Gen 12 and the multi-core of Vulcan.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's kind of fun.
That was
Thank
fun.
God, it's Pepperidge Farms remembers.
Well played. Yeah. I think Wave
I'm
1's
Ali Brown,
coming out
Director
tomorrow.
of Graphics Engineering here at Cloud Imperium Games. And today we're going to be talking about Gen 12, our new multi-core renderer. In addition to myself, we'll also be hearing from Christopher Bolte, our core engine architect.
If it actually
and
comes
Daryl
out right
Barnes, our
now,
graphics programmer. And today we're going to be talking about the
then
need
I
for
will
new
be in a
renderer,
little bit
the
of a pickle.
architecture and how it's built. Vulkan.
Well, I'm at your
back-end
house, so
API
I
we
can't
use,
like
and
go
the
to my
progress of
PC
how
at
we're doing so
home.
far,
Yeah.
And then what's next for the graphics team.
And
Well, it's upstairs.
So, to
yeah,
help
my
understand the
PC's
need
at
for the Gen 12
upstairs,
renderer,
and
first I want to take a look at the high-level structure of our existing renderer to try and understand how the new render will differ.
all my
So
sound
here you see a
equipment is
diagram, very simplified,
downstairs.
of our overall architecture.
We really
And on the
thought
left-hand
this
side,
through,
you can see the
didn't
3D
we?
engine,
Oh, yeah.
And this is what manages all the visible objects in the scene, for example, their position, their size, and ultimately is responsible for the culling of them objects and deciding what.
Wait, oh my gosh, they actually launched it.
Oh
And
man,
obviously, the job
lads.
of the renderer is just to feed out the image at the end of the frame.
Oh
download it.
gosh.
Go
To do
download it real
this,
quick.
To manage this process, all of these objects have to pass through the single universal type
Okay.
of information in the center. And as a result of that, every object has to come through with a certain amount of settings or paperwork and baggage to describe how they should be configured, and it's type of represented on the diagram by these switches. So this type of design initially seems very flexible, having this universal pipe. You can very easily toggle certain settings and get a very different rendered result for each object.
I just need longer cables for my mouse, keyboard, and joystick. This would be very long cables.
They have to decipher
you
the
drill some holes through the
instructions
floor
and distribute these objects through the various pipelines and stages inside the renderer. And this has to happen for every object, every frame. And this deciphering ends up resulting in quite a
I don't know
significant
if
performance problem.
it'll run very
and it
well
also
with a string
makes the
going
renderer
too.
quite inflexible because it's quite complicated and hard to change the architecture. So how does our Gen 12 renderer differ from this? Well, the methodology we're taking on is to try and make everything as explicit as possible. And we're trying to minimize all these redundant connections and switches and configuration options and try and get things much more streamlined. So to do this, each object in the world will directly communicate with the render pass responsible for drawing that object at startup time. So when the object is first spawned, it will communicate directly with the pass responsible for it and pre-configure everything possible at that stage. Now, this has a bunch of benefits. So by speaking directly to the thing that's rendering it, it doesn't have to worry about all the other rendering systems. So we end up with a much more limited set of parameters, both on the object and on the rendering pass. And all of the settings we do have are very relevant for the task, which makes things much less complicated. And it's easier to optimize, more flexible, and more modular. So each of these passes then goes on to generate lower-level commands that are actually going to map directly to our graphics API, which is the piece of software that sits just above your GPU driver. And this backend collects and executes all of these instructions. And because there is no high-level knowledge of the rendering in this backend, it is just simply just issuing commands. It ends up very simple and streamlined and much simpler than the equivalent on our old renderer. So the benefit of this simpler code is it's much easier to multi-thread, which is to say to run it on multiple CPU cores in parallel, something that is crucial for modern CPUs. So multi-threading is a complex and often misunderstood paradigm, so I thought it was worth us talking briefly about how we optimize multi-threaded code. And for that, I'm going to use an analogy of building a house, which is another complex engineering task with dependencies. So here you can see a list of tasks for a builder, a joiner, and an electrician, all running one after another, and those dependencies between them shown in red. And in this example, the house is equivalent to rendering our frame. Each tradesman might be a different system, and then the capacity of 3 people in our house is equivalent to the 3 CPU cores we might have on our system. And the occupancy, as in the average number of people in the house, is effectively the same as the CPU or GPU utilization numbers you might see in Task Manager. So in this example, we can see the project takes 11 units of time and is on average 60% full for this house. Now, this occupancy of 60% isn't the direct reason that it takes 11 units of time, and that is in fact down to the critical path of work where the builder is blocking the joiner and the joiner is then blocking the electrician. So the obvious answer here is that you need another builder or multiple builders to work on this in parallel to unblock the joiner, and so on. You can keep on parallelizing this work to try and reduce the critical path. And that is our focus when we're optimizing multi-threaded code. However, not all tasks are trivial to run in parallel, and sometimes it's impossible to actually run them in parallel, so you will end up with these unallocated capacity space and these bubbles. And in this case, if we imagine the electrician was in fact our GPU, then the fact that it takes longer is just going to result in a CPU bubble, which is unavoidable. And this type of thing happens very frequently if you have a configuration, for example, a very fast GPU and a very slow CPU, then unavoidably one of them 2 systems is going to have a bubble. So we can fill these bubbles with non-critical work like streaming meshes or textures, and this can help fill the unused CPU capacity. And this can be useful to try and get some extra work done, but ultimately it's not going to improve the performance of the frame. And the point I really wanted to drive home was that the CPU and GPU utilization, which are often looked at as key indicators of performance, aren't actually the direct thing we should be looking at. They are useful as statistics, but ultimately the frame time is the only thing that matters and the critical path that resulted in that frame time. So as we roll out Gen 12, we'll hopefully be putting some new statistics in there that the players can see to help them understand the performance and understand these bubbles, and that should hopefully give a little bit clearer insight into the performance of the renderer. So how we can actually achieve this parallelism in practice, that's going to come down to 2 major changes. One is the architectural changes, which Christopher will talk us through, and the second is the Vulkan graphics API that Daryl is going to talk us through.
Welcome to the next section of our Gen 12 renderer presentation. My name is Christopher Bolte, core engine architect here at Cloud Imperium.
Difficult to hold back on buying the 400 i
next few minutes introducing high-level
It is a really nice looking ship.
of our in-development Gen 12 renderer.
No, just Just buy the merchant man.
For this section, I will focus on the rendering of object instances in the world, for example chairs, walls, characters or spaceships. This part of the rendering pipeline is called scene object rendering and has the largest impact on runtime performance. There's also a lot of work happening on the architecture to manage operations which work on all pixels on the screen, so-called post effects, but I won't cover those. The current slide shows our existing renderer code setup. We have a main thread, which does all game simulation as well as figuring out what objects we should draw for every frame. And we have a render thread, which takes all those objects and translates their description into GPU comments to render them on the screen. The system is set up to double buffer the data. In other words, the render thread is working on data from the previous frame while the main thread produces data for the next frame. Such a setup allows easy performance improvements in some situations, but it also has two issues on modern hardware. First, the rendering code won't scale over multiple CPU cores, which can result in a bottleneck during execution. In other words, every visible object adds a certain cost. The more objects we render, the higher the cost. And as a single CPU processes this cost, no matter how well we optimize, at some object count we will run into performance issues. Second, since the main thread and render thread must be synchronized with vsync, we can end up with very bad load balancing. As shown in the slide, if the main thread takes longer than the render thread has to be idle and wait, and vice versa, if the render thread takes longer, then the main thread has to wait. During such wait time, the CPU is underutilized, especially if waiting for the single core render thread. One goal for the Gen 12 render is to remove this kind of bottleneck and instead architecture the system without those waits and allowing every operation to utilize all CPU cores. When we utilize all CPU cores, we would still have an object limit, as every visible object must be processed. But we can process a higher object count and at the same time reduce the latency on the main thread until all objects are processed, as we will be making better use of modern multi-core CPUs. Let's take a look at some details. For example, please keep in mind that the size of the sections are chosen to visualize the cost. Relation in size doesn't necessarily translate to the same relation in CPU cost. When looking at the cost of the operations done by the render thread, a pattern quickly emerges. We pay a similar cost for every rendered object. This is called a draw call. For every draw call, some time that is spent inside our own renderer code and some part of it is spent in the GPU driver code. In the next slide, we will cover our current process as well as the next steps to move the draw call cost out of the render thread onto multiple CPU cores.
Not a bad plan.
We already have a level of parallelization on the main thread, used to find out what objects are visible. There we use our batch worker job system. This is a parallelization system to execute the same code on a different object instance over all CPU cores. To give an example, checking 400 objects can be split over 10 threads, so that every thread will be processed 40 objects. By doing that, the latency on the main thread until all 400 objects are done is divided by the number of threads, reducing said latency to 40 objects only. Roughly at least. As in the actual system, several low-level factors affect the execution.
Anyone else
making this statement not fully true, but covering those who would be out of scope for this presentation.
This is going.
The visible check itself happens multiple times per object in the frame.
I mean, at least they have pictures. Pictures help.
It can also be visible in shadows, or via remote location rendering.
I wonder if they'll add RTX to CitizenCon, Star Citizen. That would eat anybody's GPU.
Have more than one.
Oh, you want pretty colors? Minus 40 frames. You have 5 frames everywhere.
CPU cores with a batch worker system.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
When an object is determined to be visible, its rendering description is copied into multiple temporary buffers. Those temporary buffers are processed on the next render thread frame to submit every object's draw call to the GPU.
What
in other words,
CCU
object calling
is
already at the point where we want to have the draw call processing. Right now, we are in the first implementation phase.
CCU
we have
stands
defined our
for
low-level code building blocks.
something
and showed our
upgrade.
APIs work and are now in the process of
So basically,
moving
it's
our own
upgrading from one
rendering
ship
code
to
out of
another.
the render thread into
The basic
existing
idea,
batch execution.
the basic
This
idea
a very
is
time-consuming
you
refactor, as we
chain
need to change every rendering
ship
feature in a
upgrades
very
together
old and large
by
code base.
choosing the
But we have
cheapest
set it up in a
upgrade,
way to allow us to
specifically for
gradually move our
Warbond.
parts step by step.
So basically,
After
if you get
operation is
a
done,
like a
the state will be
Warbond,
saved to a temporary buffer to be
say
processed
a
by the
ship
render
that costs $150, but the Warbond is like $100. So you get it for, so you get the Warbond upgrade. So you only pay
During the step will already
up
give us
to, you know,
performance benefits when we are
$100,
render
but then the ship is worth
Less code will
$150.
be run on the render thread.
So then,
Additionally, this
so
is a
then
necessary
you
stepping
get a
stone
ship
for the
that's
next
worth like
phase.
$250,
After
but
we
the
manage
Warbond
to
is like
move our own rendering code
$200.
to multiple CPU
And so
cores,
you take
we
your
will start to
150
utilize the working API.
ship
One major
that you got
selling
for
point of the newest
$100 and
innovation
take
of
that to a
graphics APIs
250
like
ship
Vulkan is the possibility to
that you've
generate
only
CPU
paid
comments on
150
multiple
total
threads.
dollars for, and basically you keep
That is
doing that
something
until you
which
get up
wasn't
to the
possible
highest.
before. Mostly the cause of the existing renderer
Yeah.
design. The catch is, to allow efficient parallel generation of GPU comments, the data must be prepared in a certain way. And that is what we are doing right now as part of porting the scene object rendering to Gen 12 and moving our renderer code to the batch worker system. When this is done, we can implement the parallel Vulkan backend and remove the render thread.
Really expensive ships.
After all that work is done, our renderer should be able to process a very high number of visible objects at lower impact on the frame time. At the same time, it will make better use of the available CPU resources and have less idle time where major systems wait for each other. Thank you for your time. Daryl will now take over to cover the Vulkan side of the Gen 12 renderer.
Hi, my name is Daryl. I'm a graphics programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I work closely with Vulkan and our graphics renderer to make the game look as good as it does.
And then you can.
So what exactly
And then you
is
can.
Vulkan? Well, Vulkan
also,
is a modern graphics API that allows us as developers
You can also,
to take greater
like,
control over what you as a player sees
In
and
between
also
your Warbond
affect performance
CCU
greatly.
in between your
As you
Warbond
know,
upgrades,
we
you can then
already
use
have
store
a few
credits to
areas of
upgrade
bottlenecking on the CPU, but the design of
in
Vulkan allows
between,
us
so you
to
can save
alleviate
you more
these
money
bottlenecks
on
by
cash,
submitting work in
but
parallel
you're still getting
to the
a
GPU.
Warbond ship.
So I would like to explain a bit
Essentially.
more about the software stack that's involved with our graphics in the engine. So from the image, you can see that we have a renderer front end, a renderer back end, and as well the graphics driver. The Vulkan API generally sits at the renderer back end and allows us a fine-grained control over what we develop and how we develop for it. It also gives us flexibility for cross-platform, including Windows and Linux, and anything we may want to look at in the future. The graphics driver stage is not managed by us, but we look at that and we gather information and process any crashes or any issues that might happen, and then we can deal with those further down the line. So you can see now how graphics APIs have changed over time. We're of course in the more modern section where Vulkan is on feature parity essentially with other APIs such as DirectX 12 Ultimate. You might also be wondering what a graphics API actually is, and we see that as a tool that is used for development that can interface between your graphics card as a player and us as developers so that we can give you the latest and greatest. Vulkan also has many features and extensions available to it that we will be exploring in the future, such as variable rate shading, bindless resources, and GPU accelerated ray tracing. To address any issues, we also need to collect data from our players' hardware so that we can use that to target specific features and extensions. We're not aware of any large-scale multiplayer games that captures Vulkan data live in the exact same way we do. Capturing this data allows us to plan ahead for any optimizations and then leverage that for the larger majority of players so we can bring you the latest and greatest. On screen at the moment is a diagram that shows the distribution available for Vulkan API versions amongst currently active players.
4 of them?
This was captured in the last 3 months, and as can be seen, there is 98% of players that are able to use Vulkan fully in 1.2. We did see a negligible amount of 1.0 and some that were unavailable. We are actively looking into these cases, especially those that cannot currently run Vulkan, as it is seen as unavailable. I'd like to take this opportunity to also say, please update your drivers, as we do see a few cases where this can take you straight to the latest version. I'd like to now explain a bit more about the render graph and how this works hand in hand with the Vulkan API
Your drivers, guys.
in order to improve our usage of Vulkan. So a render graph can be seen as a collection of stages that depend on each other. This then determines the ordering, the scheduling, and the flow of the actual frame. This allows us also to then achieve any synchronization that we need to during that frame. It also helps us from a design point of view, as we can look at the render graph and see where there may be issues or potential optimizations.
Oopsie daisies.
The render graph also allows us to keep track of any state of resources, and we can also validate against those resources as well. Now I would like to explain the render graph as a whole and give you an overview of how it works between the GPU and also how it works in terms of our frame. So a frame is made up of a collection of passes, and sometimes we require a texture to switch states, perhaps between read and write. The graphics driver used to do this for us, but now with modern APIs such as Vulkan, we need to carry out
You
this
can
work
check out
ourselves.
videos on YouTube and
What
come back.
the render graph will then do is insert a pipeline barrier into the render graph and pass this work along to the GPU and switch the state. We can also cache the render
Who's
graph
tossing in
and use
promotions
any
of
data
me
we had
not
from a
being
previous
awesome?
frame or perhaps similar resources as an optimization. I'd now like to talk a bit about the synchronization that happens within the render graph and how resources change state. So the idea is that we want to switch the state of a resource as early as possible. We need to then also validate that this resource is in the correct state. So from the diagram, we can see that the depth prepass writes to image A, but then later on we require to read from image A in the G buffer. So to this end, we insert a pipeline barrier for this transition between the two passes. These barriers are scheduled as GPU work, following a strict ordering dependent on other work that may have happened previously. All the work for a single stage within the frame can be carried out in a single pipeline barrier.
Yeah.
I'd now like to talk about some of the more nuanced areas of our Vulkan implementation and how this affects us as developers and you as players. We use the DirectX compiler for our shaders.
There's a
and
now
this
lose
can
all items
compile
equipped
our
to their
HLSL
character
code
upon death.
into
These
Sphere V.
items include items from the pledge
DXC
store, including subscriber
modern
items. We are currently looking
compiler
into different solutions for
has
this, but for
features
3.15, be more than if you die with
both
subscriber items on, you will lose them in game, but they will not be removed from your account or pledge
HLSL
store.
is
So
a
basically,
shader
you'd have to do
programming
a
that we as developers can
character
utilize
reset.
and read in order to make
They
work
keep
happen
showing
on
all
your
this
GPU.
gameplay of Pyro, and it makes me want Pyro.
This HLSL is compiled down.
Give us
into
Pyro,
Sphere V.
please.
Sphere V itself is not as readable, as it is seen as an intermediate language between HLSL and shader microcode. Sphere V gives us less driver overhead at compile time. We can use this
Only
then
need 8 crew.
to create our shader modules in Vulkan and optimize any
Yeah, character reset. Gotta fix that.
DXC also gives us shader model 6. Shader models have progressed over time in HLSL, with shader model 6 now giving language support for GPU parallelism.
Yeah,
as
probably
well
gotta
as
fix that.
variable rate shading, amongst many other features. We can see here now a diagram of how our shader compilation happens.
You got them for your
It
org.
starts at the shader author level.
You don't know if you have
This
the
is where one
patience
of
for
our
that.
main
Patience for
developers
what?
will
The
write a shader
CCU chaining?
using HLSL code with some markup
It does take time
into that HLSL.
to do.
This HLSL
It's worth
is
it to
then
save
passed
money.
to the preprocessor. The preprocessor it then removes
The benefits of
any
it
of the
get
additional code that we don't need and is dealt with accordingly. Whilst then
3
outputting
Polaris, a Kraken, Hull D, and some others. Dang, dude!
the HLSL code is then passed to DXC.
How much free cash you got on
And
hand?
DXC will change this into Spear V. It's at this stage that we
Yeah,
can
I'll take
carry
some
out
of that.
any additional compiler optimizations and improve compile time performance.
The Kraken is a sweet ship.
Spear V is then passed to the driver.
Probably a while till we'll
driver
see it.
will then
But
change this
I have a
into
Polaris.
microcode, which will
Um,
run specifically on your GPU hardware. As I've previously mentioned, there have been several Vulkan
but
core
that's
versions
the. I
over
think
time.
the Polaris is the biggest ship
Each one has
I
added
have.
new features and extensions for
Yeah.
us to reach into and develop with. 2 of these I'd like to explain a bit more in detail now that we would like to look into
Pulling out
and
your laptop.
develop for in the future.
I
These
don't
are
have to do
both
2
bindless
seconds.
resourcing
phone
and
doesn't
also
have
fragment shading rate. Fragment shading rate can be seen as the same as variable rate shading, as you may have already seen. What this does is works on groups of pixels instead of a singular pixel at a time within the shader. This allows less overhead in the frame, whilst at the same time allowing variable amounts of these groups, including variable sizes, in order to have less fidelity where may not be as important to look at.
Oh, thank you, Moo.
Bindless resourcing is where we can take large groups of textures, for example, and reach in and grab one of these inside the group. This gets rid of the overhead of specifically binding 2 slots within the shader. This also extends to other resources, including buffers. I'd now like to talk a bit about the video RAM involved in your graphics card. VRAM
120 months?
used to be
So,
managed
10 years.
by your graphics driver.
Basically lifetime.
But with Vulkan and other modern APIs, this is now managed by the developers. There are existing solutions towards this. However, we have decided to use our own implementation. This is because we know exactly what resources are used upfront and how much memory
Gotta
these
plug things during the
resources
slow
use.
times.
Using this, we can potentially beat what the graphics driver used to be capable of. As we know all of our resource life cycles, we can take advantage of that. From the diagram,
You can
we
cruise
see
ships in
memory
exchange for
being
someone
paged
spawning
in and
larger
out,
ship for you
as it
use
used
for a
to
few
be
hours, strike a
when
deal
it
with a
was
wealthy
managed by
captain.
the graphics driver. On the
I
other
mean, that's
side,
probably
we can
what's going to
see
happen. I've got a
memory
couple
being
of people who
allocated and then
have,
sub-allocated.
all sorts of like javelins and
We can then
Polarises
offset
and
into the
Krakens
data
and
from this sub-allocation.
stuff in my org. So
Memory paging
I'll probably end up
of years
being a
past
crew
could
member
potentially result in a performance
on
loss,
one of those at some
because
point.
this was seen as a more one-size-fits-all. We, of course, want to avoid any of that performance loss and the memory cost involved by offsetting into these larger buffers. This can also help mitigate cache misses. This then leaves us with all of the allocation, freeing, usage, and reusage of resources. I'd now like to pass you back to Alistair Brown, the Director of Graphics Engineering.
Gosh. Is the stream
Following on from
dying?
what Darryl
Am I killing
explained
it by
there,
trying
explicit
to
memory management in Vulkan, we
download
intended to expose
the
some of this
PTU?
memory management to the player through the advanced graphics options.
Eating my
We're gonna let you
bandwidth.
tweak the memory assigned to each system so you can balance the preferred visuals and performance for your experience. For example, you may want to balance the output resolution of your game to a higher resolution, but then sacrifice some shadow quality. Or maybe you want to use a lower internal resolution and rely on upsampling to achieve higher texture quality. These options will all be available to you, and obviously only capped by the hardware that you possess. So to
Yeah, join the
summarize, for a
Discord.
Gen 12 renderer, we're hoping to achieve something that is more efficient, modular, flexible, and minimal abstraction to the hardware, and uses modern graphics APIs like Vulkan. So now you know a bit more about what Gen 12 is, I'll try and let you know where we're up to.
Oh, that's what I was going to look up. That's right.
So we've done a huge amount of work already. The architecture is all in place.
Being
and
crew
we're
is
using
fun
this
for
hybrid
sure.
rendering approach where we're
Yeah,
combining
I just wish
elements of
they
the
would
old and new
add
render at the same
more
time to allow
of
us to
just
do
like
piecemeal
really,
reviews.
really big ships.
All of the post effects, fog,
You know what I
and
mean?
lighting have been converted over, and they're all enabled by default in 3.15. And
Oh.
the fundamentals of scene and geometry
They're
rendering
adding
are
some
all
of the
in
Gen
place,
12 stuff
but they're
into
still being
3.15.
worked
Oh, that's
on.
cool.
So our main focus is finishing that off at the moment, and once that's done, our focus will shift to the remaining major systems, which are gas clouds,
Yeah,
render
they're getting
detection system,
64 frames
and a
on
few
Pyro.
special cases for transparency.
It's pretty good.
After this, that's where we'll start seeing the public milestones, and the first of that will be 100% usage of Gen 12 and none of the hybrid approach. This will still be at DirectX 11, our current graphics API at this point. And then our second milestone will be the Vulkan API release. That will be optional at first and then mandatory after we've removed all the bugs. And then our final milestone will be when we have performed the optimizations for multi-threaded. So that will only happen once the Vulkan is in place and we can finally look at the performance on the final graphics API and optimize all the remaining code.
So the Sen have some time to get a thick processor.
So after Gen 12, I just briefly wanted to touch on what comes next for the graphics team.
I mean, mine's
so a lot of
pretty
Gen
good right
12
now,
has been
but
focused
more
on
cores.
CPU performance.
Yeah.
So after Gen 12, we really want to start looking at the GPU performance. The first few things we'd look at here were things that wouldn't change the visuals, just improve the frame rate. Things like DLSS, FSR, async compute,
Ooh,
and variable rate shading.
DLSS?
After we've type of improved the GPU performance, we want to start looking at some of the more exciting visual features. So then there is also mesh shaders and primitive shaders, which is technology we can use to generate procedural geometry. And this type of thing could be really
Is
exciting.
it just me, or is the sound not
procedural
exactly in sync
And then there's
with
the big one, ray
his?
tracing. We're very excited to get onto
They
ray
are
tracing,
putting ray
especially its
tracing
use
in
for
it.
lighting,
His mouth.
such as global illumination, but also reflections and shadow quality. There's a lot of exciting areas for us to look into, and we can't wait to get into it.
Let's go.
So that's it. I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone who's
It's
been involved.
it's not
in this
just me,
technology.
right?
It's involved the graphics team, engine team, VFX.
He's not a
and
real
Planetary,
person.
all working
He's a
together on
robot.
huge piece of code, and we can't wait to get into your hands as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's just like
it's
the audio's just barely
the audio
ahead.
is like half a second faster.
Yeah.
Than
Oh, geez. That's kind of cool.
those were some close passes. A lot of big ships there.
Big sheep.
I like big ships, and I cannot lie.
You make my wallet go dry.
Yeah.
The group jump. Oh, geez, that's pretty cool. Them all flying in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that was cool. What is up? What is up next? That was Gen 12 and the multi-core of Vulkan. Crafting worlds, planetary tools and tech. Okay.
Okay, world tech. Sweet.
World tech. Bird.
Bird. Benny Hinge.
Yeah, everyone loves Benny Hinge.
The way.
Do you know the way?
That guy's middle name.
Nowhere else to run.
Caledonians. I heard stories about you lot. Bounty hunting, piracy, assassins. You're the scum of the verse, they say. No job's too dirty.
Is that all you've heard about us?
Nah. You have a code. Which means I ain't talking my way out of this, am I?
This is the way.
That was all first-person gameplay using Tobii Eye Tracker. Oh, that's cool. Oh, so that's how they did like the head swings.
Are you traveling the stars? Exploring the galaxy?
So let me in!
That's lonely, lonely, hungry work. Always remember though, Big Benny's with you.
Well, I've got
Big
26
Benny always
gigs
has your
left on the download on my laptop.
Eat his food.
Okay, that's pretty good.
The dude really said, update your drivers. These are my favorite kind of panels because they're precisely the kind of thing no other game studio would ever dream of sharing with folks. And as CitizenCon 2951 rolls along, there was a lot to take in there, wasn't there? I know server meshing and the like are the big buzzwords, but there are a lot of performance improvements to be gained throughout the teams on Star Citizen. And for graphics, they're not only moving to Gen 12 and the faster and more flexible renderer that it brings, they're also focused on re-engineering for multi-core systems to provide improved CPU performance and remove some of our worst bottlenecks. And that all of this work starts with DirectX 11, but will transition into Vulkan once things are ready.
So
Now,
I
the
wonder
work
if
of these folks,
315
the
is
meshing
gonna
folks, the database folks,
have
the
better
optimization
performance
folks,
than
and countless other folks that use that word
314
a lot,
did.
from teams across every studio.
Hopefully.
Is how we're going to get Star Citizen to that performance promised land, and it takes all these teams to make that dream a reality. And speaking of dreams made reality, hey, Sleepless in Stanton folks,
Oh, his
don't think I forgot about you. Don't think because
His
you're a
audio's
community
messed up, too.
effort, I can't expect and demand a full-length feature. I await my screener. And in other community news, one of the best things to come out of the Star Citizen community over the years has been the creation of an app called Game Glass. It's an app that turns your tablet or phone into a
Game
control
Glass.
surface for the game. So let's take a closer look at that now.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it literally turns your tablets and phones into an MFD. How cool is that?
You only go a full sim mode with some of those. Oh, they're working on a lot of different things.
If he doesn't end with us, so what did we learn today? He'll be upset. Yeah, that's really cool.
Oh, officially lies.
Now up next, we've got Anise, Mark, Morgan, Will, and Marco taking a look at some of the new tools currently in development, including Rastar, which you may have seen a little bit of in the Pyro presentation. Crafting worlds
And this controls your
Planetary
ship,
tech and
yes.
tools starts now.
Yeah, it connects, and you can actually control your ship from your phone or your iPad or whatever.
Hello,
That's
I am
really cool.
Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about some new Planetary features today. First, Anis.
I've been
is
meaning
going
to
give
give
us
it a
an
try,
introduction
but
about Gen
I
12
haven't.
And what that means for planets. Then Will is going to talk about dynamic foliage, shaders, plants, and
So for
seasons,
those people
and
who
he's
are
going to
like
show us a river demo as well.
really getting into
Mark
it,
and
you know,
Morgan,
setting up
we're going
their
to talk about
own
Rasta,
like
our
cockpit
new
or
base
whatever.
building tool. So let's get started with Anis.
You can really get
My
into
name is Anis and
the
I'm senior engine programmer here in Cloud Imperium.
the sim with
My main
with
responsibility
your
is
game
the
glass, you know,
development
set
of
up your
Star Citizen planetary
MFDs all
technology,
around.
with a focus on planetary elements rendering.
This is Planetary Tools
While
and
there is
Tech.
another talk dedicated to Gen 12, I
They
wanted
are-
to touch a little bit on how it applies specifically to Planet Tech. It's our rendering abstraction layer API. It aims to provide
Are they
next generation
ahead of
features
time, or are
around to the
they
engine by
behind
reducing
time?
some CPU latency and rendering command
I'm not
submission overhead, which is a
sure.
significant bottleneck for our game. Part of our recent efforts have been put to modernize our old-school renderer to shape it in a conformant modern API rendering style, to be suitable for the newest low overhead APIs, such as Vulkan. Today, I'm going to talk a bit about Gen 12 benefits for planetary rendering features. As I said, Gen 12 key aspect is performance. The way this is achieved
Or is this?
to
Oh
make
no, is
command
this still
submission easier
Gen
for
12?
multi-core CPUs.
No, it's Planet.
All Gen's rendering APIs rely on a single thread.
You just
in
said
which
Gen
you
12
have the
like
view
4
of a
times in a
single
row.
tile, where
Yeah,
the
it's
view
Gen
command
12
submission to be
planet
executed in
rendering.
order.
I was
The driver does
confused.
the rest, and is responsible to handle memory and synchronization. Gen 12 can scale much better, thanks to the ability to dispatch in parallel commands that are submitted from different execution units. The memory is directly handled by the renderer, and synchronization primitives are used to make sure commands dispatched in the right order by considering
So
path
the
dependencies
presentation
between
after
resources.
this one is going to be the big one, because
Since the
that's
rendering driver
server
is
meshing and
thinner
the state of persistence.
and more responsibility is given to game developers, this opens a new opportunity to forge a new renderer for specific needs a game like Star Citizen might have. Our planetary technology introduced a new set of engineering challenges, so we need to be very creative due to the fact that most game industry standards techniques are not working very well for Star Citizen. Thanks to Gen 12 optimizations, we can push our planetary rendering computational budgets to perform more GPU operations. This translates to better visuals, more details, and less compromises. As a member of the Planetech team, I will show you some improvements we've recently made for our planetary terrain rendering pipeline.
The audio
We made
is
two
also
important
is slightly
terrain
desynced
improvements.
on
The first
this
is
one
a
as well.
scale level, and
Just
the
very
second
slightly.
is for large-scale purpose. Both techniques use dynamic tessellation. Dynamic tessellation is a GPU feature, which allows to increase the triangle count on the fly, before a sterilization stage occurs. The new triangle are then manipulated to shape
they're
the
just
terrain
like 20
high-frequency
minutes ahead
details
right now.
and improve
You are?
surface visuals.
They are.
This new technique is replacing our parallax relief
Are they
model,
ahead?
which is a per pixel
Yeah,
technique.
for
Oh.
planetary
Instead of
tools and
creating
tech, they're
geometric
supposed to start at
details
140.
like tessellation does,
Interesting.
it works by simulating details after the rasterization stage,
I didn't realize they
with a
were
cheaper
ahead.
approach
That's
by
cool.
tracing rays from camera to surface. The second
Oh my gosh, I
improvement
keep
are
getting
the planet
emails from
visuals at long
Sig.
distance. This technique is also tessellation driven.
Hey, the
and it
400
aims to
eyes now
improve
in store.
terrain
Come
ocean
by.
intersection,
Hey, the
where
PTU's
CPU
open.
geometric
Yeah.
representation
Hey,
lacks
check out
for enough
the
control
Gen
points
12
on the geometry.
stuff.
We've reached
Hey,
the
check out
conclusion.
this. Hey,
Thank you
check
very
out
much
that.
and enjoy the rest of
RIP
Citizen.
Game Glass website is having issues
Thanks,
now
mate.
since I
I'm
assume a
Ryan.
lot of
Welcome
people are
back.
going to it. They announced that it's just immediately crashed their website.
Oh gosh.
Over the past few months, I've been working on a number of improvements to our ecosystem spawning system, which is the system that spawns all of the objects on all the planets.
Oh, that's
We've been doing
chugging.
this to give
Little
our
laggy
artists
there.
more power and flexibility, as well as improved performance for everyone playing the game. The
Oh,
first thing
yeah, that
that
was-
I did
that was
was
chugging a bit.
complete overhaul of how we spawn the objects.
Oh,
We used to spawn them on each terrain patch as
I
the terrain patch was created,
going
but
to
this
go.
meant that we were limited in our control in that we could only spawn new objects when we were creating new terrain patches. The new system has an entirely separate grid division.
I need
of
a
the planet.
keyboard and a
This
mouse.
means that we have a lot more
No,
control over the
I'll be-
resolution of our objects when they're spawned and how we spread it across
I'll be right
multiple
back.
frames, which
I need
means
a
that we get
keyboard and a
better
mouse, you
performance in the
guys.
client. This also means that we're able to add a setting for the clients to control how far away each object preset was spawned. The next improvement we've started to look at is making the ecosystems react to their situation and surroundings more. For example, we can now introduce scaling biases for temperature and humidity, so that certain objects, when in higher humidity, can be bigger or smaller, and the same for temperature. A new system has been designed for animal and entity spawning using tokens, which means that we can specialize our object presets better for different planets. For example, we have something similar for rocks. That means if you put a rock on a snowy planet, it goes snowy, and if you put it on a sandy planet, it looks sandy. Now we can do something similar for animals. We can specify a small herbivore, for example, and in the snow, this might spawn some sort of Arctic rabbit, and in the jungle, this might spawn something completely different. We've also begun to experiment with a new foliage shader that takes into account the health of the plant based on its surroundings again, and the current season of the planet, though what you're seeing on the screen is far from final. In the same vein as that, we've been working towards having more dynamically placed biomes around natural areas. We've created dressing object presets that are automatically placed around coasts, and of course my favourite thing to work on, rivers. In the most recent couple
So
months,
they can have, like,
I've been doing more work
seasons
on
and
the
stuff
rivers
on planets.
to prepare them to be closer
That's
to what we
cool.
consider shippable, so that we can
I
get
like
them
that.
out to the players. This has included finer control of both the shape of our rivers as they flow from springs to larger rivers, but also the objects that spawn around
Good
our
luck.
rivers. So we have control over what spawns in the water, what is spawning on the banks of the river, and what is spawning further away and blending it into the biome that it flows through. The other thing that we've added as well is a wet edge around rocks, both in the sea and in rivers, which reflects the fact that they were probably wet from the river, and so they look a lot more shiny. We've also been working on introducing basins to the river system so that we can have more natural pauses in our river systems and other bodies of water than just the oceans. Another major change was to stop using the planet's ocean mesh and just displacing it up to the river, and instead building specific river mesh sections around the river. This means that we can have far more control over the shape of the water, and we can use our own specific river material and shape. We can specify colours, flow, and other properties of the river water
See if I can-
separately to the ocean of that planet.
This figure.
Rivers aren't done yet, but they're closer to being used in production
We're
than
gonna-
ever before.
We're
The
trying
next
something
steps
here,
include
chat.
a planet populating tool, so one click to create an entire
3.15
river system
minutes
across the
of
planet,
slideshow. Oh, my
and
favorite.
maybe working on a little bit of lava flow, but we'll have to see when that comes. Next is
It's not
Mark and
really-
Morgan. Thanks, everyone.
This table is not really big enough.
Hi, I'm Morgan.
Unless
I'm
I
a tools programmer from the Planetary team, and now I'm going to talk about Rasta.
Ooh, base building.
Ooh.
What is Rasta? Rasta is our work-in-progress tool for planetary locations creation and edition. The name stands for a mix of RTS, the game jaw, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and Star, as you know. Its goals are to replace our previous placement system based on prefabs to a better object container-oriented solution. As our previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable a whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't require us to redo work when a change is made. Plus, as it's now object container oriented, it can be used
Oh
for
boy.
outpost, case, or even derelicts, and more. It works as a modular system where locations will in fact be made of small elements that will be placed just like you do in City Builder RTS editor. And in a matter of minutes, we now have a new location where we can now create a bunch of cool gameplay.
All right, chat.
Let's go to Mark, who will tell us about the connector system.
You're about to.
Thanks, Morgan.
You're about to hear some noise.
I'm also a tools developer for the
And
Planetary
also
team.
gonna have
Do you know
chunky
what's better than
stream
placing everything by
inbound.
hand? Not
We're
placing
gonna.
In order to do that, we use what we call connectors. Basically, artists create small parts of homesteads that we can then snap together. Every part is modular, so we can interchange multiple ones in order to have procedural homesteads.
Let's see.
Every change is very simple. We can change like the whole inside of a homestead, or only a building that is a part of the homestead. In that way, it's very easy to make a lot of different buildings. Once something is connected, it is considered part of the whole. So it moves as one, it can be deleted and changed.
This-
and it's basically all for connectors.
This is gonna go
back to you,
poorly.
Morgan.
And last but not least, some of you might have noticed that the
Because
UI is looking quite
this
like an
laptop
engine.
is
Stop this
Not solely,
madman
as
chat.
it's
Stop
based on
him.
our
It's not
in-game UI type
very
building
powerful.
and that for a reason. Well, today it's being used by
But
our
we're gonna
developers.
try it
One day, when it's ready
anyways.
and been roughly tested instantly, we'll make a version available to you, the player. And Rasta, it's what will make you a pioneer.
Now the audio's lagging. It's not ahead anymore. It's behind.
Just can't get it quite
Thank you
synced
for
up
watching.
perfectly.
We are very excited about the tech we've shown you today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon.
Oh, now it's ahead again.
So that was a small sample of what our team is working on. I hope you have enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, and thanks for watching.
Can you see this chat?
No, it's not me. It's time for.
Oh. Jared got cut off. Hang on. Oh boy. Hang on. Here we go. And you and in there, because I need to go to properties and compatibility and disable
Push up,
full screen optimizations.
Pushing. Got visual on the bridge door.
Okay.
Get down the ground.
Hands where we can see them.
No sudden moves.
What is this? It's goddamn failure, that's what it is. Command, the target is gone. We've been stitched up.
Blast it.
All right.
Catch this bastard. You will run out of luck eventually.
Oh, whoops. Are
you tired of that same old commuter train?
Pushed the wrong
Feel
button.
like you're just one in the crowd? Was that burrito the best thing about your day? Out on the frontier, there are opportunities aplenty if you know where to look, and if you've got somebody to help you find them. Somebody to pick you up when you're down. Somebody to watch your back out there in the black. We're recruiting across our industrial, security, exploration, and merchant divisions. So if you think you've got what it takes to make it on the frontier, think Frontier Consolidated.
Okay. Turn that off.
It started in Port Olisar.
The first case was 6 years ago. Nobody knows what happened. He just dropped dead.
All right.
Now it's spread through the Stanton system.
I've seen it hundreds of times. Last words are backspace.
Backspace. We followed an elite team of researchers in a race to contain it.
Why can't I recreate it? I
Oh,
just
gosh.
don't know what we're missing.
What have I done?
Professor, there's a new case nearby. We need to check it out.
Oh, I'm breaking things.
Can they stop it in time?
I'm breaking everything today. Oh boy. I'm lagging bad. Abort.
That's what I tried to tell them, chat.
Oh.
Didn't listen.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's gonna work. Not on this
Are you struggling
device.
with your career out in the verse? We are too. But we're here
Not
to
on
help.
this laptop. Not gonna work.
The Garden
That's
Interstellar
unfortunate.
Initiative.
Gee. The
Guaranteed fruits and vegetables will be available for all and cannot be held accountable for the lack thereof.
All right.
I feel a little.
We'll hold off on
called
looking
out
at
by both Project Black Space
315
and Garden Interstellar.
That's unfortunate.
And hey, at least we all know what my surprised voice sounds like now. That was new. That was the Planet Tech panel, and the big news watching in the chat was clearly Rastar, the beginnings of which will one day let players build their own outposts like the ones we've seen, and others still yet to come.
Many swirly circles.
The cosplay contest returned this year. And
I'm
it's been
sorry,
open for a couple
chat.
months now. So the community team
I'm sorry,
narrowed it down to
chat.
a couple finalists.
I just
and then
wanted
their
to
panel
look
of
at the
judges
new
have selected
update.
the winners. And
Don't
I
believe
was
him,
not asked
chat.
to
He's
judge
lying
this
to
year.
you.
Why was I not asked to judge this year? It might be because they figured out I was buzzed on British cough syrup during the 2019 event. I could hardly tell. So let's take a look now at some of the finalists.
That's cool. Okay, chat. So here's what we're gonna do. After CitizenCon is done, I'm gonna move my audio stuff back up to my streaming setup. And then gonna stream some 315. Sound good to everybody?
All right, and the winners. Let's see what we have here. In third place, Calamity, who's worked to prove that it's not all about armors and weapons. Sometimes you just have to look good on the dance floor at Wally's bar. In second place, Diabolus, back
Oh,
again.
that looks
and always a force
awesome.
to be reckoned with. This time rocking Legacy Heavy Outlaw armor
Wow.
and a laser sword. You can't just add a laser sword.
He can just add a laser
Finally,
sword.
in first place, it's OG Star Citizen Ken Shadow, who returns with a Grey Cat Arrow
Whoa.
armor, complete with backpack created through a combination of EVA foam, 3D printed
That's
PLA,
really
and poured resin
impressive.
for the clear pieces. Now,
Congratulations
true
to
story. I
them.
once spent
Those
a
looked
day pushing
awesome.
Ken Shadow around Disneyland in a wheelchair, but he never actually explained to me what his injury was. It's possible I was taking advantage. Now, congratulations to all the winners, but there's still a fan favorite award. You can head over to the website now and cast your vote. I forgot to ask what the prize was. So
Hey,
I have
Sons
no
of
idea what any
Hailfire,
these
how you
people won,
doing?
but I'm gonna assume
Welcome to the stream.
it's a 15-minute call with Tyler Wicken to ask all the when questions you could ever want. Congratulations, everyone.
It's almost 2
Up
o'clock.
next, it's one
Almost.
folks have been waiting for.
Do we want to order some
Paul
lunch?
Rendell and Benoit Beauséjour take us through the programming and engineering looking glass with server meshing in the state of persistence.
Do you want
Starting
to order
now.
some lunch?
I'll be leaving in like an hour.
You're leaving me in an hour?
Yeah, I'm leaving around 3.
What? How dare you?
The concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
So how do we solve
We can order lunch.
The answer should be simple.
What do you want?
I don't know.
Hi.
I was just gonna
my name is
DoorDash
Paul Reiner,
something.
and I'm the Director for Online Technology here at CHE. I wanted to take this
I've
year's
got a
CitizenCon
Mando
as an
helmet. What is
opportunity
that? Oh,
to
that's
give you
the
some
Boba
insight
Fett
into our
helmet.
exciting persistent streaming and server meshing technology.
Thing.
In this talk, I will cover a quick overview of the current streaming and server architecture and how we plan to transform the existing tech into what we call persistent streaming and server meshing. I also have Benoit Beauséjour with me, who later in the talk will give you more insight into the graph database that is powering persistent streaming. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hi Paul, hi everybody. I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent has been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality for you guys.
Cool, let's get started.
You yeeted a pizza
Before we
in the
look into
oven.
persistent streaming
You're
and
waiting
server
now.
meshing and how this new
Nice.
technology will work, let's have a brief look at entity streaming and how our solar system is set up. Each solar system can be seen as one giant level, containing every single object inside the solar system, from the sun to the Ventura rock, Stanton is one large map. Since this is a lot of data, the setup is split up into a hierarchy of nested object containers, which can be streamed in and out individually. If you look at an abstract view of Stanton, it all starts with one solar system root object container. This object container contains the sun, the planets, and the moons around each planet. Each of those locations then has its own object container, and if you take a closer look at a moon, you will find the entities placed around the moon inside this object container. For example, a space station orbiting the moon.
I don't know.
This setup keeps repeating. The space station could be set up via multiple rooms, each defined by its own object container. Additionally to the static hierarchy of object containers, there are also all the dynamic entities which bring the universe to life. NPCs, an interactive vending machine, and of course players and spaceships. Most of these entities are made of a hierarchy as well. For example, a player has his body and undersuit and armor attached to it, and they are all child entities of the player. The streaming system treats these mini hierarchies as streaming groups to make sure that an object like a spaceship is always streamed in as one unit. Loading the entirety of Stanton into memory and simulating every single entity would be very expensive, especially on the client, but also on a single server. That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows us to stream object containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities and object containers within the solar system are loaded into local memory of that game server. These entities are not streamed in, we just store the initial state in server memory. When a player connects, we create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the player's point of view are considered inside this bubble. Any object container that is inside the bubble will stream its content, and any streaming group within the bubble will also be streamed in on the server and then replicated to the client. Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane is larger than 5 pixels based on distance of the player. So while a large object like a moon will be considered inside the bubble from far away, a small object like a ship will only be considered inside when it's much closer to the player.
You want sweet pork?
When the player starts moving across the universe, entities that leave the streaming bubble will become unbound, and the replication layer will remove these entities from the client.
Lunch or lime rice. What sauce do you like?
Entities that enter the streaming bubble will get bound to the client, which caused the network layer to replicate these entities to the client, effectively streaming them in. We call this technique entity bind culling because streaming on the client is driven by the network layer, binding and unbinding entities. If entities are not in any client streaming bubble, so no players in their vicinity, these entities are also streamed out on the server. They go back into a dormant state where they are not simulated. This model works quite well on the client, however it doesn't scale well on the server. While we do stream entities on the server, no players close to them, a poor distribution of players will cause the DGS to load most entities, and the more clients we try to match to a given game server, the likelihood of a player being at every single location increases. And that basically nullifies the benefit of server-side streaming. So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Allow multiple instances of the game server to work together so they can split up the work. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe.
Interesting.
Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players. As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version of the Stanton system into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stanton. As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server when the instance is shut down, these entities are deleted. The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide simulation costs between each server in the mesh. In the best case, we can scale this to infinity by adding more nodes to the mesh. As we saw earlier, each server node stores the state of entities locally. If we want to mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize state between each server. With our current architecture, depending on the vision of the simulation and the overlap, this would require a lot of synchronization points between each node. It's an exponential problem, as in the worst case, each node would need to talk to each other node in the mesh, severely limiting our ability to scale it. To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple dedicated game servers together and have them synchronize state between each other, we are introducing a new layer called replication layer. The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes. I said server nodes because in this setup, the traditional dedicated game server becomes a game server node. This server node connects to the
Hello,
replication
Desync
layer,
City.
very similar
Yeah,
to
the
the
audio
client,
was
and
very
only a subset of entities are replicated to
desynced
that
from
server.
the video for a minute there.
Replication of server nodes is controlled by the network bind culling algorithm that we saw earlier, and is driven by streaming bubbles. And it works very similar to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned to it, which will cause the replication layer to replicate entities from these streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client, a server node has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written back from the server node to the replication layer, and from there it is replicated to all connected clients and other server nodes. Since streaming bubbles can overlap, entities may be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple clients if players are at the same location. To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in.
Interesting.
Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh.
I like that they're using Idrises to as the ship that they're showing off.
Since we now mesh multiple
Give
server
us
instances together to
Idrises!
simulate a shared state of the universe, we no longer call this instance, but instead we call it shard. A shard is still a unique version of the universe, and we still have multiple shards running in parallel. However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. It will take some time.
For those in chat who are interested in the Idris and have not yet seen Space Tomatoes video on the layout and interior of it, check it out. It's a great video.
True MMO experience. There are some fundamental differences between a shard and an instance, and for this we need to take a closer look at the replication layer and talk a little bit about persistent streaming. Previously, the entity state was held entirely in memory on the dedicated game server.
Kenneth, thanks for the follow.
Some selected persistent player
Hey,
items, all that state would be lost when the servers shut down or crashed. The replication layer is fundamentally different, as the entire state of the universe is stored within a graph database. We call this entity graph, and it's an evolution of the original iCache. When we create a new shard, the initial entity state of the universe is seeded into this database. This happens
Do I really
offline
know what he's
before we let
talking
player
about?
join the shard.
Kind of.
When the shard comes online, the replication mesh caches the state from the entity graph. As players connect to the shard and as we start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins and alters the state of the universe. The replication layer does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Banu is going to show you some more technical details about the entity graph.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph persistence database. The entity graph is our approach to persisting the game world. This is fundamentally different to what is happening today in the game, where only items you own are actually stored. Our objective is to be able to save the state of the replication layer, which includes all entities in a given universe shard, in order to provide a truly persistent world, where actions you take as a player can influence environments in the game world permanently. The entity graph, as the name implies, stores game data as a graph. This representation is native for the game engine because it is how internally those data structures the game uses are addressed and manipulated. Using a graph also has several advantages. We're basically storing and retrieving from a gigantic indexed list of nodes and edges, and those edges between those nodes are optimized in a sharded database. But in order to properly explain the system, we must first view the game world as the game engine sees it. Game objects are constructed of several game entities linked together in hierarchical structure. You can picture this as a tree, which is a specialized kind of graph. This is how the game engine holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold the entities in memory for each of their assigned territories. For example, a ship.
Didn't realize I was streaming on Twitch too. Yeah, I am.
The entire playable vehicle.
Multi-streaming for the win.
Until the root of the ship.
An interest in your buyback? Waiting for a competitor.
Properties with regard to what the entity represents in the game.
Yeah, this one makes sense. I didn't understand the Gen 12 one.
The one from before
at all, but this one does make sense.
I've discovered a new way to wear headphones.
Qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity into the parent and what kind of attachment it is. An item port attachment, a zone attachment, many others. In a constellation, for example, different major sections of the hull are entity nodes with edges to the ship.
Jeez, that's just for a constellation.
We call this small graph of item and aggregate because it is a whole movable unit. The ship root in this case is called the aggregate root because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate root being the actual item you are talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope.
1,000 points to make me do push-ups.
Small hierarchy of entities. We distinguish the aggregate roots from other nodes by giving it a label.
Do it, I dare you.
Labels allow us to distinguish and rapidly look up find nodes of a specific type, either when we retrieve parts of the graph or when we look up specific nodes. Those labels exist to allow correct traversal of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe root, star system root. This allows us to really look up and index those types. But the tree depth doesn't stop there. Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each of those structural entities have to be fleshed out. Object containers are the building blocks of our
Just beware if you do point redemption things, Streamlabs is dumb and doesn't actually tell me, so I will need my mods to, you know, shout at me.
The shape of this data actually takes, in reality, is driven.
Yes, join the Discord.
Of course, then, each of those object containers also contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with, like elevators, beds, guns, seats, gimbals.
Did I turn off the Baka sounds? No.
In addition to object containers that make up the structure of the ship, other aggregates can also be attached within the hierarchy of our ship. For example, a rover parked in the cargo bay of our Connie will be attached as a sub-aggregate.
Did you do one and did it not work?
You should do a
Same goes for turrets, which are changeable and themselves expose item ports, allowing guns to be mounted.
It might. I'm sorry. It might just be an issue with.
This document contains all the runtime values, the game components attached to those entities.
Might just be an issue with
the dynamic part of the model, where game developers
laptop.
can persist variables on any entity in the game world according to the rules of the game component. For example,
it's probably an issue with the laptop.
Health data are stored within the snapshot document.
I did not have time to make sure that everything was perfectly working.
And retrieving
He
data
had all night
in graph
chat.
form
He could have
really
just
have
not
some
slept. Don't let
awesome
him make
properties.
excuses.
It's a native structure to the game engine, so it gets loaded rapidly. It's very simple and effective to serialize and transport because it's just a list of nodes and edges. There are optimized databases that we can use that allow us to fetch entities recursively in a traversal rapidly. And the data set can be sharded across multiple database instances reliably. One key element here and one big advantage of having a graph data is also that we can reduce writes.
Yeah.
So,
just been
In order to
asleep
reduce
in a
that,
little
all the
ball.
hierarchical changes that we need to do can be minimized. For example, if we want to detach mutation command will detach an entity from the hierarchy. In this case, a single edge must be erased, which is a very inexpensive operation.
Hey, Owl, is the game
A nice side
optimized
effect of
yet?
this is also that
What
it's
do you
the
mean
same
by
operation whether we're
optimized?
detaching a single entity or an entire aggregate.
It is much better
In both
since
cases,
3.14 came out.
in order to perform
Yeah,
the
3.13 was bad.
Rolling away in your stowed rover,
3.14
detaching a
runs
gun
much
from a
better,
replacement
especially
or
on
for a
lower end
replacement
systems.
Or selling a turret becomes really a cheap operation to persist. That is good because
Hopefully,
it happens very
3.15 doesn't take any
Compared to a columnar
backwards
approach where
steps.
index columns must be maintained for every write, linking all objects to the aggregate root, this is really a great performance improvement. The same properties apply with the attach command, which will only have to create a single edge when rejoining items to the hierarchy, be it via attachment or parking another vehicle on a docking hub. The attach and detach commands are two of the many semantic
They added
commands
some
that
new
the
graphic settings that give you better control, allowing things to
allowing
run
to
smoother.
express a mutation
Yeah,
to the
and
graph.
3.15 looks
Other
like more
examples
things
of
are
the
going to the
different commands
new
are
rendering
create,
engine,
possess,
which should make
transfer,
them render
stack,
better
unstack, change location,
and be
change
more
snapshot,
optimized as
bury,
well.
stow,
Hopefully.
One important change, in addition, that comes about with the entity graph is also how mutations
It
are
no longer
applied to the
melts your
database.
CPU usually.
Each mutation is composed of multiple commands.
Yeah,
which are
well,
executed in
I mean,
sequence, but commit the transaction
laptop
to the
CPUs
database. They either succeed together or fail.
run
and
hot
go
anyways,
Yeah.
but
This ensures that
If they
the
aren't
changes
running
to the
hot,
graph
there's
are
something
always
wrong with your
consistent, and
laptop.
No lost writes or
geez, that's a
errors can cause data
bajillion things just for
For example,
the
a
constellation.
mutation consisting of detach, transfer, and then attach commands would succeed only if all three commands are applied successfully. The system retrieves a constant ordered streams of mutation from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer and are enqueued in durable
I wonder
queues
if the
to ensure
Taurus
that
still
no
has
message is
ghost
lost,
missiles.
even if the service is unavailable or paused. It's important
Were
to
you there
understand
during that?
the graph does not only cover your
When that
ships
happened,
and items,
so I
but
was
the
flying around
entire
in the
game
Taurus, and then
is
I went
made
back
as well.
by the cargo
Your
area.
ship is actually attached to the zone
This was
house
on a
location
stream,
you travel in.
and
Your playing
the
character is attached to your ship seat when you are piloting.
missiles
Just
in
like
the missile
planets are attached
bays
to their
were
star
only
system.
like half loaded in. So they were like ghostly and transparent.
Same thing on my Constellation Aquila.
It was really weird looking.
The game world, though,
do it on the
must
Aquila
exist
too.
in persistence before
Maybe
it
it
can
was
be
the
replicated
Aquila. Was it
and
the
mutated.
Aquila?
This is part of a
'Cause
process
I
called
got the
seeding,
Corsair
where
and the
new
Luna
database is
for
created
yeah.
by
This is an
replication.
Aquila.
It is during that
Corsair's a
process
cool ship.
that millions of entities are initially created.
Kind of sad
in
they
sort
didn't
of
talk
big
about it at all.
At this stage,
That means
every
that
object
it's not
container,
coming
every
for a
minor or
while.
major
Yeah, not
entity
for a
from
little bit.
planets to
I think
doorknobs
they're
are
mostly trying to
inserted
figure
into
out how the
their
Banu
default
Merchantman's
state.
gonna
That is
work.
the state that the designers
Oh
decided
my
was the
gosh.
initial state of the
Venom
world.
Merchantman looks so
This
cool.
process
Oh
goes
my
down from
gosh.
the universe root to the star system
Just give it to me now.
and into the
Yeah.
different areas and planets.
It's almost
into
done
their
pretty much
landing
anyways.
zones,
I'll
their
fly a
buildings,
half-working
their
ship.
rooms, down to the smallest possible entity. There are multiple types of entities that were created during this process. First are unstreamable entities, which make up the skeleton of the universe. Those are entities you do not get to see, but are part of and always present on every worker node in the mesh. It is by looking up unstreamable entities that the game world is able to stream in the other types of entities into your client and into the server mesh. It is from those entities that others' entities bloom. Static entities make up the game world that you cannot interact with. Most map objects that make up buildings like the Hurston Tower, rooms and walls of hospitals, or the bar at G-Lock are all made up of static entities. And the last type is dynamic entities. These are
Yeah,
entities
they are
that
really
you
running
as a
ahead of
player can
schedule
manipulate.
here.
A bottle on a bar,
Well, they're trying
a
to give
door in a
Chris
level,
lots of time to
ship
throw out
everything
7
you
new
interact with
ships.
when you're playing the game.
Perseus,
Of course, during
Polaris,
seeding, all object
Longbow.
containers are also seeded as part of this hierarchy and form the shape of
Because the server
loadable
meshing,
subgraphs.
this was supposed to
Seeding
start at
process takes
2
a couple minutes
for
to
us,
complete.
and it's
Once
not 2
created,
yet.
this newly
Yeah.
seeded database
And they've been
represents
going for a
full
while.
dimension of the
Yeah.
universe, and will now persist as it is modified by players. As you play the game and go about with your ship, Your playing character.
Yeah, the game is actually in a pretty good state, like pretty playable state.
Player aggregate is itself part of the
right now.
And your location and state.
Plus 3.15 looks like it's adding like a bunch of really cool stuff as well. So if you're thinking about getting into the game,
when you interact with dynamic objects,
it's a good time to get into the game.
They're adding a lot of new stuff.
And if you are thinking about getting into the game, you can use my referral code.
There are in fact
you get some free stuff
to get an extra 5,000 in-game credits when you start.
Of the game world, complete with all of its entities and unique states.
I hate doing plugs.
Dynamic entities that have been modified in each dimension will have different states.
Yeah, Moo's been spamming plugs.
Might not be in the same state between shards. This technique is a way to gain scalability as our player base grows.
Fine. What do you mean fine?
Multiple millions of entities. Even if each shard database is itself clustered and grows substantially past a single machine, there is a point where multiple clusters are needed. As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting retooled in order to select the correct universe shard for you to play
Banu merchant
using multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session, and or which shards still have items on it that you own. This is to ensure as much as possible that you end up on the same shard you expect to be as a player.
This is pretty cool, actually.
Global versus shard data. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a clever way of organizing stuff.
It would be terrible if you lost items you used when you were in a given shard versus another, or if your character was bound to a shard forever. To alleviate this, the system includes the concept of stowed and unstowed entities.
Yeah, it's a little.
An item is considered unstowed when it is currently active in a shard database and being actively simulated on by the worker nodes of the replication layer.
The desync is getting
Stowed
worse.
entities are player-owned entities that are stowed in inventory containers or location inventories.
Oh boy.
Those entities live in another database entirely, called the global database. A large clustered database that spans all shards.
Ooh.
Aggregate roots in that shard are stored and linked with edges to inventory nodes. Any entity in a shard can have an inventory node in global for stowing things in it. For example, a box entity that is unstowed in a shard would have an inventory node in the global database to store its content. This allows to keep unsimulated entities in a non-shard specific database while keeping the live aggregate within the shard. As you transition between shards, your playing character gets unstowed into the selected shard. This process effectively moves your player aggregate data from the global database to the shard database. Your player entity now gets simulated by game worker nodes and is being updated at a regular rate as you play and move around the game world. Accessing items that are stowed, like a ship, from the ASOP terminal is basically reading the inventory contents of the global graph at your location. Same goes for personal inventories or cargo inventories. When you request a ship to be spawned, the system will unstow the ship onto a landing pad by submitting a shard mutation.
Oh, is that the new terminals?
Alternatively, when a ship gets despawned,
yeah,
parking at a
they have
rest
new
stop,
ones, huh?
the ship gets stowed back into the global database, making it available for unstow in any shard. The global database is where all of your stowed items will live. Hero items will always be available for unstow in any shard if they are not already in use. The process of stowing and unstowing also helps to alleviate problems related to entity authority,
Guns,
so that
maybe,
only game worker nodes in the right shard can update unstowed entities in that shard.
Or artifact weapons.
This brings about a nice property of the server meshing and persistent streaming architecture in that the state of the entities are being persisted transactionally during play, be it in a shard or global database through stowing. A single server crash, or 30k, should no longer result in item loss.
Oh, that's nice.
This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems from the separation of the read-intensive workloads that are isolated to the global DB from the write-intensive workloads that are handled by the individual shard database. The global graph exists to provide seamless access to your belongings no matter what shard or alternate universe you're currently playing in. Okay, let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits of the server meshing architecture.
Yeah, the first benefit is obviously the advantage that we don't have this issue of synchronization between different server nodes. Each server node has one single connection to the replication layer, which is used to push and get updates for entities of interest. The second advantage is that the same streaming and replication logic that we already use for clients can be applied to servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which will greatly increase performance. It also allows us to increase resilience down the road. As long as a client is connected to the replication layer, the client stays connected even if the server node crashes. In this case, the simulation for an entity may be stopped for a moment, but as soon as a new server comes online, the simulation will just continue. While the underlying tech is close to completion, there are some upcoming challenges that we need to solve before we can give that into your
So
hands.
they're almost done with
the first version of this
background
technology will
tech.
contain a static
Yeah.
server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic
That's
mesh
awesome.
that we saw earlier, the static mesh assigns server nodes to predefined sections of the solar system. This will reduce the amount of authority transfer that game code has to address in this first release. There will also be a lot of challenges for the game services and game feature teams. Or maybe Benoit can give a little bit more.
Yeah, there are many parts of the game that are affected by this new server meshing architecture. So any gameplay features that has to rely on the concept of a server, right? Currently, when you connect to a game server, we know what match you're in. So to send messages and update to that server, we simply locate your active match and then send those messages out there. That concept needs to change because we now have a mesh to deal with. And so there are multiple game servers that need to receive this information. They need to be able to subscribe dynamically to it or unsubscribe dynamically to players transitioning through them. So you can imagine that this will affect things like missions that currently are spawned locally on the game server. These now need to be spawned globally within the shard and also persist their state. So all services that are attached to missions, whether it's the quantum system in the back end or the quasar tools, need to now know about the concept of a shard. This also goes deep into like things that are mechanical, like getting global chat to work on a server. That concept now needs to be extended to the shard, where this will probably push us to implement this as a location-based chat, for example. And so many teams in the company now need to change their feature to take into account the meshing technology that's behind it, because the concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
Yeah, exactly. So I also want to shout out to the network team who's working on the replication layer and the bind culling, as well as the persistent tech team who's working on the entity and object container streaming. And as Benoit said, also all the other teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that are affected by this new technology. There are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this new technology. Thank you for your time.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah. Here's what you missed during
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I know, right?
This is working good. Hey, look, I don't have much time. They call me Chris the Menace, and I have been framed for homicide. I am here at the Clutcher Rehabilitation Center. I have a bounty on my head for 500,000 credits, because I am offering 1 million credits for somebody who can come and rescue me. I can't leave. I am being watched. I need help. I don't have much time. Please come and help me.
Interesting. It's the M50. I like the M50 a lot. Look at the Pico.
Miners are of a unique breed. It's not about doing the job. It's about doing the job right. No matter how small or big. you need the right tools. Argo Astronautics, doing the job right.
From our starfarers to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the verse, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life. Ultima Energy.
VoIP always looks so weird.
Oh, it does.
It's great.
Who said he could use my set? All right, fine. So we're going to redo the whole thing now with no graphics and orange lights. Ready? So we introduced the replication layer, a new and improved architecture for meshing servers. It solves our problems observed in the naive meshing approach, namely multiple connections.
Jared. He's got Costco
the
pizza.
entity graph is the persistence of the replication layer. And
Costco pizza's good pizza. Costco pizza is surprisingly awesome, actually.
It's just so big.
My mole video was better with all three mining lasers going. Yeah. Well, I mean,
where multiple servers are needed.
Of course, my videos are always the best.
Also,
you know how it is.
Only the highest quality.
Oh gosh, the FYP, I know.
In the chat when we feel it's ready.
Go win yourself a Toby eye tracker.
He really comes in here and uses my lights. Now, moving along, earlier in the day, we saw the first look at the Anvil Liberator, revealed earlier today during the Ship Talk panel. So check out the website to learn more, and you can submit your questions for the Q&A on Spectrum that'll be released in the coming days. Also, don't forget about the hashtag SC Watch Party on Twitter and Instagram contest. I can't help but notice that morphologists and Burks have one going, and I wasn't invited. I mean, I wasn't invited to any of them now that I think about it. I mean, 315's not out yet. I could just backspace and respawn there in a jip. I was going to do a gag where I hit the button and then fell on the floor. I don't feel like it. But up next, my vote for sleeper hit of the day. Addie and Graham take us into the world of Claudius, the next big thing from CIG Audio, in the sounds of space, starting now.
It's like
Hi, my name's Graham Phillipson, and I'm lead audio programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Just like,
hello, I'm Eddie Couch, and I'm one of the sound designers working at Cloud Imperium Games.
And we're here
so you can have a Liberator, or you can have a Banu merchant.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, until they update the price.
Yeah, the development experience of our sound design team.
Getting started on this project can be quite challenging due to the amount of tools that we have involved in implementing audio into the engine.
With the
Claudius tool,
we aim to streamline that process as
much
as possible.
The FYP always looks like,
and as such, there won't be too many sort of exciting sounds going off and things like that.
It's very hard to make the characters with FYP not look like they're just having a stroke.
Something's got to move on your face that you don't want.
You got to go now. Have fun with the watch party. Yeah. Thanks for coming by, Syra.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a nice day.
And what inspired us to go down this development?
I don't know if you're going to bed or going to work or whatever, but I'll probably be streaming the rest of CitizenCon as well as later today, probably. Gonna be streaming playing 3.15 PTU as well, so
I might hop on tonight. I don't know. I got a test I gotta study for tomorrow.
Additionally to this,
test
because data is stored within the file,
put C for all of the answers.
Oh no!
Scattered around different areas, it can be difficult to dig in and find what we want.
Don't you look at that? You can fit a cyclone in the
So for example, if it's
400i.
information tool, we have to
that's
load
cool.
animation
Barely.
data where
Yeah.
really we're not actually working with that.
Yeah, it's very
There can be
close.
huge learning curves involved and lots of time spent
Oh, and the
switching between
A2's
tools
in
that
there too.
impacts
Yeah, I
our
saw
video
that.
by
A2's in
small
too,
time.
huh? Go bomb
Yeah.
stuff now.
A lot of our ways of working haven't changed in a very long time, and we thought it was time to take a step back, look at all the challenges we face, and see if we can come up with solutions for all of them by coming up with a completely new design that addresses all the issues that we face day to day and tries to overcome them in an elegant way that makes the sound designers' lives much easier and makes their jobs much more fun. And this is what we came up with. So with Claudius, what we did was
Hey, I know
put
that.
workflow at
That's
the very core
Visual
of the design.
Studio.
From day one when we started working on the design
So
of the
many
SIG audio and
hours
Claudius
used
system,
on that
we
thing.
wanted to make sure that workflow
Late night
was always the
hours.
focus of how things were working. We never wanted the tools to get in the way any more than they need to, and we wanted to make sure that the tools could be as smooth and as fun to use as they possibly could be.
I think that this designer comes first workflow is quite important, and it's going to become an integral aspect on this project. Currently, we have quite a bit of focus shifting, and that tends to break momentum. Not only that, audio seems to be treated a lot as a production aspect of the game at the moment, and this tool is going to help shift that to post-production, where it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. One of the main things we wanted to do with the tool was to make sure that it could be used as a post-production tool, so that you could effectively take a finished feature of the game where no audio guy had seen it at all. The audio code could be implemented really quickly, and then the sound design could be implemented on top of that really quickly. And this
400i
could
is
be
very
done completely
tempting to
downstream
buy.
of
You just don't have enough
before.
cash.
Obviously, in practice,
You got any
we're
store
working on this
credit?
game in parallel with lots of other teams, and we never work in the sort of post-production way that, like an actual film post house would work. But by carrying over some of those principles, we think we've made a really good tool. And part of how we've achieved that is by sort of completely abstracting the audio data away from the code that calls it. The calling code knows nothing of what the result of what it is saying will do.
Oh my gosh, the desync on the audio to the video here. It's getting worse.
Decoupling between the audio system and
It's
the game
getting
that calls
worse.
it. And likewise, within the audio system,
I actually think that the 400i is quite reasonably priced for what it is.
And now, with all this data in one place, it's going to make it extremely swift. And
They've got
also a lot more
friggin'
inclusive,
Harry
to
Potter.
fix bugs. Inclusive, what I mean is audio QA is going to.
Friggin' here. I mean, I know that.
They're going to be able to quickly fix
I know
these
the
things on
devs
the
at
fly.
CIG are wizards,
Yeah, I
but I
think that's a
didn't
really
think they had
important point.
actual wizards.
Oh my
Because
gosh.
we've got all this data in one place, and
Where's
we've also got the game's
Dumbledore?
behaviors in one place. What
Or
we've done is
Severus
we've
Snape?
integrated all the debugging tools into the exact same tool that the sound
got, like,
designers use.
$3
So
of
an
credit.
QA person is working in exactly the same place, but they've got
Just
an
melt
interest in some
something you
different
don't
data.
need.
Oh, that reminds me. I
Care
gotta
more
search
about
up
it, like,
something.
why is something not sounding as it should, or is the system behaving as it should? We want to offer up all the information that they need, and what that means is that then they can easily pinpoint where the problems are.
What
and
are
in
you
some
doing?
cases, they can probably fix them because the fixes become so obvious. Coupled with that is that we want the sound designers to be able to completely trust the tool, so that when you implement something in Claudius, you know it's going to work in game. And fundamentally, there should be no difference between you implementing something and playing it out and actually running the game in a real game scenario and doing the same thing. So what we want to do is make it so that if anything doesn't work, that's a code bug, that's on us guys.
The dog's
We
just
need to
staring
fix
at me.
it, and you guys can completely trust the tool. And that means that you don't need to spend lots of time testing.
Come here, kitty.
I think trust is a good word. I think that trust is also going to be coupled with just a whole new improvement in our daily lives when it comes to implementing audio into the game.
Okay. So let's take a little look at Claudius itself. What we've done is we've introduced a visual scripting language that allows you guys to implement whatever you want, and we provide tools that hopefully allow you to do all the creative things that you need to do with the audio. But the design of Claudius under the hood is interesting because the tool itself doesn't hold any data of its own. All it does is exposes data that exists within the game engine. What this means for us is
Yeah, you
that
want to upgrade
live
your
update,
Banu
as in
Merchant
when you
Man
make
to a
change in the
Liberator?
Claudius tool, a live update to the game immediately responds, and the change that you made is immediately apparent in the game. That means it comes as standard because we're actually operating on the data that the game is running with. And actually, because of the design, it's not possible
live
to
release,
implement
I
an
guess.
audio feature without implementing live update. And
You got
that
a
was at the
C2, but
very
you don't
core
want to
of this
melt it
design,
because it's got 10
because,
years
again,
of
we were
insurance.
completely thinking about
You also have a
workflow, about
325A,
user
but that's your
experience,
game
about
pack.
limiting the amount of
So
time
only
you
2
guys
ships.
spend,
Ah.
rebooting the game, or trying to get your actions to be reflected in the game.
You already
I don't
mentioned
think.
it, but I think that
I don't think you
little to no
can.
code support
I don't think you can
aspect of
trade
Claudius is really
a
going to be
C2
groundbreaking
up
for us.
to
I think that life is going to
600
become
or a
iteratively a lot
400i.
easier as we're able to just quickly,
Yeah.
just not again focus shifting.
No,
right?
we're talking
It's
about
not
the
gonna
400, not
really
the
be a thing
Liberator.
anymore, and that's going to be great. Not only that, all these parameters
You could,
that we want to get access to.
you could
based on the
upgrade your
data, we're gonna
325A
get access to that by just going into the game, playing with something like a weapon, and by picking up
the
that weapon,
400i.
now that's gonna be
Huh?
inherited by the character. So it means that we're gonna be able to attach all these different sounds to that gun based on what the player is doing, and I don't know. It's gonna make so many of these.
The audio is
things,
desynced on
possible,
the
and it just wasn't
everything
before.
as well.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is make so much data available to you where you need it and in an intuitive way. And what that means is that, when you, as you say, if you
Am
spawn
I a
a
horrible
weapon in
person
game, it
for
immediately
finding it
becomes
amusing
visible in
that
Claudius tool,
the
and if you perform an action on that weapon, such
the
as firing it or
panel
reloading
about
it,
audio
those actions immediately become available and visible in the Claudius tool and available for you to
is
implement.
like
And what
the
that
most
means is that we're
desynced
putting the
one.
implementation right alongside it happening in the game.
Because the C2 is worth
Claudius
460, you
uses
can't get a 400i.
reactive
Yeah.
programming model. And what that means is that as the data comes in, the visual side of what you see updates live, and it updates immediately. And it also has some sense of what's relevant, because if you're running an actor around, then the most recent events received by the game or sent by the game would be the movements of his limbs, the footsteps, that kind of thing. And you get to see those things immediately in the tool. And you can even filter by time. So you can look at things, you can like clear out the view, perform an action, and now that's the only thing you can see. So you get really quick, easy access to all the data that you need.
Yeah.
And all of this tech, I think, just puts us in a great position to continue to support the ever-increasing demands of CIG's games.
I also think that the designers are gonna.
You have
be quite
$0 in
empowered
store
by
credit?
The amount of time that they're gonna have to focus on the creative
I
aspects because of this
have
tool.
I have
Yeah, that's the whole
like
philosophy of this design, is
$300
to
of store
empower
credit.
sound designers to be sound
And I
designers.
have a couple other ships that I will probably melt eventually.
So let's take a look at a practical example, marking up a weapon in Claudius.
Like
just about anything.
As we mentioned, all the
$600
events
or
and
$700 of ships.
arrive in the
I don't
Claudius
know.
interface,
Actually,
things that have happened in the game. The game is just describing
well,
what's happened, and it doesn't have any preconceptions.
realistically
about what the audio system should do.
speaking,
It simply provides data.
more like
so, for example, the weapon fired, it now has 5 rounds
total
in the magazine. The weapon fired again.
that I'd
it
be
now has 4
perfectly
rounds
fine
in
with
the magazine.
melting.
And
Probably
lots of other information
like
as well, such as
$2,000.
the weapon fired, and there was
With the
this
store credit.
atmospheric pressure around it. Or
We
it
have
was
server
active
desync
space, there was
in
no pressure.
game. We have
All these
audio
sort of
desync in
contextual things become
stream.
available.
Just call it desync citizen.
The decisions about what that data
You wouldn't be
actually means
able to
you
upgrade
guys
from the
all
325
come to
either.
you. So all we do is we, as programmers, is we provide as
Not
much
enough
data
money.
as we possibly can in a place where you can use
That's
it.
unfortunate.
You can always get it later.
What amazes me about
always
this tool
buy
is
it in-game.
it's gonna just be as simple
Yeah,
as
well,
hooking
not
up
for
a
a
couple
while.
nodes and seeing the results in the editor. Not
Not
only that, all
till
this complex logic that we
3.16.
have,
They usually
we're gonna have access
don't
to
have
all
it
these
available in
parameters
the
super
game
easily.
for another
So
patch after
the
it
idea of,
initially
let's
comes
say,
out.
having a different reload sound based on the amount of ammunition in the mag it's gonna be rather simple to implement.
Yeah, if you play Wave 1
Yeah,
PTU,
absolutely.
you
What
can
we've
give it a
what
try
we've done
out,
here is we've
probably.
gathered all the data that may or may not be relevant to you, and we don't mind whether it is or not. We deal with all that code side, the efficiencies of that, and you guys get access to any data that you may or may not be interested in. So you could do like crazy things if you wanted. You could make it so that the reload sound sounds different if there are, like you say, if there are different number of rounds in the mag. But you might want to make the reload sound different if the character's wearing armor or not. I mean, that makes no sense, but all this data becomes available to you. It's totally up to you guys. What
Lemon
you do with it.
grenade,
So we're open
like the tactical soda throw.
I think that comes back to empowering the sound designers again. I think all this freedom creatively is it's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sort of giving you that creative freedom, I think, is going to be amazing to see what comes out of that. Because, for example, we can have something like a parameter that says whether it's nighttime or not. And if you wanted, you could change the whole aesthetic of the game, change all the sounds based on it being nighttime, and that would require no input from the code.
My dog is so patient
you need.
for the crap I put him through.
So let's dig down a little.
That was very distinct.
And look at budgeting and aggregation. In this video, we have a set of audio trigger spots that are all playing the same sound. We haven't applied any
CitizenCon Pog. Hey, Samat, how you doing? Parents can't trust you with money yet. Life of a high school student. You're in high school?
Just how many of them are playing.
No, can it?
I want to show here.
Seriously?
How simple it is to
I didn't know that.
To reduce the budget for the sounds.
I don't even trust myself.
So
since when have you been in high school?
Settings, and we're going to add a new category, which is how we budget. And we're going to reduce the number of sounds in that category that can play at any one time.
I don't trust myself.
As I said before, this all updates live, so every change we make now is going to be reflected in the game.
Making money
and
so I
when
can
we
spend it all on chips.
the game view
You
now
just
in the
spent
editor,
all your
you'll see that because
400
we set
I
the
money on a
budget to
new
5,
headset.
only 5 of those sounds can play represented by sort of lighter green.
Our
We can
order
go
has
back
been
and we
picked
can
up
change
from
the budget,
Cafeteria.
and again,
Wow, that took a
that
moment.
will drop it a little bit more. You can see now.
I bought this
the
rubber
closest
bone
to
for my
the camera
dog.
currently playing,
He hates it.
and
He's
then we'll
scared
just
of it.
It's like
it looks.
I'm gonna put it there.
again
Look.
when you do that.
Oh, you don't like it,
That's the
Ollie?
budgeting feature, and that's one tool to sort of
He
reduce
moves
the amount
away.
of resources we use. But what we also do
He
is
thinks it's a
allow you
poop.
to deal with what happens when all the sounds that are not allowed to play because of the budget are prevented from playing.
You're silly.
So what
Do you
we
need to go
do
outside,
is,
bud?
we have a system called an aggregation system.
Outside.
And every single one of those sounds that hasn't been allowed to play can contribute to a further sound that attempts to represent that crowd of sounds that were not played. So here we're going to do a really simple example. We're going to hook up a sort of more musical tone to this aggregate. And what this aggregate will do is it will represent all of those sounds that aren't
try 'em
playing.
on.
Now, we offer lots of parameters to this
They're not bad.
aggregation system.
They do kind of
The
push your
aggregate
ears a
is
little bit,
aware
but-
of how many sounds it
Very
represents.
soft.
It's aware of the position. It's aware of the spread of them.
Yeah,
so
I
lots
want
of
to
information
see
is
if
made
like,
available to the sound
I
designers
can get bigger ones
so that they
somewhere.
can represent this massive sounds with just a single audio source.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can see that there's a further light green.
You're 17.
in amongst all the dark green.
17.
And what that
I didn't know that.
is that's
Jeez,
the
I'm 5
aggregate
years
sound.
older than
So
you.
that will move to the center of wherever the crowd of non-playing sounds is. And as you can see, it kind of skips around in this video, but we have smoothing options so that it doesn't sort of jump around and become jarring.
Take it as a
just moves
compliment
around
that I didn't realize that you were a
quickly or slowly
teenager.
as you want it to, with the crowd of sounds that it's
Or
attempted
not,
to
if you fill the
represent.
bellies, you know.
And what this means for us is that it makes it a lot easier to sort of clean up the mix if you've got a lot of things that have been added to a level. They've been added by a non-audio person and with maybe not so much understanding of the consequence of that. But it gives us
They're
really
throwing
easy
out
ways of dealing
shots.
with that. You can see here if we increase
Someone
the budget,
added something
the,
that's not by an
the
audio
aggregated
person.
sound moves further away,
They don't understand
and
the
then if we
consequences
completely
of
reduce
that.
the budget to nothing, then you end up with just a fixed aggregated sound right in the middle of the all the sounds that are playing. All the sounds that are not playing. Now, this is a really simple example. None of these sounds are moving, but if they were moving, then that blob would move appropriately to the position where all those sounds were moving.
I think what this tech has showed us is for ambience work specifically, the designers are going to have quite a lot of creative freedom to kind of go wild and rely on this technology to help us clean up not only the mix, but the voice count and the channel counts. It's also a good way for us to create accurate background dialogue, or as we call it, walla, for bespoke locations. And I think it's going to bring a lot more life to locations.
Absolutely. But also, aggregate logic doesn't have to be used for those purposes. It can be used for more abstract purposes as well.
A lot of people
So we
say
can
you're very
use the
mature for
logic
your
system
age.
within the audio
Yeah.
system to
thing.
understand how many
I think
of
they're
certain
right.
things
It's a good thing.
exist in the game. So if, say, every tree tells the audio system that it exists, we don't necessarily want to play a sound on all those trees, maybe unless it's windy, which is a decision we can make if we want. But we can track counts and we can track how many of
I'm also going places thanks to Star Citizen. And the places that I'm going is dead.
Yeah. You want something to sound like a forest, you want to bring in some ambience that makes it sound like a forest. And that can all be driven by this set of data.
I wonder if Saban's broke yet. He said he might be broke today.
Another feature that we have in Claudius is logic inheritance. And what that allows us to do is to implement a set of audio logic on a certain audio node and then inherit it on child nodes of that node so that we can override it, repurpose it, or make it just basically do the same thing as the parent node does. Now, that's quite an abstract thing to say, I know. But what it means is that we can use a single set of events and parameters to express audio across multiple nodes in the game.
I think this comes back to the example that we used before about, a weapon reloading. And so
oh my gosh, it's like 2 or 3 seconds
we're
off.
We're going to be able to place audio events on specific parts of the weapon and make them perform based on what the character's doing.
This desync is really funny.
Seems like a really.
I shouldn't be making fun of them,
and again, it's
because
all about putting all the power in your
stream
hands.
issue
For example, you might have
can happen
like
to anyone.
A character who
But
jumps and lands, and
it's
that
funny.
jump event can be expressed on any bone of his body. So if he's wearing a watch, you can make it jingle.
Yeah.
If he's got a cracky knee, you can make it crack when he lands or something.
325 is a great ship. Was your dream ship along with the Connie when you first started with your Aurora?
And
you're correct. The 325 is great.
It has
Another
pretty
thing we have
decent
in Claudius
weapon
is a
loadout.
set of systemic parameters.
It's
and
just
what
a
they
little
are is a
squishy.
set of parameters that are available by
Yeah,
default.
I really
Any
like the
audio node in
325.
the game.
And it has a
Things
bed.
such as, atmospheric
It
pressure,
does have a bed.
velocity, acceleration. So, for example,
Very
you can do
nice
something.
Yeah, I think the
like
300
atmospheric
series
pressure
are
and the acceleration
awesome
of an object, and you can use that to express the
starter
wind noise.
ships.
Yeah.
And that's
And they
something
have
the, like-
cargo
that would
you
have
can put
required
in
code
it.
support, but
What
you
was
guys
that?
can just dive
You
in
can
and do
put
it
cargo
literally
in the
anything. You can
325s
add
too.
a SIG audio component.
They're pretty
to
good.
Something that the audio system's never seen before, and you can start expressing the audio on these things in this way.
I find the
Claudius, I think, rationalizes the whole process.
the 100 series
being a
does as
sound
well, but I
designer on this
find that
project,
the
all
interior
that
of them
relevant
is a
information's
little
gonna be in one
cramped
place,
for
and
my
it's
taste.
Gonna be quite digestible, especially for people just getting started.
I like big
Yeah,
ships.
absolutely. We want the sound design process to be as organic as possible, and we want you guys to have the freedom to just express yourselves. And that's the point of getting all this data to you by default.
Mm.
So let's take a look at an example of something you can do using SIG Audio and Claudius without any code support. Here, we're adding a SIG Audio component to an entity type that's never had one on it before. It's a really simple thing to do. We just drop the component in DataForge, and then we can jump over to the editor.
The Liberator
and
is a
we
big
can
ship.
spawn one of these things, and I'm
About
gonna
the
use
size of a
example
hammerhead, a
plushie
little bigger.
here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use some of these systemic parameters.
No, the Banu
and events
Merchant Man
that
is a big
come
ship.
from
The Banu Merchant Man is a big
and
ship.
We're going to use them to express. It's a bit of a silly example. We're going to use them to express the contents of this plushie. So what looks like a cuddly toy right now is going to turn into some sort of water container. So we're going to put a kind of water sloshing loop on this thing. So we need to respond to its spawn event and also its despawn event. So the sound stops if it ever gets despawned. And we can add an audio
BMM
source
is a huge
that
ship.
is the water
Very
sloshing
big.
sound. And then if we hook that up, it's going to start playing that sound. But the way
Because I think, the
these,
Merchant Man's going to
sounds
be
are set up
bigger than the
is
jump
that they don't play anything
by
unless certain parameters are
a
sound
fair
on.
bit.
So they're muted.
I need to
until,
pick one
for
up.
example,
I
they
have
some sort of rotation
had
or
one in the
directional movement
past,
on
and
them.
then
It's 500
Because you
for
don't want
Warbond
an
right now,
object to
but
just
it's not
sit
for
there
sale
playing
right
a sloshing
now.
sound when it's not moving.
yeah.
So
But you
we're
can
gonna
buy
hook
I'll
up
probably
some
pick one
parameters
up
as
during
well. We're gonna
IAE.
hook up the,
I'm surprised they didn't.
systemic
I'm
acceleration
surprised they didn't put it up
and velocity
again
parameters.
after talking about it for
And we're gonna
so
just demonstrate a
extensively.
little bit
You can
of-
buy an
we're not gonna
upgrade
go
for
into
it
sort of too
during
complex
CitizenCon.
logic
From
here,
ship
but we're
to
just gonna
ship,
demonstrate
but you can't.
what you can
You
do.
can't.
So we're gonna
It's like, you know, when you do
multiply
ship
them by
upgrades,
each
you can
other,
buy like upgrades
and then
ahead.
The result of that, we're gonna
You
set
can do
it
that.
on a couple of
What?
parameters
Yeah,
on
it's
that
kind of
object.
cool. Like if you
And then,
want to trade
as I
like a
said
Cuddy
before,
Black,
everything is live
for, like,
updated.
an
So we're going to
Andromeda,
see the result of what we
but
do
you don't
here.
own a Cuddy
and hear the
Black,
result of what we do
you
here
can do the ship
immediately
upgrade.
once
You
we've
can
done
buy
it.
the ship upgrade,
Yeah.
but you don't.
Just finish hooking
Yeah,
this up.
you can
and
get an
we'll pass
upgrade
on to,
from
the editor
anything
once it's done.
to any ship
Oh,
that's
one last
currently
thing we need to
available.
do before we can
Oh,
make that happen is
currently
because
available?
this entity's
Oh, what
already
the-
Yeah.
spawned.
Whatever
we
you're
send its
upgrading it
spawn
to
event
has to be
and in
currently
Claudius,
available.
You can send any events that are set up
Oh,
for debugging
so
reasons,
mean.
which is really useful. So
Yeah,
now
everyone's about to
we
get
can see the green
shafted
bar, which says
when they buy
acceleration,
that.
but we can't hear very much
Ooh,
because there's
food
no
time.
velocity or acceleration. But how, as the character
Oh,
runs
you're
around
missing the
carrying it,
plush.
we can hear the sloshing sounds, we can hear them play when it's dropped.
They have a little
And
Finley.
all this is coming from this set of parameters in Claudius that are being multiplied together just for a bit of fun. So all that was done without any code support. The code system had never seen that entity before. It could have been literally any entity in the game. And
Look, it's a
what
mini
we've done there is
Finley.
we've been able to express the
Mini
context of that
Finley.
entity without any additional help from the code team.
No,
So that's
it's
a
a mini
really sort of
Francis.
freeing thing
Oh, my
for
bad.
sound designers to have available.
As we've seen with how easy it is to implement something like this, we
Francis
have a
is
lot of
obviously the
control
superior
with
one.
Physics, and it gives us no reason not to add.
Did you buy a whale
sounds to
plush from
literally
the
everything in the
merchandise
game
store
that's
yet?
interactable
I
and that
haven't.
can move.
Oh,
It's gonna
how dare
bring a
you.
lot more life. The speed that
Every
we can
time
make
I
this done with,
remember
it's gonna make
that
iteration
they
a lot more
exist,
plausible.
I'm
and
busy.
yeah, it's, I think it's gonna be quite some interesting outcomes. So yeah, it opens up a line of creativity. It opens up a line of experimentation, and that goes hand in hand with how quickly
course.
this was achieved.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the example
We
there
have
is quite a simple one.
enchiladas.
It was
Enchiladas.
the water
Yeah.
sloshy sound where it doesn't really
Enchiladas.
belong. But as I said, it doesn't matter what that
In
entity is.
cicada.
It could be a little cuddly plushy thing, or it could be like a 400-foot tower that's falling and hitting the ground. And those same parameters can be used to express the sounds of that thing, to express the weight and the size of that thing. And this tech isn't sort of limited to props and carryables. It can be used on literally anything. Anything that can move, you can express its movement using these parameters.
I think you touched on
It
a
has
really
wine
important point there,
glasses,
which is cause and effect.
but you can only drink coffee out of
I think
them
that's
if
one
you
thing
pay
that
extra for
it's
the
quite a
coffee
tricky
maker.
phenomenon to implement into games. But Claudius, it's going to be almost a breeze. We're going to be able to hold values based on a parameter, for example. So let's say if you shoot this plushie, it'll trigger a very high value for that movement, and based on that, we'll be able to change the sound that happens after. So let's say if you shoot the plushie, pick it up again, instead of a cute cuddly noise, it can make like a really angry, like, why did you shoot me, sort of grumble. And yeah, it's going to add a whole new level of depth to these interactable objects and other things in the game as well.
Yeah, and those examples are just, again, it's all about unleashing creativity. It's
Exactly.
about sort of offering all the data that you need to
So
be
I'm-
able to do whatever you want. And there may be things that we
So I'm
never
working
even
on
thought
a
of, but by abstracting these systems
fermented
in such a way that
Carolina
by making
Reaper
all this
salsa.
data available to you,
Don't stop.
it no
It's
longer
gonna
becomes
be
a coder's problem what you guys want. We just give you everything.
delicious.
The SIG Audio and Claudius
He's gonna
systems
kill
are
me,
designed
Chad. He's
with
gonna kill
collaborative working in mind too. So the way that
Yes.
communication
That's okay, I
and
like spicy
the way that actions are performed in
It's
Claudius
actually
is that the Claudius app
really
sends
dang
a
good.
request to the game
It's
engine
not
to make some sort
done
of
yet.
change to the audio
I think it'll be
logic,
done tomorrow.
and only when that request is fulfilled
Yeah.
does the change actually reflect itself back in the Claudius UI. And this is tied into that whole concept of there's only one set of data owned by the engine and we change it live. So by having this design, what we've been able to do is allow multiple connections of multiple Claudius clients. And because they're all connected via WebSockets, they could be on separate PCs. What this means is that if a sound designer
that's
needs
not
some
yes.
assistance or just wants to collaborate with another sound designer on some sort of logic set,
How do you read 325 as yes?
Incredibly easily, they can connect their Claudius client to somebody else's game client simultaneously while that person has their copy of Claudius connected. And then as they make changes to the logic, they're reflected on both users' Claudius screens simultaneously.
I think that's quite a cool feature to have. A lot of the time,
Your brain
we're
just
working,
defaults to
I'll
shut
need
up and take
call
my
up
money
either
mode.
Technical sound designer, or colleague, and share my work, and they'll just be through sharing the screen. And there's a lot of, no, go there, and finger pointing, and it can be quite time consuming and make it difficult to quickly get a point across.
Oh, hey, I just realized in 3.15 I finally get
like you
my
said, connect and just mark up
Buccaneer
a
paint.
gun, for example,
The green
or one
paint
of
for
these, physics prop on the go with them, and that can also
Did
spark
you get
quite a
all of
few
them?
ideas. Just that very easy back and forth.
Do you own any of those
absolutely.
ships?
And every connected Claudius client has full control. So anyone can make any changes. Even the undo system works across all clients. So you could make a load of changes to demonstrate something and then disconnect, and then the other person can just hit the undo button, get rid of all that stuff, and then start
We need to get
doing something else that's maybe inspired by what you showed them or something like that. And I think it all just really sort of lends itself.
We need to get you
a lot of
Pirate
collaboration
Aggressor.
between sound designers, which is always a good thing.
I think now with the whole working
You have
from
to
home
clear
situation,
Pirate
a tool
Swarm
like this
in Arena
is
Commander.
really going to be invaluable. It's going to allow the sound designers to connect.
And
a lot
it is
more. QA to work
hard.
with sound designers a lot easier. Technical sound design, dialogue. It's really just gonna, bring us all.
It's nearly impossible to do solo,
Hopefully,
especially now because NPCs just spam missiles all the
Let's take a
time.
little look at some of the code that underpins these systems. Because when we went away and wanted to start designing this thing, we obviously had workflow in mind, and we wanted that to be to create a situation that was as smooth and as easy as possible for sound designers. But as a code team, we serve two masters, and what we don't want to do is to implement those things for the sound designers at a cost that's too great for the engine team. So we need to avoid high CPU usage. We need to avoid
Well, I do run out of flares in Arena Commander. It's 10 waves that progressively get harder. It's like the first wave is like 6 ships, which is not.
What that means is that the game.
It's annoying if you're alone,
and we get out the way as quickly as
because
possible.
it ramps
That allows
up
the game to run
more and
smooth
more
as
and
it
more.
can without
But so
audio
like,
contributing to frame rate
and
drop,
weapons are all
contributing
nerfed
to
and much shorter range.
Because we've moved all that stuff
I
into
wouldn't
the audio
say really
what it means is
nerfed.
that
Ballistics
something like
definitely.
a feature that we would have maybe
so-
in ship code.
so I was
like
playing
something
with-
very specific to thrusters.
I was playing
would
with.
now become a systemic
Well,
feature.
first I tried
in
by
the
myself.
audio system. And what that means is
And I tried it in a
frees up
saber.
creativity, because we might have created
And-
something as an idea that
and like
assists with
little by
making thrusters
little,
sound
like
good. But instead of it being
through the
kind of hidden
waves,
away in the thruster code,
all
and
my
only able
guns
to
got
be
shot off except for
available
one.
to you wherever
So I
you
just
want.
had one
And you
gun.
can kind of use some of these
They could
tools
just
in
fire for a
whatever
really
sort
long
of,
time because
creative
it just
ways
had
you
all
can
the
think of.
power.
Before they were hidden away, now they're
It
completely
was super
available to you.
dumb.
And this also frees up
But-
audio coders' time, because we spend a lot less time sort of,
I
working
failed.
to make
And then I was
features that
playing
exist
with
in one place, exist somewhere
Saban
else.
and Jack.
Literally every feature exists everywhere for every system.
And
so that again,
they were both in
helps,
fighters.
The audio code team to
And I was in a Miz.
spend a lot more of their time.
So I was the
being
biggest ship.
creative too, which
So I
is
had
a
the
really
biggest
good
signature.
position to be in. We also have some features that
Well,
even
so-
bring
so
audio
imagine
code
this.
into the realm of post.
You start the game.
The sound designers.
Wave 1
So
spawns.
We can live
You
rebuild
immediately
code
have
while the
8
game is
missiles
running.
locked on and firing
And that's
at
something
you.
we've been able to do for a long time. But what Claudius does, because it uses
And
this
that's pretty much just how it
programming
goes.
model and it
The
can
final
react to
wave.
the game's sort of transmission
The
of
fi-
events
the
and
final wave
parameters
is-
immediately and present them to you immediately.
Whoever
We can
came
actually
up
boot
with
up
the
the
final
game
wave
and
for
start up a feature we've never seen before.
is a sadist.
Start playing around
It's
with it,
one
find out where
hammerhead
the audio needs to be,
and about
then
20
we can
Merlins.
live add the code, rebuild it on the fly. And then it's already
It's so
available to you guys.
obnoxious.
So we're making it so that collaboration between sound designers and audio coders becomes something that is just, it's almost as good as a collaboration between sound designers. It's like something we can
No, Merlins are
go from nothing
smaller
to a fully
and
working
faster.
feature without stopping the game. And then because of all the design that this is all built on,
And have better weaponry.
we want to make sure that everything persists.
They just
You don't
swarm
need to,
you like
go back into the
mosquitoes.
game and test it. What that means is that
Just
we
flying
can
in. Beep, beep, beep,
effectively
beep.
implement
So
both
annoying.
the code and the audio setup, save it, and we're literally done. And that's just saving so much time compared to sort of, all the iteration
And so you-
time that they spent like rebooting the game, rebooting editors, rebooting tools,
You spend so long.
all that kind of thing.
You're just
So,
trying to
yeah,
run
this
away
is-
from the Merlins so that you
code,
just don't just
you know,
like
at least partially in this
overwhelm you,
post-production
and then you
realm as
fly right in range of the hammerhead, and it just. Brrrr. Yeah. So.
So we've looked at a lot of features that we've already developed for
Um,
Claudius, but we have lots of plans.
You
for
can
the future
spawn
too.
in
The design of Sigaudio and Claudius
pretty much
aims
like
to
any
solve future
combat
problems
ship.
before we know what they are, and where it can't solve
But-
them completely, it's going to make it easier to solve.
But
them. As new game
you
features
have to
come
pilot
along,
it solo.
and we don't know what they're going to be yet necessarily. We want
Each
to be able to
person
support them as quickly as
flies their
possible,
own ship,
but also,
so
we want to be able to reuse everything we create.
5-second shield regen makes them real hard to kill when you're struggling to not be hit yourself.
Having systemic features.
Yeah, especially if you're in a bigger
What's
ship
so
and
great
just
about this,
physically can't
technology is that we're
maneuver.
gonna be able to take all this information
Fast
from the
enough
game,
to
bring the audio engine into the
hit
game
them.
engine, and just
so I just
make
had
it
to
all so
have
easy to access. I think one
because
key
the Miz
aspect
is
of,
awesome. The Miz is an actual
Claudius,
powerhouse.
The audio team is really looking forward to sympathetic
Like we did
audio.
a.
So this is the cause and effect that we were talking about before. I think having
I think
this,
the last
like one
round we
trigger
did,
another, for example, it's gonna make the
Saban
game
had
a
like
lot more
6
cinematic.
kills, and Jack
Everything's
had
gonna
like
be
8
real
kills,
time. We're not gonna have to
and I had like
pre-render all these
45
events.
kills.
It's basically
the
gonna be
Miz
procedural, which means
is
that
ridiculous.
a lot of these scenarios
You
that
have
get
so
into,
many
all of these
missiles,
different contexts,
and
that
the
you can't
four
get into
size
while you're
3s,
playing the game.
forward
We're
facing.
gonna accommodate them, and you're gonna get.
Plus you've got
really. Just
plus you've got the
vastly different
twin
experiences every time you do something. And this
twin
is
size
because
2
we can
shields.
infer so much from the game
Make you
data,
pretty
and
tanky.
create those
Yeah,
links
it's
to
a
create
monster.
beautiful experience. A lot of the time we think about like how can we sonify this non-linear spectacle of a game, and I truly believe
So,
that.
and then after you
that
beat-
is through cause and effect. It's having things done in real time and conveying all this information to the player.
You have to beat
that,
all 10
can be critical.
rounds.
So, for
And
example,
then you
you're
get
flying and you start to enter
the
a debris
title of
field or
Pirate
an asteroid
Aggressor,
field, that
and the
all those
ability to
things can
buy
start having
the
an effect
Pirate
on
Gladius and the
environment
Pirate
around you.
Caterpillar.
So your creeks,
They just
if you're
become
entering
permanently
the
available in the
atmosphere,
shop for you.
You can tell like that your ship's going through some strain, and
No, online.
instead of pre-rendering it, it can happen in real time. It can take values from like atmospheric pressure, temperature, and you're,
They look different.
It's going to be quite a amazing
so
experience for the
the
players.
so the Pirate
Yeah,
Gladius
I
is
think,
red.
the core
It's really
of,
nice looking.
sympathetic audio is this
Pirate
idea of
Caterpillar
resonance, and with the
is
sympathetic
black.
audio design that we have, we'll be able to
It's
give
mostly
objects
black, but it has
resonant
red
frequencies, and we'll be able to
across the
make it sort of,
sides and on the
something
wings,
sort of,
and like
broadband in
skull
its frequency,
decals in
electricity
white.
goes off like
It
a
looks
huge
really
explosion
cool.
or something like that. Then you're going to expect a lot
Hang
of
on, let me-
metal panels
let me
and
pull up a
glass windows and things to rattle and
picture for
resonate
you.
in sympathy. Sympathetic audio, in sympathy with the explosion. that's
And
going on.
and all we really have to do is just set up the logic for that to happen, and it'll happen. And yeah, really eager and interested to see what the players are gonna have happen to them through their playthroughs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all the features that we're looking to develop are all about bringing this game to life more and making it more cinematic and making it just feel more immersive.
Yeah, super high fidelity.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's cool
So
looking.
we're looking at sort of improving the mixing support so we can gather some
And
of
let me
this.
see.
We've got a huge amount of data coming in now that can be used in lots of ways to decide which sounds play and what how those parameters affect those sounds. But we can take a step back and look at the bigger picture
use
and
the
say,
Pirate
we've
Gladius.
got all this data that's telling us what's going on in the game.
Yeah.
Can we then use that to
It's
sort of
nice
decide
looking.
how the game should be mixed?
They
So,
also
for
they also come
example,
with
if,
just better
if you're
default
exploring
components.
a moon or something like that,
Which is
you're
nice.
going to want to hear
So
a
they
lot
aren't
of
like
the
a skin, they're
ambiances
like
and
a
maybe some distant
actual-
mining
No, it's an
going
actual
off
ship.
and things like
You have
this.
to buy.
But then
Yeah.
if you sort of end up engaged
You
in
can
battle
just-
with someone, that's something that the
you
audio
can
system's aware of
upgrade
through the
your
data that's coming
normal
in. And
Gladius
maybe it
to
can
a
change
pirate
the
one.
mix so that those ambient things don't really get so much of a look in anymore, and it's all about the battle focus and things like that. And then again, as
Corsair.
the battle
Yeah.
ends and that
Corsair
kind
is
of
nice.
scenario falls away, we could automatically analyze the data
Yeah.
and say, okay, we're now back into an
Yeah,
ambient
I don't
situation, so
hugely
let's
love
raise
the Caterpillar.
level of some
It's
of
just
these
too
ambient
slow.
sources again.
Yeah, I think that importance to what the player needs to hear at that moment. I think that's for especially on the FPS side, that's gonna really be valuable.
So that concludes our look at some of the features and tech that we have in development.
Can you imagine the
in
Miz
audio
if they
team right
allowed the
now.
2 rear seats to
Hopefully it's gonna
remotely
make the
control
lives of
each
the
side
sound
turret
design team,
independently, giving them
much
a
easier, and
125-degree firing arc?
improvements to the way the game sounds too.
That would be
Yeah, I think the sonic
absolutely
aesthetics of
disgusting, and I love
this
it.
game
I
is
want it
gonna
to
change for the
happen.
better because of these tools and because
That'd
of
be
these
awesome.
workflow, improvements.
I could see him put like a turret above it.
Okay, well that's it from us. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed.
So I'm
the
not a
rest
huge fan of the
CitizenCon,
Caterpillar,
and I really
but
hope next year we can all be back together in person.
Gladius.
See each other in person then. Thanks for
I
watching.
really like the
Bye.
Gladius.
Thank you.
I think the Gladius is a really, really cool ship. And a really good ship.
Cosmonaut is the premier online magazine for Star Citizen, packed full of ship reviews, outfitting guides, upcoming events, org interviews, current affairs, history, and more. Cosmonaut is your comprehensive guide to all aspects of life among the stars. Our talented team of writers, editors, designers, photographers, and artists are all passionate pilots and aim to bring you stellar images, incisive articles, and incredible design. Season 1 of Cosmonaut is available for download now. Head to www.cosmonautmagazine.com to get
I know
all
what you're talking
12
about.
issues.
The Life in the
completely
Verse
Yeah.
is what it's called, I think.
Yeah. His FOIP sometimes isn't always one.
Yeah, he does a good job with it.
Yeah.
I really
I've
enjoy
heard
his
them
stuff.
say, with every goal comes a sacrifice. With every dream comes a letdown.
Origin
You've gotta
300
give
series.
up something to get that big thing you're chasing. I couldn't disagree more.
Speaking of the 325,
Yeah.
See, everything is achievable. And you don't have to give up anything along the way.
Chap, are you guys
When I
a...
think sacrifice
Um...
is what happens when you give up halfway. The Origin 300i. Sacrifice nothing. Achieve anything.
come on, think harder.
Thinking is not my strong suit.
Is a successful trader. Unfortunately for Jack,
The wow
they are
sound.
pirates. They want ransom money, just a fraction of his profits. Jack refuses the proposal. In his mind, he is a hero. Now, Jack is dead.
What?
And all of his belongings go to the pirates anyway. Don't be like Jack. Be smart. Pay ransom. Sponsored by the Sinister Incorporated Pay Ransom Company.
Be smart, pay ransom. Now Jack is dead. Now his stuff. All the stuff that belongs to the pirates.
Words hard. Yes. Words are hard.
So, Marcus, you work for Addison's campaign, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys get some sort of a winner's bonus?
Well, yeah, we got a bonus.
Oh, you did? How much?
I did get myself
Oh,
a
yeah.
Phoenix as a
There he
giveaway
is.
present.
We were just talking about him.
Constellation Phoenix?
Hang on, why are we traveling on this rental Taurus, Marcus?
How was I supposed to know you'd prefer the Phoenix?
Oh, God, Marcus. You know what? I'm just gonna go have a shower.
Route has been plotted. Quantum in 10.
Guys, there are no towels.
You know, I think I had some towels on the Phoenix.
No, just stop.
Sorry.
There you go.
That was a good one.
Funny.
Yeah, I really enjoy his little videos. They're always really clever and fun, and he does a good job with the FOIP. Your favorite ship interiors are the Reclaimer, Caterpillar, and U-boat-like Retaliator. Hey, Chris Radford, thank you for the subscription on YouTube.
Thank you.
So you like interiors that are nonsense, is what you're saying. Parasite. Parasite Resurrection. Oh. I hate that helmet so much. Words cannot describe how much I hate that helmet.
Dedicated folks at CIG Audio. There's always a giant emphasis on video here, but none of it would ever hit the way that it's supposed to without that A to that V. And as we near the end of our show, we also saw the last of our community videos during the break.
Claustrophobic interiors.
For CitizenCons going forward. For those of you who know my origin story, you might
I do not
understand
like
why
the
I
interior of the
particularly
Caterpillar.
soft
I
spot for them.
get lost in it.
But that's enough chat. This is it.
It's not
We're at the end of our
particularly
day. It's time
well
for one more panel
organized.
and one more panel alone. It's time for Tony, Rob, Ben, and Luke to take you deep into the machinery beneath our universe in systematic gameplay, stream of thought. Bon appetit.
Nice. We're about 20 minutes ahead of schedule.
Hi, I'm Tony Zervek, Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen.
Today I'm going to tell you about some of the new technology, features, and content that we're aiming to deliver over the next several quarters, and how these things are going to impact your gameplay experience. To assist in that endeavor, I brought along a few others to give you some additional perspective, including SGS Assistant Director Rob Reininger, Senior Systems Designer Ben Dorsey, and over in the UK, Lead Designer Luke Presley. Rob, we've been able to buy and sell commodities for years, but we're now looking to try and close out the entire loop by the end of the year by allowing players to sell weapons, armor, clothing, and eventually ships back to the shops.
Ooh.
One of your favorite aspects of this has always been what it means to treasure. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
I think it's huge because now it gives me a purpose to go out and collect the stuff, because players are very meticulous. They'll go out and pick up every single gun, weapon, armor off of other players. Like loot generation is something that the Frankfurt team is working on. It means a lot for, you know, investigating lockers or just stripping down something. We talk about salvage. You know, these are all things that are working towards the ability to buy and sell items. But most importantly, it's just curating your inventory, right? It's getting rid of this stuff. It's another form of reward. So I think it's a huge addition to the game.
Sure, and it also plays a big role in character advancement, right? Yeah. Because you can realize the equity from items that you've purchased in the past. In other words, I buy a particular laser rifle. Now I decide that I want the better one. I don't have to buy that one starting from scratch. I can actually sell my original one, assuming it's in pretty good shape, and I basically pick the optimal shop at which to sell it. You know, that's a shop that deals in that specific item. Then I can actually get a pretty good price for that.
He brings a bunch of people that only Luke gets a visual shot when he is named.
You know, the towards moving up the ladder and basically getting better and better stuff. And so, just like in the real world, it's like you don't usually start from scratch and buy a house and then basically have to buy another one from scratch. You basically take your realized equity in your original and you throw it into the other one and you just pay the difference.
Yeah, and that's something that we don't have.
Being able
to everything is in the shop.
Being able to trade
and items
ships
come with default loadouts on
at
like
ship shops, like you can trade cars at like car dealerships.
Ships are
that would be nice to
example.
have.
Comes with a default loadout of certain laser cannons and power plants.
Like, oh, I bought this ship thinking it was cool.
As we go forward with selling, what we want to do is get an itemized price.
Yeah, trade it up for a little bigger, better one in game. That way you don't have to accrue, 30 million credits at once. You can just get like 1 million and then buy a ship and then get like another 1 million and then trade it up.
This thing is more expensive
and stuff like that. And just climb the ladder.
We can keep up with the statistical.
That'd be nice to have.
The item on a per item basis.
Sure, you have the macro item. It consists of the child items. We changed the price of the child item, and the macro item, the large item that includes various quantities of this. Its price is automatically adjusted, which is not something that happens now and causes us countless problems.
Yeah, and it means that now we have less moving parts to worry about on a global basis, and from a what is the world have for sale in it. You talked about taking something to a shop that deals in those items. It's kind of the concept of, well, this shop deals in it and they refurbish it. They have an invested value in procuring those things back from people in the universe. So we want to encourage players to go around to the different
for
places.
For $295, you can get a merchant man.
Trading, right? We want players to go here because they can buy it for the best price. Go here because they can sell it for the most money. Same principle for selling items.
Nomad to Nova, Nova to Defender, Defender to C2, C2 to merchant man.
We need this more sophisticated method of determining the pricing of the more complicated items, that are composed of lots of child items, partially because of what it means to selling. In other words,
upgrading to a tonk. Can you play if all you have is a tonk?
Yeah. Custom scope on it, something for which we don't have a specific entry in our
only one
retail
place
products list, and that says
only on the ground.
Should, if it were new,
you can play
this is the way.
You can play a Lordville.
Where sure we've got the base price of the pistol, and we've got the base price of the scope, but we don't have any sense of what the combination is. As of right now, we don't have a means of solving that.
Siren knows somebody who only has a tonk as his game package.
How the shops
plans to be a ground player exclusively, which means
like right now we
getting rides.
have
His
shops
talk.
Got the
specify
individual
every
entry.
individual
Tom,
item
can you
that they
pick me
can
up?
sell, as opposed to where we're going is it'll be classes of items. This, this particular shop deals in small handheld weapons, from this particular manufacturer. Now, because they actually deal in small handheld weapons, they will in fact purchase, small handheld weapons from a different manufacturer. Right. You just won't get, quite as good a price because they're not as adept at repairing.
But yeah, that's the power of CCU chains.
That's geared towards purchasing those items, etc. If you
Yeah,
wanted to realize
I got the
the best
discounted
possible price,
starter pack,
then you
so
would
I can
wind up
CC
taking
you up to
your,
a Perseus.
your specific
ago.
items to a shop.
Did it
that
come
dealt
with
those specific
LTI?
things. And that's where,
Lifetime?
assuming the condition was perfect, and
pull out my
assuming that
laptop.
the shop had a lot of cash on hand with which to procure these deals.
Yeah, I like
so
that
was willing to be a
the
little bit more
400i
liberal,
comes with
that's where you could
lifetime
potentially
insurance.
recoup,
Like not even
70,
10-year insurance, just straight up
85%
lifetime
of your original
insurance.
value. Whereas if you go to someone that simply, sure, they deal in small arms, but
Though
not
if my
necessarily
Banner
that,
Merchant Man
that
runs out of
particular
insurance,
manufacturer, not that particular
by that
caliber
time,
weapon or
I have enough money in the
then maybe
game
only
to
get 40
just
or
pay
50
for
cents
it.
on the dollar.
Yeah.
It's like when you're dealing with a car dealership. Like if you bring them their brand of car,
Well,
they're going to pay you more for that.
Well, the
It's
funny
easier for
thing
them to
is
service. Their
that
mechanics are already familiar with it. They can do the
as
work
long as you get a
at
friend with a
cost.
Herc, you're good.
Yeah, exactly.
The funny thing is that
it's big,
the
and it's
insurance
something that
doesn't even
it
like
just feels
start
natural, right? It's how the
counting
world really
down
works.
until
We
the
wanna
game actually
continue
releases.
to
Yeah.
step forward.
So we've got a while till that happens.
So long.
Like
3.15 is a huge update
So
to the game
long.
because
Like
of the
for
localized
at least
inventory
5
that
years.
changes the game. There are several
Something like
aspects
that,
to
and
this,
then
that starts with, I'd say,
10
the
years,
personal
so-
manager that Rich Tyre and the actor feature team have put so much work into.
15
They're going to
years
cover
from
that in a
now.
separate discussion, so we'll leave that out. Out of here.
If your insurance was
over
up.
on our side, we've got the vehicle loadout manager.
By
which
that
has
point,
been
I'll
adapted
probably
to
have
only allow you to modify
put enough into the
vehicles
game to pick up the
that are in your immediate
freaking
vicinity.
like
And then we've also added
completionist
a new
package.
mobile
Oh,
app,
yeah.
The
Knickknacks,
Legatus one or whatever.
writer.
When it's like
So you
$50,000.
spent the last couple of quarters heavily focused on
Just
this.
like
Go
all
ahead and walk
ships,
us
all
through what's
future
the game,
ships.
starting with the front end menu.
Yeah, so the front
Yeah,
end,
that'd be sweet.
we've historically allowed players
Given
to
the
kinda
rate
go
at which
wherever they
I
want,
do not
but
control
as
my
we move forward with the
spending.
game and the new player experience,
Given the
we want
rate where
players to
X
be
equals
invested
what I
in
get in my
locations. So
paycheck and
it's
Y
more
equals
selecting a home
what I
base
spend,
because
And Y
the inventory
equals
that you
X
have
always
the
starting
availability
from
of ships that I
catalogs,
like.
through all your
X
web
minus
purchases,
Y
through
equals
whatever
0, and that's how much money
I'm
I
trying
have.
not to spend too much right now because I know that
it's physicalized.
that IAE is gonna absolutely destroy me.
Throughout the universe, you may move some of that stuff to
Just
a new
like,
place as you get persistent
hey mom, I had to
atmosphere.
sell my
You have
house.
over there a
Why?
hangar, right?
Uh,
Players are going to be tangibly going up to interacting
Don't worry
with
about
their,
it.
their weapon rack, interacting
I now
with the
have
stuff in their ship.
spaceships.
And so localized inventory is a massive change to how they've dealt with the game.
Who needs a
up to now.
house?
Gone are kind of the days of this
Realistically.
global inventory that you can go and interact with anywhere in the universe. If your stuff is in Microtech, you need to go to Microtech to do it. If it's in this hangar over here, you got to go to that hangar. So we want players
playing with
to
so 3.15 is going to be a little bit interesting. I need to be very careful not to ever equip
this is what I need to go and do that
my
mission. So
subscriber
I want to go here,
flares.
get this, or maybe go to a shop here
Yeah.
and buy that. And so the front
Never
end is
equip
going
them.
to be the first step in kind of planting your seed.
Because I don't want to lose them.
wherever it
I mean, I
is
could
in
get them back
the
with a character
universe
reset,
from
but
the
that's a
very
pain.
start.
So
Or you
what
can
about
just
the
go
knickknacks
find
app?
them.
So this
As long as
allows
they
you
don't
to
take them.
basically,
Yeah.
in its first incarnation, to
Or
see where
unless
you've
they
placed all of your
despawn
loot throughout the
after a
entire
while.
solar system. It works on a hierarchical basis, so you can drill down into a particular planet, see the city. At the city, you can basically see what ships you have stored there. You can look within your ship and eventually see what cargo grids and what storage closets you have within there and what items you have placed within there. You've also got a number of filters that allow you to quickly drill down through your entire inventory and find all the the laser rifles or whatever else it is that you're specifically searching for. Can you just walk through that in a little bit more detail?
As we kind of go into the localized inventory, the VMA can act on the ships that are at that location. You kind of lose perspective of the global view because the personal inventory manager that the active feature team has done has removed the PMA, which was also your kind of global view into your personal items. So the Knickknacks app allows you to kind of see where your stuff is distributed around the world at the individual location level. So whether it's in a ship or in a hab or in a hangar.
Don't worry about me,
right
Chad.
now,
I'm
the
just dying
locations
here.
are basically cities or stations. pretty much any place that has a shop that sells items, that can be some place where you can store stuff. So the ships also have their local inventories associated with them, so you can store things in the ship. And the Knickknacks app is good because now if you want to find laser rifles, you can search by type or subtypes. Basically the same things that you see in the shop, so the categories that you see in the shop UIs. That's the same level of interaction and filtering that you'll have in Knickknacks.
We've spoken a bit about how it's going to evolve in the future, what new capabilities we would wind up adding to trading.
I think they subscribed because I told them I was dying.
Yeah, right clicking on something, being able to say, hey, open a trade window with Ben here. I want to be able to
dying.
show me on the star map where this is.
He needs help.
Something.
And the only thing that can save his life is me reaching 1,000 subscribers on YouTube.
You need to bounce to different apps that are
The universe will heal me.
contextually relevant to whatever you're currently using. So,
like saying this is in this location when that's just a string, like it's in OSR, that's not super useful. Seeing that on a map, that tells me something. That tells me I need to go from here to here. I need to plot this location.
Right.
I'm going to go through this dangerous area to get there in order to access my stuff.
Or a hyperlink on that.
And you can also very easily discern distance and stuff, which is, oh, well, this one's not here, but is it relatively close, or is it really, really far away? And I need to be able to obviously put that into my planning.
Yeah, or set a route to see how much fuel I'm going to use.
Exactly.
Right? There's a lot of different reasons why these things.
Hopefully they will soon redo the star map
really wants to push towards,
a bit, because it's a
but
little
still give you the
a wee bit
context switching
glitchy.
that you're gonna need.
Just a bit.
My favorite part is when you zoom in and the planets disappear. Oh, okay, never mind.
You zoom in and then just everything disappears. Or when you have a party member at a place and then you can't click on the place.
Like, I want to go to PO. Let me go to PO.
Rather than what I would call render
Let me go to
proxies
PO,
into your
sir!
ship. This is going to convey all sorts of benefits and advantages, to the gameplay experience. The first and one of the most obvious is simply the fact that now that you've got a ship that has physical entities placed within it, then when another player winds up disabling, boarding your ship, they can actually extract, that cargo from you. There's value there that they can actually take. Whereas right now, the only way to get that value is you have to, blow up the ship, and then we basically, create these cargo facsimiles that basically get blasted out into space, and you have to go collect those, et cetera. And so this starts to hint at things like, the fact that we're going to want to bring NPCs into defending these ships. So all of a sudden, you get this fantastic gameplay transition, what I would say, where you have ships doing this momentum-based combat, and now I can disable a ship, board it, and I actually have to overcome the NPC crew and then physically grab the cargo, haul it back to my ship. At the same time, you're concerned that while you're basically on the ship and lugging this stuff around, that security or allies of the ship that you've disabled might show up and start blasting you. And so all of a sudden, the considerations, just explode, for doing something right now relatively basic. And it's one of the aspects that I really love about this game, which is how we can add this low-level gameplay mechanic, and in one shot, it's going to totally transform so many different elements of the game.
And we get stuff like the Hull C, which is another hurdle beyond the physicalization of cargo. I think one of the things that just physicalizing the cargo really does is it allows for the gameplay that CR wants, where you're not blowing up ships, right?
The star map gives you
an engine, which is not a critical failure. Critical failures are the things that lead to these larger scale destructions, but on average, you're knocking a ship out of commission. You're able to board, you're able to acquire the stuff, you're not killing everybody on the ship just because it got taken down to 0 health, right? So these are all things that just physicalizing the cargo allows us to do.
You mentioned the Hull C. So the Hull C has some unique challenges related to attaching physicalized cargo to it when you're actually docked at a station, or when you're parked in a hangar and its wings are compressed. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the Hull C, because it does have these two different states,
that's
now
pretty.
we have ATC considerations.
That's cool.
If I have cargo on the outside of
I really
my
like
ship,
the Hull
my
C.
wings
I think
are
it looks
exposed.
cool.
Now I can only go to a docking collar. I can't go to the hangar. So the ATC needs to know to route you to these different locations. Showing all this cargo on the outside of a ship beyond think of adding additional ships to an area and the kind of slowdown that you might see on a server, right? You're adding more physical objects that can be blown up, can be interacted with. So there's a technical challenge that we need to overcome as well. How they get on there, these are shipping container sized objects that have a real world weight to them. They need a tractor beam that is large enough, probably on an Argo ship, right? So you'll get these little transport ships going from a station's docking, a cargo bay, flying it out to the whole sea, and think of it as a person walking in and out, but it's on a spaceship scale.
Another thing that's really bothered me for quite a while is what I'd call the lack of transactional friction. And what I mean when I say that is that it takes the exact same amount of time to load or unload 1 unit of cargo onto your ship as it does 1,000 or 10,000. There's no friction, in this process. And that's completely different from the real world, where mom and pop retailers and major port facilities, designed to rapidly load or unload, cargo onto, some big, freight ship, are able to move, much larger quantities in a much shorter period of time. And you've got skilled dock workers that, you can actually hire that are trained to basically deal with special types of materials and all that sort of stuff. Where we're eventually going with this is that shop purchases are going to inject physical cargo into a storage space, and it's then up to you, the player, to basically move the stuff from that storage space onto your actual ship. And there are going to be, I would assume that at this point in time, half of the people watching this are saying that sounds incredibly awesome, and the other half are saying this sounds incredibly tedious, and it sounds like a lot of forced menial labor that's going to be completely completely lacking in fun. There is a method to the madness. I mean, where we're going with this is we're going to make the concept of moving freight onto and off of ships not just a logistical challenge, but we're actually going to make sure that it's a fun experience. Yeah. And this would include everything from eventually adding a service beacon so that you could recruit your friends, your org mates, people you don't know to basically come and help you move cargo. We'll eventually add the ability for NPCs to be hired at that location, and the price will fluctuate depending upon how many other players are requesting similar services. And you can use those types of capabilities if you simply want to pay a certain amount, have your ship loaded or unloaded, and you're going to go fly around and do something completely unrelated. So Dorsey, how is Physicalized Cargo going to impact the gameplay experience?
I mean, in a bunch of ways. As you kind of touched on, there's the whole concept of needing to move cargo from one of those storage areas into that ship. We've actually run into a lot of problems where when you come across a derelict, for instance, we have all these crates on there that you can offload.
That was an interesting way of pronouncing that word.
That amount of time that it takes to do that makes it so that when you then go to sell
he said
those
derelict.
crates, they aren't worth the time.
Derelicts.
Because it's
over time.
Exactly. It is so much faster to
Isn't it
just
derelict?
and click the button and
SRV might make good money snatching someone's cargo container and doing a runner.
That we can't make those that process.
Having actual people move the cargo on and off of ships rather than NPCs is just you.
16 to 20 crates off of a ship, and it's taking you half an hour to do that. But once you make it so that there is a much more similar timeline between those two, you can make it so that there's a much bigger reward on a crate-by-crate basis, and that allows us to make it so that derelicts become a lot more common, and offloading stuff becomes a lot more common. There's also just some really great benefits in that we can make missions reward you by putting cargo out there. That's right. Doesn't have to be that the UEC reward of a mission is the only reward. This mission gives you 5,000.
Another what?
No, there's a ship that gets blown up, or you blow up or disable a ship, and especially disable a ship, and then you can board it and take that cargo off. For pirates, that becomes then the goal. Like, blowing up a ship now becomes almost a failure. You don't want to. You want to disable it. You want to be able to get on it, and then you want to take that cargo off.
I took advantage of the starter packs during Invictus.
There are people who try and fight off your boarding parties. You suddenly transition into an FPS
which did have
by
like
doing so, which is
tenure.
this really great transition that just doesn't really happen.
And
in a lot of
so
games,
I
and that's
have
amazing.
my
And
Polaris
even
as
just
well as
from
my
a
A2,
pure like
or both.
gameplay system standpoint of carrying that crate, that is a very powerful state for the player to be in that they are vulnerable. You can't be shooting a gun and carrying a crate at the same time.
That's actually one of my favorite, things about this entire process is the fact that we're finally going to reward the player and
Get
basically
hired to
provide
load
this
cargo,
differential in the challenges.
load it onto your own
we've
ship
long
by
had,
accident.
blow the ship up, the ship basically ejects some cargo, you tractor beam it
That's the
up,
way to do
and
it.
You basically got your reward. But what it's missing is that transition from FPS from ship-based, momentum-based, combat to where you're shooting your big guns at these things, etc. And now you're sneaking around corners, and you may or may not.
I mean, when it's
and you're basically trying to
when it's a
extract the
merchantman,
and the crew's basically coming out of
and they've got
areas of the ship, patrolling for you and trying to
You
stop
also
you.
got friends trying to protect each other too, while the other people are trying to move.
Yeah, 120 month insurance times
So
3.
it may take multiple people to actually move a heavier box. And CR
And
wants
this
the
one too,
gameplay
yeah.
experience to be less ships
Hilarious.
blowing up, more this ship got disabled.
Yeah, this
engines
is
go out. Unless there's a critical
my
failure,
Squadron
the ship doesn't
42
explode.
pass
So the
too.
opportunity to board a ship
Is
will be
my Polaris one that I have.
There's one other thing I wanted to talk about in this area, and that's you've heard me talk about this often, which is eventually I want the whole transport occupation to kind of revolve around what I call like a hub and spoke model, to where you've basically got big port facilities that are specifically designed to provide the quantity of inventory and
They're talking about piracy involving
all of
actually
the
physically looting
infrastructure to
cargo
quickly
from a
get that
disabled
stuff on
ship.
and off certain ships.
Yeah.
As opposed to small mom
Yeah,
and
they'll
pop
have
retailers
to
that are really
like
just
actually
intended to
go
deal
on
with a
and
very
move it
small
all
number
by
of items.
hand.
And one of
One
the
box at a time.
more significant problems we have in the game, because we don't yet have that level of realism, is related to we've got a small mom and pop retailer, and we need to have a decent amount of inventory so that it can satisfy demand across potentially 100 different players, all grabbing theoretically one or two or three items. But what happens in the real game right now, because there are none of these limitations, there's none of this transactional friction, is one big ship comes up and it purchases all 300 of them because it takes absolutely no time to do
Liberator-
that. It then flies to a
The
destination.
Liberator is an
and
interesting
it
war
immediately
bond
sells it,
CCU
and it
because
collects,
the war bond is
only the slimmest of profit
$75
margins, but because
cheaper
there was no
than
no
the
loading
base
time,
ship.
there was no unloading time, they could still turn
$75
around and make
cheaper.
a fairly good return on the amount of invested time they put into it.
That's a powerful
turning all of this
powerful
cargo
war
into
bond.
physicalized entities and basically adding these logistical challenges to where you have to move
if you
stuff on,
so if
move
you
it off, you have to be more
if
careful with
you
volatile cargo. Bigger
go
crates
if
will
you get
require
the I'm waiting till
cargoes
after
to move them,
CitizenCon
or
is
cranes
entirely
or forklifts
done
or whatever the
to
case
start
may be. All of
messing
this
with
is
CCUs and
ultimately
stuff,
going
but
to push
if you
players
did
into
the
being more selective
400i
about where,
into the
for whatever they're
Liberator,
trying to do, what types of shops
that's
and stuff they're going to
$105
visit. And what you're going to get is just like
off
in the
of
real world, where you'll have super tankers bringing oil from across the
upgrades.
ocean and basically
'Cause the
parking
four-
it at some sort of port facility for offloading. And that will then be transported by, whether it's pipelines, by rail, by those types of things to distribution outlets.
Well,
And
there's
from there
only
it'll be
2
picked up by
war bond
truck
ships
and
available.
transported to the local gas station. From the gas station, that's where you, the end consumer, can expect to buy.
That's why I'm waiting
6
till
or
it's
12
all done in
gallons of
case
gas.
they.
But in the real world, you can't drive your truck up to a port refinery on the coast.
In case
and
they
basically,
sneak it. Now I want the
request,
Liberator.
5
Well,
or 10 gallons of fuel. It's
I
like
think that
they
it
only deal in minimum
what I
quantities of 10 or
want
100,000 or 500,000 barrels
What
of
I
fuel.
want
And this
is
will be
an
the same
Idris.
thing that we're going to eventually support on our side, to where if you've got
What
one
I
of
want
these
is an
big,
Idris.
whole sea ships and stuff, there will be specific locations where
And the Idris
we're trying
is very
we're really
expensive.
basically pushing you to do your business. It doesn't mean that you
I
can't
think
go
it's-
and park at a
I
small
think it's
place. It's like I can have a super
1,500
tanker and I can go
for the
park
P.
on the side.
I don't think the M is actually like ever for sale.
But I think this is
other
what
than like
the
impacts.
going
Well, maybe it is.
box model
That point in the
will
game, you'll only
actually
have
because we can
the
just make
cash on
those small
hand and
mom and pop shops only
my
have the
wristwatches to
smaller
offer them.
volumes of
like
commodities, right?
You
And-
talked about how if you can only
Well,
upload,
let me
unload and
check,
offload one box at a
actually.
time. I'm not gonna do a caterpillar there. Like there's nothing.
Yeah, because the interest you really want is the M.
That's just it. If my ship holds 10,000 units of inventory and I don't have any of the automated stuff, and you don't have enough dock workers, I can't hire at this place. There literally aren't 100 NPCs or 500
1,500
NPCs
for the
that I can
P.
hire for any amount of money. They're literally just not there. Then you're going to have to do it yourself, or you're going to have to request some friends to help you. And it's simply too tedious.
Well, yeah, the
It's not
Idris
that
isn't cheap.
It's not that we literally prevent you from basically going there and extracting the material. It's that it's simply not going to be worth your time. You're going to have to invest so much time and effort into doing that all of a sudden you would need an astronomically high profit margin. And long before the profit margins on that particular, commodity or material get that high, someone else with a smaller, more efficient ship that can more effectively be loaded with a smaller quantity of stuff and then navigate to to another small location to basically sell it, they'll wind up taking that material from that location.
Which means for a one of those bigger ships, like one of the Hull series or something, you're gonna want to, by just that nature, go to a place that has a cargo elevator that can give you 20 giant crates at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's
like
where you'll make that profit.
with the infrastructure. It's like some places you'll have an elevator that basically gives you easy access to 10 crates at a time, and a bigger facility will have 50, and a bigger one still will have 200, and this one will allow you to basically hire 4 NPCs and 1 NPC.
And then the merchant man just has its own cargo elevator.
But you're going to be in competition with with that smaller NPC.
Its own tractor beams and stuff inside.
And this other place will have up to 500 or 1,000 workers that you can hire. So it may still take it may take hours, but you have but that's only because you're loading 10,000 or 100,000 SEU of cargo into your hold. Another very interesting aspect of this is going to be that you're going to have relatively clearly delineated transport routes, supply routes within the system. And this provides us
675.
an awesome opportunity to more
But you could use a Liberator as a nice CCU token into the Perseus
from point A to point B, as opposed to this other location. In other words, if you think about, pirates are trying to, abscond. They're basically trying to disable your ship.
So excited for the keynote. I know.
Take, whatever valuable materials you have on board. But the types of
a
ships that would
carrack
be required
is 600.
to
The expedition is
extract, all of the
625.
fuel off of a big massive freighter are clearly dramatically different than the ships that would be needed to effectively and efficiently, plunder a far smaller ship that deals in a totally different, type of item, or a totally different, and more limited quantity of items.
We'll see when
so we'll be
IAE
able
comes
to
out. That's when all
more
the
accurately tailor the gameplay experience so that you
everything
get the
goes on
kinds of
sale.
challenges you
War
would
bonds
expect.
Well, and I
galore.
think by nature, it'll allow it to naturally separate, right? Because it's not worth it over here, and we can make those inventory.
Yeah, the
volumes
keynote should
smaller
be,
to match
like, right
the
after this.
type of people that we want frequenting those stores. I'm just not going to waste my time as a
Decided I'll
large
stick
scale
around.
shipper. I'm going to go to the bigger places that can handle it, that can get me in and out faster, that I can
They're making
hire
good
more
time.
people, or there's going to be other people there that I can potentially hire, like the service beacon. It doesn't matter if I'm out in the middle of nowhere because nobody's there to come
that
and
have
be
the
there in a
specialists. It's only at these select ports where they actually have trained dock workers skilled in in moving volatile cargo. And if you go to a place where you don't have it and you have Joe average NPC try to do it, then
Joe
you
average.
may wind up suffering the consequences of, oh, you lost your cargo, it was blown up, your ship was destroyed, you have to go to insurance, reclaim, et cetera, et cetera. All
Jimmy,
because you basically tried to use a facility that was not appropriate for for the types of actions you were trying to do.
Interesting.
to it, right? So it's I think it'll be a good change for the game.
The key point from my perspective, though, is
have certain
as
spaceports
much as
that are
possible, we don't want to necessarily
that are specialized in dealing with higher volumes of cargo.
You're not able to buy fuel here. It's more that you can buy it there, but it's going to, if you're buying more than 10 or 20 units of it, it's going to be, you're going to basically have to deal with the repercussions of trying to get all of that stuff onto here, and it's going to take
How am
a
I holding
tremendous
up?
amount of time,
I'm fine.
and you're
How
gonna
you doing,
wind
Span?
up having to pay an exorbitant premium because
I'm
you're
really
basically gonna be
enjoying
depleting
this.
them of their
This has been
entire,
a
inventory
this has been really
supply,
interesting.
etc. So it's really
Hey,
just the logistical
I just hit
challenges that you
950
face
subscribers on
trying to exploit,
YouTube.
Non-optimal locations.
Heck
for
yeah,
unloading
baby.
or, for the loading or unloading of your cargo would simply not be worth it.
Well, and I think another good point is that as you push,
That's what
the
I'm talking
inventory
about.
to its
You had
limits,
to,
your
you had to
spread
take a break
is
before
going
Chris
to
comes on.
actually be going
Yeah,
down.
I've been
price per unit
I've been pining to be able to play
as you get closer and closer
to play 315, but
encourage you to go to places with those larger scale inventories so that you can keep your
it's not going to work on this laptop. So I'm just gonna wait till CitizenCon ends and then take a little break and then hop on the PTU for a first look at 315.
Year, and followed that up in the first quarter with the release of the Delphi Mobiglass app that allows you to see exactly how different NPCs and organizations feel about you. This is a critical system within the game because it's the key mechanism by which you'll unlock more challenging and lucrative opportunities and gain access to organizations and areas that will bestow various benefits. We're still missing a few key pieces of the puzzle though and can't yet fully exploit this system. So over on the mission side, only the bounty hunting services give you a nice gradation of challenges at the moment, offer you more interesting missions as you gain reputation with them. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why this is?
Essentially, whenever we want to make a new mission, or even just a very small variant on a mission, it requires an entirely new record, a new chunk of data that we have to put into the system, and that takes time.
400i is beautiful. It looks beautiful. I cannot wait to get inside it and look around.
Some things that we want to do is just kind of make it so that some of that is more systemic and
I cannot wait.
faster. And by doing that, we will be
It's
able
gonna be
to
awesome.
kind of, explode wide, making it so
I just
that,
want to get an A2.
we make one mission, one template. and
Yeah, the
then
A2 is gonna be
and
sweet.
by doing so,
I'm excited for it.
Allow it to almost
I'm just
generate its
excited.
own chains of
I'm happy. I'm having a good day. Having a very good day.
CitizenCon's always a good day.
Yeah.
And spawn different amounts of enemies and put things at different distances, etc.
This
Just
is
kind of
good.
dynamicizing that,
This is good.
that mission variation.
Yeah, and there's actually
Trying
a
to
lot
decide
to
whether I
this,
want
a lot of
to
additional
buy a
complication
Liberator or
besides the
not.
mission itself, because when you think about it,
I'm not
you
entirely
have a mission, and the
convinced
mission giver looks
that
at
I
the
like it.
reputation and decides that he's only going to give you the junior starter missions, and so he calls up the go kill bad guys in this particular section, and he basically says, you know what, given your reputation, I'm going to assume that you can only take a difficulty value of 1.
But
and passing a difficulty value
it
of
is
1 into that mission
$75
will
off
only
with the war
create 1 or
bond,
2
which
guys,
is pretty
and
good.
your reward will be of a considerably lower rate than it would than what it might otherwise be. As you do that mission, you build up reputation with him. All of a sudden, he's passing higher difficulty levels into that mission template. And one of the complicating factors that we face is
Careful, you're gonna
we need to be able
pull
to
your
take this
headphone cord
template,
out.
and before we've actually instantiated it, before you've actually accepted it, we need to be able to extract information out of it and process that. And what I mean by that is
Are you
we
saying
need to
my
know
beanbags aren't
before
comfy?
we've created the mission how much money you should reasonably be paid in order to do this, and we need to know, we need to have a sense of where this mission might actually
you can
take
refluff
you
it
and what
if
the
you need
current
to.
status of that area is. Or is he sending you into an area rife with pirates, or is he sending you into an area that's got tons of security and it's the safest thing in the world?
Or an active supernova, or like any number of things that are terrifying to go.
And this is part of the reason why we've actually made some significant progress on this particular problem, but there are multiple facets to dealing with it. And I'd actually say that at this point, we're in a relatively good place on on the underlying the dynamic mission side, and we've still got a considerable amount of work to do over on the actual UI side to take a mission template, look at your reputation, create some proxy references to that mission template with different metadata associated, and then assuming that you actually select option number 3, which has metadata this, then we'll instantiate the mission, pass in the metadata so that it actually customizes it as appropriate for the selection that you were just shown, and you can then go off and execute that mission, and you'll be paid the correct amount, and you'll
I was freaking out when they showed the 400i
and then said it wasn't gonna be
Pyro, and then they were like, "This isn't coming in 315," and I was like,
players can kind of play
"No."
with right now, the bounty hunter chain, which
And it
is
turns out they were just
effectively
trolling
what this will
us.
look like to players. It's just a matter of that took a lot of setup, and now it should be something that we can pretty much like click a few buttons and we're good to go.
That's exactly like in the end, it's all about allowing you to as quickly and easily express a solution to the problem of I've got a mission giver. This mission giver is going to dispatch you to deal with with bad guys. The variables wind up becoming, well, how many bad guys and how quickly are they going to reinforce themselves, and are they going to be are they going to be flying capital ships or little small hornets, and what kind of stuff will they have on board, and in what areas of the solar system will this conflict be taking place. So these are all things that we can bend as appropriate depending upon what we think you're capable of, or what that NPC would theoretically think you're capable of.
Yeah.
Well, and we talked a little bit about the procedural character generation in the last USPU sync that we did for Star Citizen Live, but that's going to be taken into account. The back end is going to be generating more and more difficult NPCs based on the gear,
Hey,
based
Moo.
on the quality of
You still here?
their behaviors. So all that needs to get fed into the mission and become part of how we reward the players and enhance that experience. But these are all things that are going to be fed into the mission.
Can you randomly
instead of
select
just the static data that we kind of have right now?
Like you literally have to place nodes in the mission
who
script
is
logic
active
that,
in the
that says,
stream
like, spawn
chat,
this kind
either
of
on
thing
YouTube
if
or
we roll
Twitch.
This and this kind of thing if we do that. And
For
it's
me.
It's
It's just time, and this is all data that we, as long as we can get it up front, we can pass that into the mission ahead of time, and actually show that in the mission.
Or in the
right
dis-
up,
or in the
here's
Discord
a mission
call.
that's going to take you here, who's offered
Just
by this
randomly,
guy, here's
just randomly
general
pick
expect
someone.
a medium level of resistance or this many hazards.
Yeah, fundamentally, that's why reputation is so important. Is it's your I would
it lets
say
us see how good you are.
It's the single most important means of progression within the game. Clearly, you can you can basically upgrade your character by buying different ships. You can customize your ships. You can buy different armor and weapons.
You hear that, everyone? He's doing something.
I'm doing something.
Say something in chat so you're active in chat.
With more or less hostility, depending upon which organization you're a member of, and what your reputation is within there, and how this character responds to you, and whether they give you the the super challenging and lucrative missions, or the super easy things that basically just have you doing piddly little stuff that anyone can accomplish because they don't yet know you and don't yet trust you. That's what the reputation system is all about. We completed the as I said earlier, the basic system last year. We incorporated the reputational logic into the subsumption mission AI language. We got the Delphi
how
apps
did
that you
Moo
can actually
win?
see what your standing is
Super
with the
random.
organizations. The one piece, the key piece of the puzzle that we're still missing is the ability of the mission system to basically, one, have the mission templates created that actually take these inputs and then be able to feed them in.
Oh yeah, I
and
also have an
it
Argo
customize
cargo I
itself as
gotta
appropriate.
move
And,
around somewhere.
related to
Because
that
Saban
is
gave me one.
It's no small challenge. It is going to be a fair bit of work to
Vaughn
adapt
loaned you a
the
400i.
UI to actually
Don't tell me
allow
about
for
it. I
this.
want to
And
see it
that's,
for myself.
Just on a brief aside, one of the big tasks remaining on the USPU group for next year is going to be refactoring the entire mission interface and converting it from the old Flash tech to the building blocks tech. And that's one of the reasons why we made some forward progress on this, and then we kind of waited.
Oh, everyone's coming back now.
See, I said the magic
Would have
words.
been throwaway work, and so we made
Congrats
the
on the
decision to
line.
basically wait to complete the last 25%
You are now in
of
debt.
this particular puzzle until we had the correct UI
He now
foundation in
owns
place,
you.
which ultimately, it'll make it much easier to implement these changes that I'm talking about, and B, we're not.
I'm in debt of helping him run a javelin.
And it doesn't
one
mean that the players
time.
won't be able to experience those changes in the game without the UI, right? That'll still be there, but we'll be able to present that and give you a better indication of how the mission is going to play out, or what you're going to get as a result of the mission with that.
No.
And also to show you, missions that you don't have the reputation for.
Right, exactly.
It's weird that how important that is, but it actually is vital
I
that
made
you
the
be able
dog
to see,
upset.
like, hey, I'm not actually with these people.
I put the
They don't
rubber
know that I'm
bone
that
back
good of a
on
cargo
the.
hauler, so
He's
they're
like,
gonna
"I'm
give me this super difficult
Nice.
cargo hauling
He
mission.
went and laid across the room.
We got to know what you're traveling towards. too, as well, right?
4,000
It's like,
man hours of turret duty on his javelin. No,
because that's
don't
gonna push me
encourage
to go
him.
and get that one right there. That offers this much extra reward, this this membership here.
And I don't want to go into this.
I want a javelin.
No, I just mean this is
Big
a topic for another day.
Sure,
but I was
yeah.
just going to briefly mention
I just need
rewards,
to
perks, benefits. So
I just
we're
need to
talking
get
about
people to use my
replication, and you can see your
referral
standing
code.
with different organizations, with players.
Make accounts with my
And we
referral
will,
code.
at some point, next
Give me
year,
that
start to
referral javelin. Yeah.
That's
how I do it.
When I say orgs, perks,
is it
benefits,
2,000 or
you guys know what I'm talking about, which is
2,500?
basically
It's
all of the
2017.
that may be conveyed upon you just as a result of being within.
I'm
this
not sure why they chose that
having a certain
number.
level of stature within this organization.
Probably has some
This may be
significance with the
anything
year
from,
2017.
That's what I was gonna say, like maybe it's
ship deliveries,
2017.
after your ship gets blown up, you don't have to basically pay a fee to basically get it as quickly as possible. That's automatically covered.
Astral,
You may
will I
get,
go to the
discounted
PTU?
prices at
Yes.
certain shops.
So
You may,
after CitizenCon is over,
hostile response to
I
pirates
plan
in
to
this area
take a
if you're
short break.
member of the Pirate Guild and things
I
of
need
that
to
sort. And
move
so
a bunch of
this
stuff
plays into
around.
what we're talking about here because you're able to look at an organization, you're able to understand
And
what
then
kind of benefits it
I will
conveys
be-
to its most exalted members,
and then I will be
you can decide whether or not you
making
want
another
to
stream
basically try to increase
on my
increase your
main
ranks,
PC
within there.
to check
in
out
terms of doing
3.15
that, The
PTU.
challenge is simply having enough
He's not on
mission,
beef
variety,
PC
and
right now.
diversity
Yeah.
to enable the player to feel, hey, I started out, he didn't trust me.
I
He gave
mean,
me the
I
real
thought about
simple, not particularly lucrative mission.
lugging
and
my
I've been working
tower
on this
down
for days and days and days.
here.
And I've been
And I
moving
would've been
up
able
in
to play
terms of
earlier.
the difficulty that I faced, in terms of the reward that I was
But then
offered.
I decided not
and finally,
to.
I got to the promised land, and now I basically
He's
have
big.
membership within the
It
organization.
is quite
and
heavy.
Now
I mean,
I can basically go
it'd be hard to move my desk,
Grim
but
Hex
yeah, he's
and
big.
have no concern
Yeah.
that the local
Pretty big,
player
especially with the new
organization
power
is
supply in
basically
it.
going to
It's just like 5 times,
And
the
importantly,
5
like,
pounds
as
more
something that
heavy.
makes you
1,000-watt power supply.
And
Oh my
it's
gosh.
very
They're
important
thick.
that you bring something to the table that other members of your friend group might not have, frankly, or your organization. You have to come in and say, hey, I actually have access to this really cool mission or this really cool thing, and by doing
That's kinda
that,
cool.
I
Yeah.
can,
The different-
can make things cooler.
Does
for my
anyone
group
have
and encourage
access
community play that
to
is
the
so
Arlington
Yeah,
gang
that actually
mission?
brings to mind.
Please.
Right now we
please, we
have
want to borrow
we've historically had this
ideas.
faction system that we use
Yeah.
to determine hostility. It's always been.
I keep seeing people
it's always
on
been
like
one of these
the
systems that
Reddit
we
posting
know we're going
videos
to
of them
change it, we
locking
know that
down
it's
Jump
not
Town
I
with an
cannot
Idris.
get that mission to spawn.
It's just never, yeah, it's just never been a high enough priority. We're getting.
Shall
to the
you make
point
me
where we
hydrate?
have to
Sure.
resolve this
Get
because
hydrated.
It won't be water, it will be soda because that's all I have.
really starting to
But
No, go take a chug out of the
earlier this
sink.
year, we released that
Haha.
Xenothreat mission, and that was still entirely based upon the faction system of hostility, and that imposed a serious limitation in that while players could join up and basically fight on the side of the UE and try to repel the
do
Xenothreat
whatever
invaders,
suits your
there was
fancy,
no
my guy.
real officially sanctioned means of you joining the side of the bad guys, the Xenothreat. You could go shoot the players that were supporting the UE. You could shoot the UE itself. You could get a crime stat, but the Xenothreat would still view you as hostile. They would still engage you, still try to kill you, etc. This was something that we got right up to the very end with Ninetales, and it was driving you and I crazy.
Yes.
And we wanted to fix it, and we put in what equates to, I'd say, it's a temporary hack to where what we can effectively do is allow a faction to override its normal dislike of someone in another faction based upon whether or not they have a particular mission token in their inventory.
Well, it's if they're doing a certain mission at this time. And that is honestly not how we want to do this.
100%. So in this particular case, if you accept the support Ninetales mission,
Suddenly everyone
then
flips.
they would normally view you as hostile, but because you're holding that that token, that mission reference, they'll go ahead and grant you an exemption. But this is it is clumsy. It was viewed as a very temporary solution. The long-term
I can't
solution
I can't
we've
actually
always
see the
discussed
channel
is
point
going to a
things.
more
Moo, did he make me do
replication,
something?
based, hostility system. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why that's so important and
1
what
to
kind
15?
of additional things we'll be able to support in the future when we have such a more flexible system?
Sure. I mean, the why it's important is fairly obvious. Like, if I have to make sure that you have a certain mission in order to do something, then I can't say, for instance, you can't go to Grimhex. I'm sorry. You're on the side of the police. Like, they will shoot you.
The
That is a
request queue is
problem.
empty? Okay,
No,
cool.
Right now, like, they are
Good to
actually
know.
just civilians, so that they don't care, essentially. If it's reputation, it's something that
3,
persists.
he
Doesn't matter if you
says.
have a mission or not.
3.
You have done something that has made these people like or dislike
3, my
you,
lord,
no matter where
3.
you go and what you do. Unless that
Pathless
changes,
turnip.
they
There
are
you
going to
go.
attack you or not attack you, and you can kind of count on that.
Well, your actions have an impact on how the world perceives
Alright, where's the
you.
ultimate
It's
Baka?
especially important, like as we go.
Where
into
is it
Pyro,
gone?
As there's multiple factions that are
so
kind of at war.
the Bakas are not working.
We want the players to
No,
be able
but
to
there's
get
no
in good
ultimate
and
Baka
one
either.
or the other. So it's a change that we know we need to make, and I think it's really going to take shape and form as we go.
Past 11 p.m.
PvE in Stanton is a pretty binary thing. There's little pockets of pirates, but it's
yeah, the
not,
Bakas are not working. For some
like
reason,
Pyro, where it's gonna have, like,
the
these
sound
very
player
distinct groups that are kind of warring with
is
each other.
not functioning on this
The
computer. I
reputation
don't know
system
why.
is perfect for that.
It will allow us to open up also just like an entire branch of content. Like, we don't really have missions where you work with criminals for the criminals.
You almost drop out
nothing that
from
really
the
makes you
chair.
a long-term criminal player.
Good
Your crime
morning.
stat can be wiped. You can kind of, get rid of that source.
Was that
something
was
that I
that
am a
saying?
criminal player
Was that you
and
saying
I
that?
log in and I'm going to do these kinds of things. I'm going to be on this side of things. These
Yeah, look
people
at the
hate me,
number
these people
chart.
love me. That allows you to define your character. That allows you to define your play style. That allows you to define where you're going to do and what you're going to do in the game. The entire game shifts if you have the ability to say.
I would say it's much more like the real world.
Yeah, the chart is Pathless Turn. Cool.
The concept of what hostility.
Do I have
eventually equates to binary. Either I engage you, either I attack you, or I do not. But in between, there's literally just a sea of grays in terms of this organization hates that one, this one likes this one, this one doesn't like this one's neutral towards that one, etc.
Send me your
And you wind up
in-game
having
name and
some sort
your
of unique mixture of all of these different things.
email
And so
address
in the end,
over Discord.
we will prioritize these things and determine it's like, oh well, you're a member of the walk old ladies across the street. Well, I like that. Oh, but you're also a member of the Pirates Guild. I really hate that. So even though I like that one, I'm still going to attack you. And so it's much more flexible in terms of determining all of these complex relationships that players are eventually going to instill upon their characters. Like, it's not going to be either I'm left faction or right faction. It's like there's going to be lots and lots of different organizations, lots of different NPCs, and your standing with those will be all over the map. Some players will be in really good standing with this. Some players, will be really low on this other one. And the level of variability that we'll be able to support with the reputation system is just going to be far, far superior to what we have now.
Congratulations. Congratulations,
Dorsey,
you just won the
Ninetales
giveaway.
mission, which allowed players to fight on either side of the conflict. How does the gameplay experience differ depending upon which side you choose to support? And can you explain how this actually, in the end, wound up being a circle?
Oh wait, I already have your
email
and stuff.
You kind of hit the nail on the head. What happens differently is if you are on the lawful side, you are working for Crusader Security.
I do already
They are
have it
sending
all.
out
Yay.
scanning ships to try and locate the Ninetales fleet.
Let me send this over.
And you have to go and protect those.
Yep.
And then once you have found that fleet, you go and destroy that fleet. You are killing ships until you basically deplete their resources and make them retreat from the area. On the Ninetales side of that, you are of course going and hunting those scanning ships. You are given their locations and you're told, hey, go destroy these. And then once the fleet portion of it gets found, you go and try to defend that fleet.
You are
And if you can
now
hold
the
them off
proud
for long
owner
enough,
of a
then
great
Ninetales will
cat.
actually win, and Crusader will be unable to drive them away
Friggin'
before
love
they
Great
achieve
Cat.
their
It's so much fun.
Great
Cat is fun. It's just it's a meme. You either randomly blow up.
It's so tiny and fun to drive around in.
The genesis
Such a
of this,
derpy
though,
little thing.
Ninetales
It's so
was
fun.
not originally actually supposed to be a PvP event at all. It was
When we
much
did
like
that,
Xenothreat,
but
supposed
the
to be
PTV
just
race,
pure PvE.
new bad
Oh, that was so much fun.
randomly just blew up all the time, or your wheels would just fly off and then you just blow up.
It's
great.
To challenge 30 to 50
Oh my
players.
gosh.
Made
I freaking
this
love
server
it.
just
It's
tank.
awesome.
It
also
was-
has
it
a
was
horn,
incredibly
which is
painful,
like
and it just didn't play very well.
way too
It also, to be honest,
big of a
was the
horn
same
for
thing
such
as
a little
what
buggy.
Xenothreat
Yeah,
already had
the
done.
horn it sounds like the horn on like a tanker ship.
And that kind of combined.
You'd expect it to
this
be, you'd
push
expect
to
it to be
get,
like beep
the
beep beep
aforementioned
beep,
kind of
but
duct
it's like
tape
it's like a fog horn.
so that you can
It's
align
like a freaking fog horn on it.
By doing
so
that,
funny.
I make it so that I don't need to spawn ships to challenge 30 to 50 people. If things are running smoothly, I have 25 versus 25, and I don't need to spawn really just about anything.
Right. You bring the NPCs in just to flesh out, to
fill,
even the odds,
yeah.
to get the challenge, to the level you need. But when you actually have players that will legitimately fulfill a particular role, you take advantage of that.
Yeah.
No, it was a creative way to load balance the mission and the population in the area.
I would say though that in general, this is 100% exactly what we do want to do, which is we want to give the players the total freedom to basically do whatever they want, and then, as I always say, it's like, they live with the consequences, they live with the repercussions of their actions. If you go and support Ninetales, if you support Xenothreat, it's like that will have an impact on how people view you. The aforementioned reputation system. And
on Break at Work, what did you miss?
NPCs within the game.
Talked a lot about server meshing, Quanta, Gen 12. A bunch of stuff from Gen 12 is actually coming in 3.15. Talk about how they do the sound design and stuff like that.
Lots of very technical.
They mentioned that the Kraken is delayed till 2026.
We want those scales to go where
they canceled the Corsair.
Perfect with everybody all the time.
They replaced the.
It depends upon the severity, right? Which is if you
they mentioned another Drake Capital, but said they're going to replace it with the Banu Merchantman instead.
Assume that from now on you'll stay on the right side of the law, so we'll go ahead and let you endorse and support Guild.
Yeah, Drake wasn't having a good day. They said
they decided that they don't actually like Drake as a manufacturer. They're just going to get rid of all Drake ships.
That element of being able to pick your side and do what you want to do in the game is something that, because of that, we want to allow in pretty much every piece of our content.
No, you don't miss much. Just a lot of talk about like the technical stuff.
With everything else.
The only reason we haven't traditionally supported it is
lots of talk about like how cargo stuff is going to work moving forward, physicalized inventory.
Which is the
you and Riot.
replication system.
So would a lot of people, I think.
The lack of a reputation-based hostility system. We're still using the old faction system.
Come on, phone. You can get the messages to show up.
Early in the development process, we nixed it. On
it doesn't
Ninetales,
show anything after.
Literally within weeks of
what
release.
he said there. Like, come on, phone.
It was going to bother me.
Yeah, mobile
to put out a
glitches
second
sometimes.
One that had the exact same limitations as the first, and so despite the fact that it was going to be an unattractive hack to fix it. I wanted to fix it. It did. It completely changed the experience, and so it is what I was.
But the Banu Merchantman looks very pretty.
Oh, you had to leave right around Ship Talk started. Oh, so you didn't get to see all of Ship Talk. Okay.
Yeah, so they.
Yeah, so the Banu Merchantman is officially in the pipeline, and it looks awesome.
And they made it bigger.
They made it bigger, gave it twin size 8s for the front guns. Yo, Saban, thank you so much for the $100 donation.
That's actually another
dang.
point I want to touch on a little bit, which is
I appreciate it. Yeah, the Merchantman is freaking gantic. It also now has a hangar for a defender on it, which is cool.
And it has a cargo lift inside of it to move cargo.
Yeah, it has its own cargo lift.
On Ninetales,
also the Anvil Liberator. It's like a little pocket carrier. It fits like 3 ships on it. It's literally just a.
This is something. So I want to get to that in a second, but. This is something that we're going to continue to do with a lot of these.
Yeah, it's just a flying brick.
It's a rectangle with engines on it. Yeah. It's so ugly.
It's a derpy little ship, but it holds planes for you.
It looks like one of those landing ships, like you'd see in like a D-Day movie. I don't know what the name of it is.
Or pirates.
The landing craft, just like the boats, the landing craft that come in. So it can fit some ships and some tanks in it.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
and
it's kind of weird.
We'll have all of this
very expensive.
It's like $575.
Yeah, still in concept, not in production yet.
And we'll decide which
and then they brought out the 400i and pranked everyone and said it wouldn't be available on 315, and then it is.
Yeah, the 400. Yeah, the 400 500i looks awesome. Pocket carrier, is it on the store page? Yeah.
And so we really get the best
Yeah,
of
it
both
is.
worlds.
So it's
We get,
$500 war bond or $575 standalone.
Changes logically in response to player actions, but at the same time,
I wonder
we get
if
all
I
of
buy the pack
stories and the
then
explicit dialogue
melt it, if I could just rebuy it for the same price later. Is that how buybacks work? I don't know how buybacks work. Someone explain how buybacks work to me.
Together. But back to Ninetales. So on 3.15, we're going to tweak a couple of the problems.
No, Moose spamming links again.
So you want to start with that?
They're relatively small things, honestly, just due to the schedule.
Yes, join the
Probably
Discord,
most
join the
impactful one and the one that I've
organization.
seen the most people talking
Yeah.
about. There is a portion of Ninetales on the lawful side where you can deliver medical supplies to the blockaded station for a bit of an extra reward. They will pay you a little bit more if you have a certain mission.
I think
and
I'd be
also
more
their
excited
inventory
about
is just
the
very rapidly depleting,
Liberator
so you can
if
pretty
it
much always sell
was
there, and you will be selling
actually
at
like
the best price that they can offer. The
in
problem
the
that
pipeline,
occurs there
rather
is
than just
that
in concept.
everybody buys all of the medical supplies.
I think I would be more
and
excited
while
about
that's really
the
cool on a
Liberator.
realism statement with the game in the state it is and with trading
There
in
we
the
go.
state it is, that
Is it
means
back?
that a lot
That
of
was
people
weird.
can't participate in that part of the mission, and that's
Was that just me? If I
particularly at this point where
if
we
I
want
melt
to
a ship, you can buy it back later. Can you buy it back for the same price that you got it for originally?
Those of you
or does it
who
update?
were part of the first
or does it
wave of
update
Physicalized
to
when we
the
first
whatever
tested
the
this
most
way
recent
back,
price
might
is?
actually remember that we originally had shop modifiers on the places that were selling medical supplies to make
Is
it
my
so that
big
they
question.
had a higher inventory that refreshed fairly frequently so that everyone could kind of engage in that. We were asked to remove those so that we could
I don't know.
emphasize the derelict.
I have a couple buybacks.
I might pick up a Liberator and then just melt it so that I have the buyback token for it.
Derelicts made it so that there was another way to get those medical supplies.
You
but
probably
they
lose the
didn't-
war bond savings since not money.
took so much
You
more
can
time
buy
that
you
there was
can buy
really
back
no
war bond pledges
Well, it actually goes
with.
back to what you were talking about
Yes.
earlier, which is
Credit.
I
You
can
can.
buy them
No,
instantaneously
I
from
think
the
you can
shop.
buy
There's
it
no loading
for
time, and then I can
normal
move
money.
over here and I can instantly unload
You
them.
can
If
do both.
I had
Yeah.
to physically pull them off, you could
Same
more
price?
easily
Ooh,
balance these things.
okay.
Whereas right now,
I might do that
have to
actually.
manually pull each
Just so that I
individual one off the
have
derelict
it
ship.
for
So
whenever
I'm
it
incurring
actually
all of
comes
the,
out.
You know, the
I
physicalized
have the
cargo
buyback
expense
pledge
on one side
for,
and not on the
like,
other.
a
And
decent
so
price.
in the end, sure, you know, just due to the sheer amount of time, it's like it takes me 30 minutes to get 12 boxes this way, or I can go buy 50 boxes, you know, in a split second. Which one are you going to do?
Some people might still do the derelict because they're fun, frankly. It's a fun little FPS raid, but
Yeah,
a lot
someone
of people are going to
get
look at the dollar signs and just go, okay, this is obviously the better option. That being said, we're probably going to
Can
put
you
back in.
give-
It's actually a pretty easy. I left
Can you
them
give
in there because I had
Saban
a feeling we might
VIP
want
on
them back.
Twitch?
We're just going to flip a switch and probably put those shop
You've
modifiers
donated
back
too
in.
much.
We've seen how people play the derelicts. There's plenty of them in Xenothreat. We want to see the trading, frankly, and so that will allow that to come back online. Another relatively small change that is probably going to be coming in. We are seeing that many people are not engaging with the criminal side of things, and that is very much like the whole thing that we were doing with making it into a PvP mission for the purposes of.
That's a streamer only thing. Oh, I need to do it.
Yeah.
I thought mods could do that.
Exactly. We
You
need
should just be able to
entice
click them
So that
and say
means-
set as
I mean, they
VIP.
already are being paid more than the other side. I'm probably going to up that even more, frankly. They are going to become very lucrative, hopefully. That is the short-term solution.
And this is where, like, ideally, you know, helping out the Ninetales builder
powers?
reputation.
Okay.
Ideally, we would be able to offer other benefits of being in that organization, other things that some percentage of the players would aspire to and want. You know, other rewards that you get for building up your standing with them.
Which won't be for 315,
100%.
but that is definitely where that is intended to go. The other thing that we might want there is a system to dynamically modify jurisdiction, because one of the big punish points that happens to a criminal when they are helping on that side in that area, despite the fact that Ninetales has supposedly taken over this area, when they get killed, they go to jail, which is a bit weird, frankly. We originally did want to make it so that you wouldn't get brought to jail, but there just wasn't enough time to fit the tech into the schedule. There still won't be for 315, but that is a longer term thing that we want to have, is the ability to kind of dynamically modify these jurisdictions.
That shed light on a problem, right?
Yeah.
Like exactly.
Yeah. It was one we kind of saw coming, but frankly, it was good to have it confirmed, and now we can hopefully put some pressure on that happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of those. Like we added the shop modifiers, we had the probability volume modifiers, we added the
mods
ability
should
to do,
have
you know,
power
the
to make
quantum
people
lockdowns,
VIP.
through the dynamic.
That would
events and
make
stuff.
sense
We
to
haven't
me.
yet added
No.
the ability to add the,
What do I
the
know?
dynamic population modifiers.
You
And so this
obviously
one
do not
was,
know
as you said,
Twitch.
we knew this was going to be an issue.
Apparently
You
not.
can't necessarily get everything you'd like into every release, and so
People
the
aren't
point is,
engaging
we
in
got
criminal behavior. No
Ninetales
kidding. I
out.
don't want to
You
go to
had
prison
some
for like
other
potentially
longer-term
8
things
hours.
that you wanted to address as well. Can you talk about that?
And Moo's only
well,
allowed to be a bad
some of
cop,
them,
and
frankly,
the
are
one
just
who
things
gets to
that
be
are
a
going
good
to
cop.
be,
Fair enough.
things that will naturally happen, to be honest. Performance is still a big problem.
I do want to talk to the performance thing for for a second, which
There's
is
some progress, and it's been definitely better.
we basically generated
Go
something
find-
on the order of 120, 130 different individual gyros that people were addressing in the run-up to Xenothreat. Because
Man, if you're
what
here, can
inevitably
you
winds
just
up
talk in
happening
Twitch
is we
chat?
get performance to a certain level, and then
It's
we're
easier on me.
Something,
we're basically
Saban.
adding more locations. We're
Speak to
basically
me.
enhancing the AI
Speaketh.
logic. We're adding new functionality, and so it's always a running battle to where you're adding more you're adding more stuff as you're making other stuff run faster, and so you tend to get a net wash. And we actually found ourselves with Xenothreat. One of the reasons we held it for a couple of extra weeks was we wound up finding ourselves in a very bad spot to where there are inevitably there are problems now. We're very familiar with them. They were much worse, just a few, when we were originally supposed to release it. We fixed just it was an endless litany of these things where it's on profiles, things showing up, stalling the main thread 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds. Those are getting cut down to a millisecond here, 2 milliseconds. But there's just such a quantity, and so
Just be blind. Oh, there we go.
what I want to touch on a little bit is
Thank you, Spam.
as we finalized some bits of tech, part of the reason we were able to devote as much time to getting things back into at least what I'd call an acceptable state, not a great state. We've got a lot more work to do to get this thing to the level of performance we want. There's a lot of problems, the rubber banding that we're intimately familiar with. We absolutely positively want to deal with it. It drives us. We all hate it. We want to fix it. But as
Where's the VIP
some of
button?
these people roll off of things like their
Blind.
server meshing tasks and stuff,
Oh.
we're
Don't answer
now
that.
getting to the point to where we can keep people focused
Chat,
on
he's
this
blind.
particular problem for certainly a longer period of time than they've
You
been
didn't
able
hear it
to
from
do in
me.
the past.
You heard
It's
it
just a
from
matter
him.
of
I am.
that's exactly it. It's just a matter of it being the focus.
A lot of the engineers that are working on server meshing are the people that would be fixing these optimization problems, right? So your game's going to run as fast as your biggest bottleneck, and that's about it, right? And you're going to hit the next one and the next one, and you're going to keep fixing them until your game runs a little better.
It was almost an endless litany of spawn stalls, entity, deletion stalls, and it was impressive to see how quickly those guys were eradicating, some of these really, really
Big ones,
egregious, performance, impactors.
300-400 millisecond spikes going down.
Going down to
1 or 2
1 or 2 milliseconds.
Right?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
enormous.
There you go.
We spend a lot of time crafting to make sure that these waves are coming at the appropriate amount of
I just love seeing your name.
difficulty for the number
No,
of players.
I
that are
was
there
giving you
and all
VIP
this stuff.
on Twitch.
And if the spawn queue starts to slow down, that kind
You check the
of
buyback when you have
snarls.
time.
It
You
just
know
doesn't
you have a
work.
buyback
can't
token.
Design a great experience. You can design an okay experience, but not a great one.
As you know, on Ninetales, I know we played with this quite a bit. We definitely did on Xenothreat, where it's we want to bring in 10 guys at once to run a
Crucible?
certain
Crucible
amount
is
of
a cool
challenge.
ship.
But then you got to spawn them all simultaneously, and so we wind up bringing them in one at a time. So we're basically distributing the spawn load over time. And while it's true that on average the amount of challenge you're going to face will be identical, there is a big difference between 10 ships showing up at once versus one. And it was the same thing with the number of capital ships was originally larger, and we had to whittle that down.
You have shiny name.
As the performance gradually improves, obviously we'll basically start to expand our ambitions in terms of what we're what kind of experiences we're actually putting out there for players.
And the existing ones will just improve, frankly. Those missions will almost become new beasts just by the very nature of that happening. And that's what when you say what is the long-term thing, that to me is the biggest thing, because a lot of these events will just be better.
You're currently working on a sequel of sorts called Jumptown V2. Can you go into some more detail about what players can expect from that with the initial release?
Yeah, it's actually, I'm trying to keep it very, very simple. Jumptown was originally this community event, and I want to keep that vibe as much as possible. I'm trying to have a very light hand. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking a location.
Tonk has
I'm going
arrived.
to make it so that it starts to spawn physically a bunch of boxes of a very lucrative material, in this case maize.
Interesting.
Commodity. And that will then it'll start to spit that out at a certain rate.
Back to the grind for you. You'll be on later.
Entice people
Good
to
luck.
go there
Have fun at work.
and collect it, put it on their
See you
ships,
later,
fly
Nick.
away, whatever. But the point there is that is an area that will be very, very lucrative for a short period.
Why is it so funny to see just a bunch of dudes in heavy armor running around with like
when you've got
drugs.
a place that is popping out
Yeah.
a box of maize for free that you can just
Specs
pick
drugs.
up at every 30 seconds
Jump
or
Down
so,
V2.
like that is
The
dollar
guy on the left is a master of speaking with his hands.
Not only because it's fun, but also because it's
Ooh.
worth it, frankly. So essentially, there is a location,
Explosion.
there is a thing that spawns these boxes, and I'm going to turn it on, and that's about it.
One of the things I didn't like about the original Jump Town was it was at a fixed location and it was always on, and it basically spit these things out at a certain frequency.
Outside of the fact that it was a bug, but
So, but it was
very static.
Yes, that's exactly it. And in general, I hate static things because it's always the same. So let's talk a little bit about Jumptown V2 is being designed as a dynamic event, and it's also extremely configurable. So we're going to start with support for any of the drug labs, although that's really just a function of whether or not we could get environmental art team support for the other areas. Longer term, we
Jumptown
will be able
V2
to
is
activate
just
this
a dynamic event now
They're
that
gonna
will
try-
spawn like all around the.
it'll spawn like a planet or something.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Sure, but there's a lot of things like we put a lot of thought.
That's an
into
easy one to do
recording
too.
additional
Literally,
lines
all
of
they have to
dialogue
do is just
support
like
different types of
temporarily turn up
drugs, or
the
different types of commodities,
spawn rate of a certain thing, and just watch players go mental
We don't want to be distracted by that
on
because
it.
the lead-in time for getting that dialogue can be a
Where's
little
the
bit
keynote?
damaging to do.
Yeah, honestly, these guys have been
Soon
tanking.
trademark.
We want to be able to just say
Soon.
during report, hey, you know,
Yeah,
what
these
if
guys
there was an
are-
underground facility that was pumping out data or metal.
These guys
or
are
at a
chatty.
refinery, and we want people to fight over that, and we can just.
But
add
all
that
things
because
considered,
So we've got dynamism
they are
for Jumptown V2
an
with respect
hour
to location.
ahead
We've
of
got
schedule,
dynamism with respect
right?
to
Like as we stand right now.
Dang.
So
Another one that I wanted to support was
because
the quantity.
the
In other
keynote
words,
was
how
supposed
long
to
will that
start
thing be
at
spitting out? Is
5
it gonna
our
spit out
time, and it's
100,
only 4.
100 SEU of cargo,
Wow.
or 1,000, 100 units of drugs,
So-
or 10,000. And this was something, again, so it's been configured as a dynamic event to where it can have this information passed into it and then configure itself as appropriate.
At runtime,
They are.
like that means whoever or whatever.
They're still hilariously desynced. It's great.
It currently is launched by a person who is literally like pressing a button on a page. And when they do, they can enter in a bunch of variables, and those will determine where it's happening, what it's spitting out, how long it's going to last, how fast.
Yeah, I'll actually talk about that a little bit later. To where right now, all of the events that we've launched so far are triggered, via Quasar, and a person goes in, specifies the event, specifies the inputs,
and you'll talk about it being
100%. Jumptown V2, another one of the specific design objectives.
Isn't this panel
was
supposed to be
use
nearly
it
2 hours?
as the
Is
first
it?
test case for these systemic triggers, to where we can actually have quantum inject this
Oh, it is.
information dynamically. And so, like right now, we're running 9 tails.
Yeah,
and one
it's
of
a
the
long
complaints
one.
I've seen is, hey,
It is a
does the
long
fire
one. They
get
have
often
been
enough? It's
like
I missed
they
it,
have
and then it's
been
gone. And so
like way
one
ahead of
the-
schedule all day.
One of the directions in which we want to go,
Like 20 or
is
30
having
minutes ahead
some
of
these events
schedule.
like Jumptown, which can be triggered by
player actions.
by player
And the
actions,
and the
or
simulation.
Quanta, or player and Quanta, basically doing whatever we determine. Maybe it is a certain amount of drugs are being bought, sold, lots of drug runners are basically traversing this shipping lane. Whatever kind of conditions we want to put, and then we can measure. Both on the quantum side, eventually, and then even in the short term, on the players, is like how many players are basically moving drugs back and forth here? How many players are basically dropping commodities off at this location? And if we have a dynamic event compatible with whatever these whatever these conditions are, then we can go ahead and automatically trigger it and inject those customized parameters into it, so that it basically more accurately represents what's actually going on in that area.
Right now, we're just shortchanging that, but eventually, yeah.
That's actually, I like the whole jump town concept, but my favorite aspect by far is the fact that it's being designed as a test case for some of this up and coming systemic technology on the back end, so that we can start to go, oh, at 3 a.m. conditions were met, and we're going to go ahead and trigger jump town on Lyria, and we're basically going to put this particular drug into it, and it's going to be 679 units of drugs, and however quickly players are there to basically pull those things out, that will be how long it lasts. And so all of a sudden you have it's a which is sometimes we may inject, we can scale this however we want.
Sure. Oh my gosh, I just got the most cursed YouTube notification. It's from IGN, and it was like, new game, Choo Choo Charles. And it was just like,
10 days or whatever else, but we can,
like Thomas the Tank Engine, but just with like a murder clown face with spiked teeth.
Lifetime of the release. It's not always 7 days. There's actually going
to be fair, Tony Z can talk for hours about anything.
What is really happening within the world, and that's going to cause it.
He's definitely running this conversation.
Yeah. I mean, it's natural events triggering in the world.
You mentioned people saying like Ninetales
wasn't
happening enough.
This doesn't feel like a presentation anymore. This just feels like a podcast or.
There should always be.
It just feels like a podcast.
You could go and do. Maybe you.
They just sat down and they're just gonna talk about whatever the heck they want for like 2 hours.
Yeah, there will be some of both. Xenothreat is obviously the big ones, and then you've got what I call like the mid-range things like the Ninetales and stuff, where you're locking down an entire area, and all of a sudden we've cordoned off a region, and we're not allowing you to easily transport cargo back and forth to there, which basically starts knocking the prices up, which is why we added all the the price alerts and things like that, so that you can actually be enticed by the fact that, oh, this area that's been choked off, they really, really need copper. They're willing to pay this. Don't you want to try to break through the blockade? That actually does kind of get to what you were saying earlier in terms of allowing some of the player ships that are going to, or some of the NPCs that are going to interdict you to actually be more effective at it as we start to expand those quantum interdiction zones, to a larger size.
It all interconnects.
And it can be influenced by players or the back end simulation. It's something that we'll be able to balance. We'll be able to pull analytics from the back end. It's measurable, and it'll be something we can tune over time.
Another one on another point we're talking about on Jump Town for future directions forward is, and you and I have had this conversation a couple of times, is I would like to eventually be able to have NPCs basically fill in the other side. Like right now, one of the inherent flaws in it is it's purely PvP, right? Which is I go there, I basically control that area, I get the loot for as long as it's pumping it out, and unless other players come and try to basically kick you out of that area, it's a cakewalk. And what we would want to be able to simulate, obviously, is if players are not going there, would
it's
quantum
Tony Z following up to what
they be attracted to this value generator? Of course they would.
Yeah, this is a podcast.
At what rate?
Almost forgot the third guy was there. He just sitting there like,
value of that stuff.
Yeah, the poor dude in blue is just sitting there like, can I talk?
With Ninetales, to where we're aligning players on either side, saying we'll use NPCs to basically to balance it however we want. In this case, if there are 0 players on on the attacking side trying to take it over, well, we're going to have to fill those ranks with NPCs.
That being said, one of the things that is called out very often as being an exciting portion of Jump Town, the original, was going there and not knowing if you were going to find resistance. That can kind of keep you on the edge of your seat a little bit. There's that, it's too quiet. So it won't always be
100%, but you don't need that uncertainty doesn't necessarily need to only come as a result of whether or not players are willing to do it. We can have uncertainty on the NPC side and say, maybe we will, maybe we won't, basically, have them install. Maybe they'll come in a straggler, one guy at a time. Maybe they'll come in a big coordinated group of 12 NPCs, all in heavy armor, armed to the tooth, and you'll
not
basically
armed to the teeth, armed to the tooth.
Best, to hold
each
back,
of their
calling your friend,
teeth
et cetera.
have a gun.
The point is,
they have the Drake
right now,
the Drake dental plan.
the ability to basically set those scenarios up, then some players on some servers will never get that cool experience of a whole burst of guys arriving at one shot, or the stragglers. Now, if players are basically going in there attacking, well, sure, I've already got 20 players on this side, and maybe I don't need to throw any other NPCs out to.
Or maybe I want to add fuel to the fire, frankly.
Or maybe you want to throw.
Why does Choo Choo Charles actually sound like a fun game?
And that's honestly what I'm really looking forward to.
I don't know.
Don't lie to yourself.
The tools that have been added to the sandbox at this point, it's such a simple event. I really am looking forward to seeing how they handle it. Like, you can come in a land vehicle, and you can set up a tank or a ballista and just like pick people out of the sky, defend that area, turn it into a fortress. You can have dogfights in the air over it. You can, if you're stupid and you leave your ship turned off with its shields off, like, someone's gonna blow that up.
You and I talked in the early stages of Ninetales about the fact that it's a drug lab. Why is it basically spitting these things out? And the idea would be, well, they've produced a lot of them at that location, and so who would be one of the most logical people to come and try to take back control? It would be the guys that that basically originally had control of that drug lab. It'd be whatever criminal organization we want to basically
One
have
singular
that.
tooth, yes.
100%. And so you could see players are in there basically reaping the rewards. Another player team assaults them, and now the much larger threat comes, and the players it could be a three-way. The players could team up, with each other to basically hold them off and then split the goods, et cetera, et cetera. So the real point to my mind is, it just comes back to, is configurability, which is I want to be able to vary the location, vary the the type of material, vary the quantity of that material and the frequency with which it's produced. I want to be able to vary the challenges you'll face trying to basically hold it, and all of a sudden that starts to become representative of what we're trying to do.
It's all fun and games until someone bombs Jumptown with an A2.
We want to make templates that we can. I always call it object-oriented content creation. It's such a common concept over on the coding side. You don't
scorched earth tactics.
Over on the content
No one can have the whole place. No one. If I can't have it, no one can have it. Just keep bombing the crap out of it.
Basically build nice modular chunks of content and
just the ballista sitting there looking at the radar, just sees an A2. I'm just like, guys, guys, drive, run away, run away, guys.
Hear that? Absolutely going to play a factor in some of these future iterations of things, like whether it's Ninetales. You could see Ninetales eventually supporting on the derelicts. Some of those derelicts actually have Ninetales members on them that we can basically create.
You don't even have to hit on Jumptown. You just have to hit near Jumptown.
We can basically change the
or taking over the station. Like, there's so many things you can do with that. So.
Yeah, Pyro is going to be a good test bed for a lot of that stuff, just with the strife that is supposed to be going on out there.
So,
I'm
looking forward to it.
Oh, Xenothreat and Infiltrator. Huh?
All right, let's bring Luke into the conversation now. We started working on the Xenothreat event around March of 2020, and it took about a year to get it out the door. We knew that it was going to be extremely difficult.
You can only imagine how the company's Zoom calls are with this group.
Service that would drive the back-end logic to the
I assume very similar.
Prioritization for turrets, functional countermeasures,
Except
tons of dialogue and
virtual.
Look at you,
just part of the allure, though, was that in one shot,
Tony.
we had a great test case for a litany of important features, like battles far larger than anything we'd previously done.
So my company's Zoom calls are like sometimes just one guy just talking all the time.
Salvaging. So, Luke, from your perspective, what were some of the big lessons we learned from Xenothreat?
Well, Xenothreat was our first attempt at a large-scale fleet battle, so we learned a lot. The biggest takeaway was that we needed to develop our overly simplistic friendly fire system, which was leading to players receiving unfair crime stats and being kicked from the mission. So in the recent re-release of the event, we made major improvements to our friendly fire detection and tolerances, which drastically cut down on unfair crime stats according to the feedback and analytics we received. What's great is this kind of change improves the whole game, not just the event, and paves the way for more large-scale space battles in the future. I think it's also important to add that another thing that
Xenothreat was actually really
Xenothreat was so much fun.
PvP. So we've started planning with this in mind for subsequent releases.
Freaking love Xenothreat.
Luke, as the performance gradually improves over the next few years,
they never get work done during Zoom calls. He just talks the entire time.
Most people expect it to be throw more AI at the player, but it might be that when performance improves, our AI becomes much deadlier, which could actually
he talks without moving his lips.
Their numbers. This balancing is always the most difficult part of mission creation. The AI's performance can be wildly
Yeah,
different on our local servers
the audio
versus what it might
desync
be
is a
like
little
on an
bit.
Overtaxed live server. And if a mission is too easy, it's not just a case of throwing more AI at it, as this will only compound the performance issues. We were happy with the balancing we achieved, but it wasn't quite what we hoped for. Once performance is improved, we hope to rebalance and deliver the experience we intended.
Luke, we've invested a lot of engineering effort into our spawn closet tech, which allows us to precisely and intelligently push NPCs into and out of an area. The first major test of this tech will be the implementation class.
You're fairly certain half the employees on this expo today was AI and never blinked or moved.
To that end, we can now determine at runtime the type and number of NPCs we want to insert at a location, often at the behest of Quantum. We can also apply a litany of rules to the spawning, like how many can be active at once, how the spawn rate
just don't look at the screen. If you look at him talk, it's super weird.
It is.
The mission template supports a wide variety of objectives, ranging from killing
There
everyone
was
at
one dude that
locations
literally
only
talked like a
selected
robot.
individuals, to protecting NPCs from any
They
harm,
weren't
to
using
hacking
FOIPs.
computers, to extracting designated materials.
They're
Can you
all
go over
using
some of these
FOIP.
mission
It's
variations in
all
more
they're just showing off the new rendering technology.
The locations we chose for our first implementation of spawn closets. So this is where players will find new missions, as well as some existing missions that have been vastly improved by the addition
Oh,
of
that's
spawn
cool. There's like
closets and
waves.
non-combatants. One of the new missions sends players to kill a heavily armored target who only shows himself once his crew have been wiped out. Another involves the player
that dude's
searching a friendly facility
got a
for a
lot of
number of
armor.
boxes identified using information provided on their mobiGlass. At any point during the mission, small enemy assaults can be triggered, and the thing I love about this one is that players can choose to avoid the fight and gamble on the
They weren't using FOIPs and they didn't have that stupid grin.
And the last one I'd like to mention
It's
is,
unsettling.
thanks to spawn closets, we now have our first FPS defend mission where players join friendly AI in defending a facility from
That dude was very confident in
And the nice
himself.
thing about this
He
one
just
is that in addition to the basic
sprinted,
reward, players
sprinted
also
right
receive
towards
bonuses from the AI
the guards.
Some of the benefits from this mission template are coming
It's
from
like, I got it,
spawn
guys,
existing
watch.
tech, like modular subsumption logic.
He thought
Some of it stems from new features like the spawn
thought he was a Mandalorian,
Luke, how
but
has the design setup of the
he forgot he
infiltrator
wasn't
scenario
actually
varied
wearing
from what
Beskar.
Well, spawn closets have had a dramatic
Why do they have to
effect
film
on
them like
the types of
that?
missions we can
They are
do.
using a camera
Without
that isn't
them,
even
we
near the
wouldn't
prompter, so
spawn
it looks
AI
like they're
missions.
staring
We
dead
couldn't
into
just spawning
blankness,
out
just
thin
spouting
air.
off random facts.
But that's really players. Thanks to spawn
Gotta love
closets,
the
we can now
unsettling
spawn more
face
ways to bring down
expressions.
pushes anytime we
Yes.
want, with players
Yes.
able to recognize where AI is likely
Dude, that
to
guy's
enforce
aim.
them.
Why are they not? Why are they
Does this
not?
allow us to build brand new mission types?
Is it just
allows us
me?
to spawn
It's not just
manageable
me
amounts of
that
AI,
can't actually see the
only
bullets coming out of the gun, right?
better balance for difficulty.
Yeah,
of
there's no
encounter.
bullets here.
Like
You mentioned we're building our logic in a modular fashion, and the eliminate boss mission is a great example.
Like
of
he's-
that, because we've essentially taken the
like he's
eliminate
pulling the
all
trigger.
and eliminate specific
Nothing's
objectives
coming out.
and combined them to create a new.
They're
experience.
testing it. They're
Exactly,
Where
they're
players
just
can
staring
control their target
awkwardly.
outside them,
Yeah,
first,
they gotta
killing
put the put the
Luke, another
camera.
mission template we're currently
Yeah, they just
working
look
on is
off.
rescue transport, and it
Yeah, he's
revolves
just
around
not
getting
looking at the
NPCs to a
camera.
specified location.
Put the
One of the
camera
variations allows the NPC to request
above
push
or
and
below
transport
the
via service
prompter,
beacon,
please.
just like a player, to a
Oh, here you go.
designated
Here's an
location.
even better
Other
one.
variations
Yeah.
He's
involve
just
adding assorted
staring
complications to
off,
getting
reading.
NPCs on board your ship, like having to first outsmart or outfight their captors, unlocking their prison door to release them, safely escorting
That
them
combined
back
with
to
the
your ship
audio
for
desync
transport
makes it
to
really
Squadron.
funny.
Longer
Magic
term, we're going
gun.
to add support in this mission template.
Doesn't
for a lot of
fire
other
bullets, it just
combinations,
fires
like having to
death.
drag unconscious
Death.
characters onto your ship and back to a hospital. and
Immaterial
trying to lead NPCs
death.
through a burning ship.
You're worried about bullets.
Luke,
What
where do
about
we
the
stand with
graphical
current
issues on the
implementation
floor
of
and
this? What
ceiling?
remains to
What
be done
graphical
before we
issues
push
on?
it out the door?
No.
Star Citizen has never had graphical issues. What are
Yeah,
you talking about?
yeah.
Follow,
Crazy.
wait, and take a seat aboard your ship. And even with this rudimentary setup,
Oh
we've
gosh,
been
this
able to
dude's so
flesh out
slow.
the mission flow to a very detailed degree.
Passenger to pick
And have
up.
made a lot
Oh
of
wait,
headway into planning the
Yeah,
dialogue.
there's
Passenger
people
missions?
Look how slow they
We've
are.
gone some effort to make sure that the mission have more than 100
It's an
issues
escort
there, boxes
quest.
legs. So the client
Look,
has
he's sitting
patience
nowhere.
and
He's
we're
just
thin.
air
We've
squatting.
got different ratings
Mad lad.
calculated based on your performance.
he's got to
We'll also
train
be
those
developing AI
thighs.
behaviors to deal with what happens should the player decide to kidnap them. The rescue mission module has been designed. in such a
He's
way
looking at
that it
Luke,
can
the
work in
UK guy
conjunction
that
with
talks
others
without
like
moving his
infiltrators,
lips.
meaning that we can easily inject some obstacles in your way, like a base full of captors. These missions will drive the development of AI following, so once complete, we'll be able to leverage that throughout the rest of the game.
Quantum update. Ah, here we go. Here we go.
I want to pivot now and give an update on some of the systemic functionality that I detailed last spring. I said that we were soon
So
going to have
DC.
quantum controlling a few select bits of the universe, and that we were going to be very
It's
measured
weird.
in the rollout.
You can
We
hear
remain on track
him
to
lick his
activate these
lips
changes
before he
with
actually licks
3.16
his
at the end of
lips.
the year, and this initial release will allow quantum to dictate 3 encounter frequencies, the prices of 3 commodities, and everything related to combat assist service beacons. As the simulation is refined and more of the linkage to the game is completed, we will expand the scope of these early tests and enable quantum to play an ever larger role in shaping the universe. So let's go over how the gameplay experience is set to change.
Probability volumes. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours.
Dictate how
Pretty
the
good.
likelihood of an encounter type varies within that region, and historically that information has always been static. Dynamic events, introduced in early 2021, allow that data to be changed by mission logic, but still don't support systemic modulation. You can see the frequency curve for pirate activity in red on the screen here, and the long and short of it is that no matter how many pirates you, your friends, or the entire community kill, the likelihood of encountering a pirate at this spot right here would always be about 5% per minute, and farther out, right about there, the odds would drop to 2%. Now, let's see what happens when we activate quantum and it starts to provide real-time guidance to the probability volume service that controls this information and distributes it to the game servers. As is often the case with such demonstrations, the simulation is running at an exaggerated rate of speed so that I can easily illustrate some key points. The first thing you'll notice is that the fixed pirate curve just flatlined because quantum says there aren't currently any pirates in this area. There are some valuable materials on the surface of Cellin though, and that's starting to attract some quantum miners represented in green. The distribution of the miners determines the shape of the green curve, and the quantity determines the amplitude. With the value of the ore available on Cellin sky high and no threat in sight, the number of miners continues to increase, and you can see the encounter curve changing to reflect that. Pirates are drawn to high concentrations of wealth with minimal security though, and are starting to swarm into the area, and as they do, you can see the red pirate curve adjusting. Quanta security, represented in blue, is drawn to conflict, and is thus often a lagging indicator of criminal activity. So at this point, there are several distinct things happening. The number of miners in the area is still increasing, but the rate of increase has slowed dramatically as they start to weigh the increased risk of piracy. The number of pirates is still increasing because there's still sufficient value in the area to attract them and not yet sufficient security to dissuade them. The number of security forces continues to rise because the pirate problem is raging out of control, and thus security pay in this area has gone through the roof. This trend continues for a while until finally the risk of piracy gets too high and the quantity of miners starts to drop. The pirates are doing their own independent mental calculus and still see sufficient value in the area, even once the miners start to fall off, to continue increasing their numbers, but that simply speeds up the rate of decline in the miners, while at the same time, the threat from security continues to grow. So, eventually, the number of pirates in the area begins to fall off as well. As the threat of piracy begins to subside, the impact gradually ripples through the economy, lowering the rate of pay and demand for security services. The quantity of security forces streaming into the area eventually peaks too then and begins to decline. If you watch the curves, you'll see a rhythmic action to it all, with miners looking for high-value ore in safe areas, pirates searching for unprotected wealth, and security chasing conflict. 3 different but very interdependent calculations. The
They
system
let
is
this
always
through in a
searching for
pre-recorded panel
equilibrium,
B-roll.
and just as in a real economy sometimes overshoots a bit in one direction or the other, which ultimately equates to opportunity.
Quantum
for the
updates
thinking
is stuff
player.
you like to hear. Yeah. Service beacons.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff.
Yeah.
NPC combat assist service beacons have historically been generated via probability volume data and were thus every bit as static as the encounter frequencies that I just covered. The odds of a request for combat assistance at a given location didn't vary based upon what was happening in that area at that time, and no amount of concerted community effort to stamp out what was putting those NPCs in danger had any chance of succeeding. To illustrate what's changed, let's jump back to quantum. The miners are back in force, but there aren't yet any pirates, and thus there aren't any requests for combat assistance.
Holy crap.
Just as previously occurred, though, the pirates are going to slowly sniff out this opportunity and begin gravitating to this location. As their numbers increase, so will the odds of conflict with the miner, and thus the likelihood of a combat assist service beacon being issued. You can see a few contracts now represented by the green icons. Quantum is dictating how many beacons should be present in this area in the exact details, such as how much alpha UEC is being offered, but the data is actually maintained by the service beacon service that interfaces to the game servers and exposes these contracts to players. So every contract that you're seeing pop up, which is a direct result of the amount of conflict happening within Quantum, can be seen and accepted by someone within the actual game. Security has started to show up, but isn't yet a major force, and the risk of piracy has gotten so great that some of the miners have decided to exit. The frequency of combat assist beacons is a function of both the quantity of miners and pirates, and clamped by the minimum of either. So, as the miners depart, the number of outstanding beacons drops. Security has now reached the point where it's really starting to deter the pirates, and the reduced number of miners is just adding fuel to the fire. So now the number of pirates starts to fall off pretty dramatically, which also impacts the total number of active beacons and instantiation frequency. Player actions are fed back into Quantum, such that if a lot of beacons are accepted and the NPC is successfully defended in the game, the security risk as perceived by the pirates in Quantum will increase, thus affecting their sense of whether the risk justifies the reward. This means that not only will the system ebb and flow of its own accord, but your actions within the game will directly impact the simulation and thus the overall state of the universe. There's one other important thing that I want to mention here, and that's the value of the additional context that Quantum is providing. We now know exactly who issued the request for combat assistance and even the likelihood that multiple ships might be involved. All of this information can be packaged up and associated with the beacon so that when and if a player accepts the contract, the instantiated mission can be customized to better reflect what Quantum says you should be seeing.
Who found Choo Choo Charles and posted it?
No!
Quantum isn't about travel, but about how things interplay as part of the simulation of the universe with NPCs. Yeah. Okay, you're tired of Tony Z.
For some of the basics like fuel and HPMC, which is the material.
Well, that's unfortunate because I don't think Tony Z is tired of Tony Z.
For this is that it's one thing to have tradable commodities fluctuate in value according to some algorithmic logic that doesn't consider anything beyond the confines of that particular shop. But it's quite another when those materials are critical to playing.
20 minutes, yeah.
Now that we can properly gauge demand based upon factors external to the shop,
20 minutes
though,
probably
even if the simulation logic still needs a lot of
reasonable.
work, we're going to flip the switch and let the price of the fuel and repair materials start to undulate. So let's bring Quantum up again. The Tram and Myers mining outpost on Cellin has been selected so that we can see its real-time prices for plasma fuel, quantum fuel, and HPMC. Keep an eye on these prices as the Quanta arrive on scene. A few of the miners are from distant locales and will be looking to top off their quantum fuel tanks, and that increased consumption is causing prices to trickle up just a bit. Plasma fuel is jumping quite a bit more though because it's in constant demand due to the fact that the miners
plasma
have
fuel?
to traverse the surface
like
of the
hydrogen.
moon looking for valuable deposits.
Oh, like hydrogen, okay.
The price of HPMC hasn't budged because there hasn't been any conflict in the area, but that's about to change. The pirates have started to arrive and attack the miners, and that means that there are going to be some damaged ships that require repairs, and the price will continue to rise as the amount of conflict grows. Pirates require fuel too, and most of their need revolves around the plasma they'll use to engage ships in close proximity, so it's starting to get fairly expensive. Security forces have now started arriving in force, which means even more conflict in the area, which is why the price of HPMC has finally started to take off.
Tony Z is gonna haunt your dreams tonight. Not even a nightmare, just him talking.
You just wake up in a cold sweat. Just quantum
pirates. No,
talking green dots.
Oh, the green dots. No.
Up until now, all of our dynamic events have been manually triggered by someone loading up Quasar, selecting an event, specifying the input variables, and activating it.
So much talking.
This works fine for major events that are intended to run for a long period of time, but it's problematic when the event needs to run multiple times per day, or only when specific conditions warrant, or needs to be customized based upon the current state of the universe. The solution to this problem is systemic triggers, which are small analytical programs that let us specify what sort of conditions within Quantum warrant the creation of a dynamic event, and allow that event's inputs to be
I was trying to make a pun about the Z and Tony Z.
I'm going to bring Quantum up one last time and highlight the location of the 3 drug labs within the state system. Raven's Roost is on Microtech's moon Calliope. Jumptown is on Crusader's moon Yella. And Paradise Cove is on ArcCorp's moon Lyria.
Wait a minute.
For this test, I've removed all commodities except for drugs, and thus any green quantum you see moving around are focused on moving these illicit narcotics.
He's barely breathing and
A
managing
systemic
to
trigger
talk for
that's,
so
that
long.
monitors the total drugs purchased at any of the drug labs, which you can see in the graphs below the star.
Saban, that thing you just
If
posted,
the total amount of drugs
is that
purchased at
saying
one of
that
these locations
the
over a period of time exceeds the specified threshold, it will trigger
the
the jump
Liberator
V2 dynamic event.
is classified as
The
a
location
capital
and
ship?
quantity of drugs sold would be passed to the event as inputs, which the mission logic might use for any manner of things,
That doesn't
such as temporarily
seem right.
overriding the shopping data at that site for the duration
Guess
of
it
the
depends
event.
It's not that big.
The shop
components
service
it
that
has,
communicates with
though.
the game servers is linked to Quantum, and thus all player transactions in the game are filtered back
There's
into the
usually
same
capital
place, and
ships
their
are what
purchases
bring
are
other
therefore
ships.
just as relevant to the totals
Usually
as those
capital ships are
initiated by
what bring
Quantum.
other ships.
All of the drug labs are seeing a bit of
I
action,
guess
and
that's
Paradise Cove
fair,
looked
but it
like
doesn't
might
have
be the
capital
first to reach
sized
the
shields,
threshold.
does it? I
Some
don't
red
think it
pirates
did.
have started
No, it
moving into
doesn't.
that
It has
area
a size
now,
3
though, and the
quantum
green freighters
drive.
have started to flee. It looks like they've decided to focus on Raven's Roost, and you can tell by the constant level of elevated purchases that they're probably going to trip the trigger pretty soon. There, that's it. The conditions for the systemic trigger have been met. You can see that Jumptown V2 has now been added to Quasar's active dynamic events list at the top right, and below that you can see the input parameters that it was sent, which include the Raven's Roost location and a numeric value of 916 for the total purchased drugs variable, which the actual Jumptown V2 logic uses to configure
So
how many free
Jumptown
units of drugs the
V2,
location will produce
It
over the
uses
lifetime
multiple
of the
different
event.
areas.
Yeah, so
The ultimate
Jumptown
purpose of
V2
systemic
isn't.
triggers, then, is to allow us
So what
to
it-
easily and programmatically
So it's not
dictate
just
when
like,
and
oh, this
exactly
weekend
how
we're
and
having a
custom
dynamic event. It
content
just
will be
triggers
layered
on
onto
its
the
own.
background
Yeah, is what
tapestry
they
driven
wanted
by
to do.
quantum systemic
That's cool.
logic.
They haven't got there yet.
As our library of dynamic events grows and the sophistication of the simulation evolves, you'll eventually find that it's difficult to tell where one system ends and another begins, and the whole experience will just feel more engaging and unique than what either technology could deliver by itself.
Conclusion. Oh, we're at the end finally.
So what did we learn today?
That's it for our show today. I hope that you now have a better sense of some of the things we're aiming to accomplish over the next year, and that you're as excited
shield
as we are about
generators,
the potential of these
two
new features and
size
technologies to really
threes, it
transform the
looks
gameplay
like.
experience.
It's a lot of
Until
juice.
next time.
That was the quickest conclusion ever. Holy crap.
Oh, here we go.
Let me pull my headphones back.
Oh, is it time for the keynote with Chris?
I think it is.
I'm a morphologist.
So that's it. We're done. That's the whole show. Another CitizenCon in the bag.
Is he gonna say what
This
did we learn
one's
today?
A little different than others.
He better.
It's still our chance to come together safely and celebrate our shared interest and commitment to making Star Citizen everything we all want it to be. So what did we learn this year?
Yay!
I was gonna. You thought I was gonna do
Thank goodness. Goodbye, Tony.
but I gotta bust those bingo cards, right? If I had to guess what we learned that I'm just the lucky one that gets to sit here in front of the work of dozens of others putting today together, themselves in front of the work of hundreds more who dedicate their efforts day in and day out to making the biggest and bestest damn space game ever.
Yeah.
It's my honor that and that of the team that here to represent their work every week, every month, and every year. For CitizenCon 2951, I'm Jared Huckabee. Until next year, have fun.
Maybe they just
be
didn't want to
safe,
give it a size 3.
Tell those you love that you love them. I love you, John.
Thank
Now
you,
here's Chris
Jared.
Roberts to take
Thanks,
us home.
Jared.
Thank you, Jared.
Well, I hope all of
Hey,
you
Chris.
enjoyed
Yeah,
everything you
Chris.
saw today. We're very proud of what we've achieved so far, what we're working on, what we're doing in the future, and it was great to be able to get in depth and show and discuss a lot of that today with you guys. And I just wanted to tell each and every one of you how much we
The DC
appreciate
gets.
all of you, your support, dedication, the hours you put into playing the game, giving us feedback, putting up with crashes and server disconnections and all the frustrating things that you can get when it's an alpha, as we're striving to make the best game, or well, I think the best universe simulation you possibly can make now. That's kind of where we're going. From myself and the team at CIG, we're incredibly lucky to be in this position, because I think no one else in gaming has the luxury that we do to really sort of dream for the stars and build something of the ambition that Star Citizen is. It's been a longer journey than I imagined at the beginning, but the game we're building is far more complicated, far bigger, far more possibilities than I conceived I would ever get to do. But it's because of your guys' support, and everyone at CIG feels the same in terms of they get to work on a dream game. They get to do all these things. People don't say, oh, you can't do that. We've got to make it for this quarter. It's got to come out. And the investors need their profits this year. It's like, no, we want the best game possible. That's all.
Do you think on YouTube for my stream actually is almost non-existent?
To be in that position is
really
because of you guys.
Interesting.
I really.
Yeah, Jared Huckabee is awesome.
So thank you
He's
all very
pretty
much.
cool.
And I'm really looking forward to doing this in person for you guys next year, as opposed to digitally. And hopefully, all things, fingers crossed, we'll get on the other side of this pandemic, and we'll be able to do that. So for me and everyone at CIG, thank you so much for watching.
Is that it? No secret ship reveal?
No. No other ship reveals?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Is that it? I think that's it. It's over.
That was it. That's all she wrote.
Wow.
Hey, you got 1.4K viewpoints. Let's go.
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta go and
50
50 more
points.
Yes.
Not even a hit
Okay.
at Squadron 42. Oh.
Those closing remarks were a lot shorter than I was expecting. All right. That was awesome.
Yeah.
You want more? You want more? Are you not entertained? All right, chat. So, here's what's gonna go down now. So, thank you all so much for watching. If you just came down for CitizenCon, I'm gonna take a short break. I need to clean some stuff up, move some stuff around. I have to move my my sound equipment back upstairs. So I will be back in maybe half an hour to an hour or so, where we are going to be taking a look at a first look at Alpha 315 in the Wave 1 PTU. We'll check out the A2, we'll check out the 400i, and so that should be live in about half an hour or so. Those of you who are watching, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, please, I would very much appreciate it if you could subscribe there. And if you're watching on YouTube and have not